I've started. Hello and welcome into everybody tuning in over on that YouTube stream. It's so good to have you in here with us today. We're going to go ahead and hop right into the debates with the Trump supporters. In fact, we already have our first Trump supporter, Mr. Matt, loaded into the stream. Mr. Matt, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, so I support Trump because he is a businessman that is extremely successful throughout his whole life, and I just support his what he likes and all the border control and everything against immigrants such as ICE.
Jesus Christ. Cool. Okay. Well, I want to talk to you about that because that's a worthy subject of discussion. But before we do that, I want to respond to the first claim that you made. You said you support him because he's a great businessman. Okay. Well, I mean, if,
Yes.
if your qualifiers for supporting somebody in politics is their business experience and acumen, etc., Elon Musk has more. He's a better businessman than Trump, and Elon Musk is calling for Donald Trump's impeachment. So, in all reality, like your standard here of you supporting businessmen would entail that you'd support Elon more than Trump, and Elon has called for the impeachment of Trump. So, where does that leave you?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I am a huge Elon fan, and um, I'll elaborate on that. But yes, he is an extremely not just wealthy, but an extremely smart man, and has been doing a lot of things for our country.
Okay, well, I mean, he says that
And
Donald Trump's the worst. Like, you literally understand that he
yes,
has called for Trump to be impeached. He says that Donald Trump's economic policy will send America into a recession in the second half of this year. I mean, I don't even listen, man. I'm just gonna accept everything that you're saying. Okay, for all intents and purposes of this discussion I'm having with you, Elon Musk is literally Einstein 2.0, Tony Stark IRL, right? Okay, well,
yes.
the man, the myth, the legend over here thinks that Trump shouldn't be in the Oval Office, thinks he's incompetent to serve, thinks that his economic policy will send us into a recession, and thinks that he's going to bankrupt America.
Yes, I understand that, and I have been seeing what you are saying. And do I agree with you? I do agree with you on that. Uh,
Okay, well, I mean,
but
if you think that he's incompetent to serve, should be impeached, and his policy will bankrupt America and send us into a
here,
recession,
I
then you're definitely not
bless
a Trump
you.
supporter.
I'll say this. I am a Trump supporter. I do see
Wait, wait,
some of
wait,
the
wait. I have a
things
question. Why would you
that
support a president that you think is incompetent to serve, that you think should be impeached, and that you think will bankrupt America and send us into a recession? Why would you support a president that fits all those qualities?
here mainly I support him because of the past other presidential candidates that personally I think are unfit to uh, be presidents, such as Kamala and Biden.
Question,
But
question, question. So
yes,
you agreed that you think that Donald Trump is going to send America into a recession. Tell us what policy Kamala Harris ran on that would have sent America into a recession.
I would say open borders. And can I elaborate on that?
Okay, well, A, just simply speaking, no, she didn't run on open borders. B, immigration helps the economy. Even undocumented immigrants increase the GDP by $300 billion per year. A recession is literally defined as negative GDP growth. We will only experience negative GDP growth because of something such as mass deportation. So that's just simply a non starter.
Okay, let me ask you a question because this is how I think about the immigration.
Okay,
Okay.
well, I'm not. I don't really want your take on immigration outside of
Well,
the context of why you think, or why you think Kamala Harris had policy that would have sent America into a recession. You said that her open border policy would have sent America into a recession. I clarified that she didn't run on open border policy, and immigrants actually help the economy, including undocumented immigrants who grow the GDP by $300 billion per year.
yes, yeah, I understand that. When I say, that stuff about Kamala, I don't think she is fit to run as president because when you think of
Okay.
all the
Wait, wait. I'm so sorry,
the
man, but
people,
that's not what we were talking about. You said that you support Trump even though you think he's going to send America into a recession because so would have Kamala Harris. So what policy did Kamala Harris run on that would have sent America into a recession?
I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. I didn't vote for. Okay, here. Uh,
Okay, so basically, the
I
summation of your
just
position is that you intentionally, knowledgeably voted for and still support a president today that you think will send America into a recession. Why is that a smart idea?
personally, I don't think he will send America into a recession. But I do have a question for you about immigration and what you think.
Okay, well, now you're contradicting yourself because you said less than 5 minutes ago that you think that Elon Musk is a genius. I pointed out that Elon Musk said that Donald Trump's policy will send America into a recession, and you said you agree.
Yeah, I don't agree that he will send America into a recession. I agree
Okay,
that
so why do you
there are
disagree with Elon
there
Musk?
the only thing I disagree about that is I think that I don't think that Trump would send our country
Yeah,
into a
yeah. So my
recession.
question is, why do you disagree with Elon Musk when A, you said that Elon Musk is one of the smartest men alive, and B, you acknowledge that he has the most business experience out of anybody else on this planet, and you said one of the best qualifications for Trump being president was his business experience. So he's more qualified than Trump, given your criteria for qualification, which is business experience, and B, you think he's one of the smartest people alive. So why do you think he's wrong when he says that Trump's policy is going to send America into a recession?
Every time I watch your lives, you start to show me that, Trump is kind of unfit, I'll say. But I do want to get your thoughts on this, okay? So immigration, this is what I think. I think the more people that come into our country, the more we would have to produce to keep our, I'll say, economy up, such as having to farm more corn, wheat, bale. Just, I think we would have to do a lot more than we already do to support our country with food.
Okay, all right. Well, you kind of just kind of scurried around the last question I asked you. I'll respond to
Yeah, I'm
this.
sorry.
No worries, man. I'll respond to this, and I'm probably going to move on to the next guest. So, yeah, the more people we have in America, the more goods we'll have to produce to supply those people. But the more goods we have to produce to supply those people means that there's more people buying more goods. When there's more people buying more goods because we're producing more for more people, what does that do to the American economy? It makes the
Okay.
American economy stronger. It means that we're spending more. It means that GDP growth goes up, and it means that there's more jobs offered to more people to produce those goods in the first place. So, I mean, you just simply pointing out that there will be a greater demand for the basic needs to live, and there'll be a greater overall labor force that can create those basic means to live, meaning that we could support not only the demand but also the supply. This just means that we're going to make the economy stronger. But
Okay,
Matt,
do you think that we would have to spend more to get resources from other countries
I don't I don't know,
with
but sorry, Matt, that doesn't relate to what I just said. I appreciate you for coming up, man. But because like you did kind of like pivot around like the original question that I had asked you, and then you asked another one, like no issue in that. I mean, I want to hear you. I want to have these conversations, but I did respond to your question, and I am going to go to move on to the next guest. But I appreciate you for keeping it respectful, Matt. What's going on, Carolina? Do you support Trump? Okay, Carolina isn't here. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Somebody in the chat says, "Could you talk about what's going on in LA?" So yeah, once again, everybody, there's currently 2,700 troops deployed in LA, and B, Donald Trump is illegally dictating what the National Guard of the state is doing. And I mean, in all due respect, it is Gavin Newsom who is the commander in chief of the state's National Guard, and that's why
YOLO.
now we see Gavin Newsom filing lawsuits against the Trump administration. And even the Trump administration has recognized this. The Trump administration has said that they don't have the right to deploy the National Guard in states without the say so of the governor. And Donald Trump's response, insofar as why he's doing that right now, is simply because he thinks the governor is incompetent. Okay, well, labeling Newsom as incompetent doesn't give him the legal right to deploy his National Guards. Not to mention it's actually taken away from the resources of the state. Right now, a third of their National Guards are deployed to protect, government buildings against protests that are 99% peaceful. So it doesn't make much sense. And that's what we see going on in California, guys. I'm sure that it'll come up more as we are having these conversations. What's up, Conjura? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely not.
Oh man, base, awesome. Well, we are just looking to talk to people that do. So everyone, just kind of give us a minute to get that very next Trump supporter up in here. If you happen to be one of the 12.4 thousand people tuning into that TikTok live, thank you for being here. It's a pleasure that I could have you all in here to hear me out for what I have to say, listen into these debates. I love what I do, and I love the fact that there's so many people that tune in. I think that you guys are awesome. Let's go to move on to the next guest, everybody. If you happen to be watching, you could help the stream send out a little bit more by double tapping on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 500,000 likes. You could also help out by sharing out that live, and if you are MAGA, by hopping in that queue. What's up, Jacob? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 15.
All right, Jacob. Got to be at least 18 to be in TikTok live, but you got a couple years until you're an adult. I hope by the time you're 18, you're no longer MAGA. What's up, Brendo? You MAGA?
Yeah, man.
All right. Well, before we hop into our conversation, got to thank Lucas for the $5 donation over on Venmo. Lucas says, "Hey, Dean, I've been watching for months now. I went to my first ICE protest yesterday, and today I joined my first TikTok live debate." That's awesome, Lucas. Shout out to you down below in that comment section. Take it away, Mr. Brendo. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I support Trump because I feel like America is a business, and I would rather have a businessman run America rather than someone that's been a political science major for the past, or yeah, gone to college for that. You know what I mean?
Okay. Well, I don't think that the country's a business, but guess what happens if I tell you that the country is a business? Did you know that this implies that Donald Trump should be fired because of his mass deportations? Can I explain why?
Sure.
Mass deportations reduce GDP growth by $300 billion per year and reduce government revenue by over $100 billion per year. And they weaken American industries by forcefully pushing millions of people out of them, which reduces our overall economic productive capacities and destabilizes our manufacturers. These are all very negative economic implications. And if you think that our country and our economy is a business, then you think that these are very negative things for the business. Sir, why would you support a CEO of a company that is only hurting the company?
I mean, you got to get rid of the bad guys. You got to get rid of the people that aren't making the company run. You know what I mean? And I mean, if you got people that are, druggies, and you got people that are going against the country, you got to get them out. You got to get them out of your job.
I just explained how undocumented immigrants help the company run. I mean, they add $300 billion per year to GDP growth, pay $100 billion per year in taxes, galvanize American industries, account for millions of people in our labor force, increase our productive capacities. These are all things that help the company run.
I mean, I guess, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see your point
Right.
there.
So like if there was a CEO of a company that was just hurting the company, reducing its revenue, slowing its growth, destabilizing its employees, okay, well, you'd fire the CEO. So, I mean, if you want to operate off of this assumption that America's a company, well, guess what? You got to fire the CEO for this terrible mass deportation that is really hurting the company.
Damn, I never thought of it that way. But I mean, still, I would rather also have like a man run the country rather than a woman, because I mean, just not trying to be sexist or anything, but like, yeah. And then
Okay, well, I'd like to clarify when you say not trying to be sexist. So this is like calling a black person the N-word and then saying not trying to be racist. But let's have a conversation about it. Why do you think men are better at leading than women?
I mean, history kind of, you never really see any women in history leading.
Yeah,
And
because so many men throughout history have thought just like you. I don't think that this speaks for the qualifications of men compared to women.
yeah. Also, what's your favorite flavor of vape?
No, we're not going to pivot. We're not going to pivot. You give me an argument for why you think men are better at leading than women. I'm waiting. Okay, well, instead of giving me an argument, everybody, he hit the high road. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go for the 13.6 thousand people hanging out with us in here today. Thanks for being here. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. He hit the goddamn high road. He said, goodbye, Dean. I'm going to go ahead and drop and leave. What a terrible argument. There's actually a lot of people that think men are better at leading than women. Just to let you guys know, that is an indefensible position, logically speaking. I've had a lot of debates about it. It is seriously terrible. What's going on, Lace? Are you MAGA? And they're not even here. So we're going to go to move on to that next guest. Everybody, if you're in that queue, make sure that means that you're from America, at least 18, and support Trump. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now, everybody. Let's go and get that next guest loaded in right now. What is going on, Samuel, Grace, and Shauner, the three of you Trump supporters? You guys can speak. You're only connected
I'm
to...
an independent, and I would like to introduce a new topic. You canceled me yesterday, but I would like to introduce the topic of the national parks being cut. So we have...
I really disagree with the national parks being cut. Once again, I believe that we can agree on that. But because you're not here to tell us why you support Trump, I'm going to go ahead and cut you again. But once again, we should not be cutting those national parks. W her for that one belief. But it also is a little bit worrying that she considers herself an independent. This is a bad, political landscape to be a moderate in. It's like, oh, I'm kind of agnostic on fascism. But anyways, welcome in. What is going on, James? Are you MAGA?
Hey, yo, you alright? Yeah, I am.
You are. What time is it?
It's
Not any American time zone. So we're going to move on to the next guest. How about this? Instead of me pulling from the queue, because there's a lot of little shitheads in that queue, go ahead and let me know on that live chat if you support Trump. Just type, I support Trump, place your age next to it. Make sure you're from America and at least 18, and we'll pull you up here for a debate. Mr. Eric, what's going on, my man? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am. What's up, Dean?
Not too much, man. Just enjoying my day and drinking my iced coffee. That's right. Real
Let's
quick
go.
before we hop into our debate, I got to thank the second and third donations of the day. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo from Hunter. Shout out to Hunter. As well as Carter. Thank you for the $30 over on Venmo. Carter says, donated yesterday. I always shout you out at the end of my gigs. Keep doing your thing, bro. Dude, shout out to you, Carter. Thank you for the love, man. Everybody show some love to Carter down below. As well as Ailey. Thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Take it away, Mr. Eric. Why are you MAGA?
I'm basically pro-Trump solely on immigration.
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. What about his immigration policy is so attractive? Because what I see when I evaluate his immigration policy is A, placing America last. His mass deportation really hurts this country. B, a whole lot of humanitarian concerns. It just doesn't seem too ethical to, I don't know, rip a mother that's been in America for the last 36 years and has worked a hard job and paid taxes and not committed any crimes away from their family on their daughter's birthday and send them over the border. That's insane. And I mean, see now his response to, protests in LA, having policemen and National Guardsmen target news reporters and, deploying a third of the state's National Guard Reserve to protect government buildings, even though he doesn't have the legal power to do that. I mean, these are all like really bad things.
Well, I'd start by saying mass immigration seems like kind of a strong word for it. It's been pretty low numbers so far up until maybe last week or so. And I mean, you can come up with lots of sad stories about families being separated. And, it is sad to see that. But it comes down to whether or not we're going to enforce our laws or not. And I think with the last administration, it's clear that, Joe Biden, we basically did have an open southern border under him. And some people may think that's a great thing, but I would disagree. And so that's why I think Kamala would have been worse. I mean, it's hard to know. But she was kind of called the border czar. She had a certain amount of control over the border. And it was open. So that's why I voted Trump.
So did they open it?
What was that? No, they didn't open it. Certainly not.
So if they didn't open it, then Trump opened it in his first term?
No, it's been open far longer than that. It's been open for decades.
So it was also open under Trump's first term.
Certainly, but the numbers were a little better under Trump. A little better. Not a ton better, but better.
This is barbaric. I mean, so you're telling me that Donald Trump is pro open borders because it was open his first 4 years?
I don't think he's pro open borders, but he certainly hasn't done enough. That's why I want him to go hard.
Wow. Okay. All right. So what is Trump doing right now that you agree with?
Well, the border has certainly been a lot more protected. The average daily
Hmm.
crossings have been significantly less than under Biden, so I
Yeah.
like
No,
that.
they have gone down, man, but I don't like it because the way
Well, that's just us disagreeing, of course. But
well, the reason why the border crossings have gone down isn't because of any long-term solution to eradicate the root cause of undocumented entry, but it's been A, band-aids on bullet wounds, deploying National Guardsmen to the southern border to prevent entry, compared to fixing the incentive by making the legal means of entry better, and B, he's been scaring people away because the undocumented immigrants that are in America are having their human and constitutional rights violated when deported, and he's been engaging in illegal activities and behaviors to get them out, man. You know, like, of course these things are going to reduce undocumented entry, but none of these things are long-term solutions. They certainly aren't fixing the root issue. And I'd say overall, mass deportation is definitely not the way to go.
well, I'd actually agree. I think this is band-aids on bullet wounds. But Kamala Harris, there's that famous clip of her saying, do not come to the country, and then Trump says, I'm going to come. But it just, I mean, what do you think of illegal immigration? Do you think it's okay, or should we let people in or not?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what you just said. That was strange. I'm gonna choose to ignore it and go back to the debate. I guess that was weird though. I don't know what else to say. Sure. So
Okay.
about undocumented entry, listen, man. I mean, I think that we could all agree that we should reduce undocumented entry. But I mean, I think that the very obvious way that we should reduce undocumented entry is by removing the incentive for it. And now here's a question I want to ask you: what is the ultimate incentive for undocumented entry into America?
Because America is better than the countries that they're coming from.
No, that's going to be the incentive that a lot of people see for immigration as a whole. I'm specifically asking you about undocumented immigration.
Oh, well, I will say I'm no expert on the immigration process, but I have heard, there's quite a line to get in. It's not exactly easy.
There you go. You're actually spot on, Eric. The root
Damn right.
cause of undocumented immigration into America is the fact that the legal means of entry into this country are slow, neglected, and expensive. Okay? They've been neglected by our Congress since the 90s. And this is my thing. The only way to therefore fix undocumented immigration in the long term is to stop neglecting the legal means of entry and to fix them and to make them faster, to reduce the time it takes for somebody to become a resident or a citizen, and to make them less expensive. So, I mean, if that's the only way to eradicate the root incentive for undocumented entry, and that's the only fix for the long term, let me ask you a question. Has Donald Trump ever talked about fixing the legal means of entry into America?
No, I would disagree with you about that being the primary issue of it all. Because, I mean, let me ask you this.
You told me that was the root cause, sir. That's
It's
why
a
I
cause.
asked you a question.
I think, no, absolutely. That is a root cause, but that doesn't mean we need to make it easier. We need to bring in more or anything like that. I think we should. I don't think it
What?
needs.
Wait, so you don't want to reduce undocumented entry into America in the long term?
Of course I do. I think a great way of reducing it is to build a wall. Then they just can't get in.
Oh, yeah, build the wall. They can't get in. And that's why Donald Trump was only able to build less than 50 miles in his first term.
No,
and
I
when
agree.
Don't
This
interrupt
wall
me.
is
And when the Biden-Harris administration tried to build more, he turned it down. Man, it's like I'm giving you the solution here. I'm giving you something that would work. I mean, I'm explaining it in great detail. Why are you so adverse to just making the legal means of entry better if you know and acknowledge that would reduce undocumented immigration in the long term? Why are you against that?
Well, first of all, I'm not confident it would reduce it in a significant way. Even if you do make it easier, we get them in real fast, real nice, we're real sweet to them. Still, if the border's open, people are going to come.
But actually, if we had the faster legal means of entry, I am confident this would reduce undocumented entry. And the reason I say that is because nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant. Nobody wants to be in America without a legal ability to get a loan and buy a house. Nobody wants to be in America and have to work as a W-2 employee, then not be able to file for a return at the end of the year because they're not working on an SSN, they're working on an ITIN. Nobody wants to be in America without an ability to get a driver's license or under a constant threat of being deported or having your civil, humanitarian, and constitutional rights violated from an administration that doesn't give a shit about you. Nobody wants these things, but they do these things nonetheless because the legal way to go about it, where you can get a driver's license, you can file for a tax return, you can buy a house, you're not under these threats, is literally because they're unattainable. And we make
I mean,
them attainable by making them faster. That's why I'm confident that if we made the legal means of entry into America better, we would see a sharp and drastic decline in undocumented entry now and forever.
Well, let me ask you something, because this I honestly don't know. Do you know how many people we bring in legally each year?
I'm unaware about the legal numbers of immigration into this country. I'll look them up. But while I'm looking it up, He left. Sir, that was not a point to leave. I've been kind with you. I've been courteous. We're talking about solutions. Okay? We're talking about putting America first. We're talking about making this country better. I'm explaining the solution to you, and you hit the road. Okay? That faker, okay, and everybody just like him, don't act like you care about America if you're not willing to talk solutions for America. Unreal. Let's go to move on to that next guest. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the live right now. Go ahead and drop a MAGA accompanied by your age down below in that chat, and we'll get you loaded in. And by the way, I just want to, really point out everybody that I talk about solutions as it relates to immigration a whole lot more than I talk about solutions in anything else. And the reason why that is I can make these solutions for American immigration clear as day, and these people will still reject them because ultimately a lot of the anti-immigration beliefs that are held by Republicans isn't because of they're committing crimes or they're bad for this country, but it's because of their bigotry. Now, what's going on, RV? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
Nice vape pen, pussy. Fuck you.
Okay, why are you so emotional? No,
Charlie
seriously,
Kirk.
I mean it.
Charlie Kirk, faggot.
And there he goes, uses a slur. You look intelligent to nobody. Let's go to move on to the next guest, everyone. Give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter loaded in. That guy was very emotional. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the stream, guys. What's going on? Tim Peter,
what's going on,
do
bro?
you support?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Do you support Trump?
Hold on here. So real quick, I just want to say that Cookie King mogs you.
All right, real quick, I just want to recommend you get a job. We're going to go to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Donald J. Trump, everyone. All right, let's go to get DJ loaded in. Alicia, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Alicia says, you've educated me so much. Thank you for everything that you do. Let's get 200 Alicia W's. Let's get 50 Kaya W's with a 5 and another 50 W's for Alicia for the 5.
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay, what the hell is your deal?
You're paid by the fucking Pallet Media, dude. The DNC paid Pallet Media $210,000. You're funded by Pallet Media.
I have a
You're
feeling.
DNC paid still.
So I'm down to talk to you, but I have a crystal ball. I just know that you're gonna say what you want and then leave and run away and like a little beta male. You're gonna scurry. So
Can
feel
you
free.
respond to that?
I will, but you're gonna prove my
Can you
prediction
respond to
true.
that?
I will, but you're gonna prove my prediction true. So everybody watching, keep an eye on this guy. No, I'm not funded by the DNC.
You are. You're funded by Pallet Media. Pallet Media is paid. The DNC paid Pallet Media.
I have a question. If Pallet Media paid
Hey,
me
chat.
and pays every
Pallet
other,
Media paid Dean Withers. The DNC
I'm asking.
paid
I'm gonna go ahead and
$210,000.
I'm gonna go.
Dean Withers is funded by Pallet.
So if Pallet Media pays me and every,
He's funded.
I have a question to debunk your argument.
It's proven, bro. Everybody knows.
Let me know when I can speak. I'll take it away.
You can speak. Go ahead. Land your plane, buddy.
If Pallet Media funded and paid me and every other creator that they manage, how the hell are they in business?
Because the DNC paid them $210,000 just to pay you and Harry.
Do you have any evidence that Pallet Media has paid me?
Yeah. I
Okay,
just
what's your
watched
evidence?
multiple videos. Yeah, I've seen multiple videos. I've seen the receipts. You're fucking funded.
So if there's receipts
Why
out
don't
there, you should be
admit
able to
it,
show
bro?
me the receipts.
So you told the last guy to get a job. This is your job. That's
This-
how you're
so-
paid.
So I'm paid by individual donors that watch this stream, such as I already said when you joined Alicia with a 5, Alex with a $10 over
you're
on
also
PayPal.
paid
Thank you
by
for the
them.
love, Alex.
Of
And
course.
Fashiony,
Yes,
thank you for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Shout out to
You're
Alex
paid,
and
brother.
Fashiony. Sorry, buddy, you have
You're
no
paid,
proof. You're just
brother.
another delusional scum of the
Everybody
internet.
knows it, bro. Everybody knows it.
If
bro.
everybody knew it, then there'd be evidence for it. Where's the evidence?
There is evidence
Then
of it.
show it
That's
to
how I
me
know.
right now. Let's see the
I'm
evidence.
telling you.
Why can't you produce the evidence? child.
Also, during the last debate, we
You
don't
can't
want to
produce
flood
the
our
evidence.
country.
1 second, Nina! Thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo from Pallet Media. Shout out to Nina down below in that chat. Sadie with a 10, Ashley with a 10. I appreciate you guys, as well as Kaya. Thank you so much for the 10 on
definitely
PayPal. Then 4 minutes ago, Anthony, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Anthony W's, 100 Carolina W's for the 10, 100 Jared W's for the 10 as well, and Kaysen with a 1 penny over on Venmo. Is this all the DNC?
Well, what about the last discussion as well?
What about it?
So you think that our country should be filled with third worlders, essentially? You
What's
want
a-
to give them legal. You want to give them legal entry. You want
What's
to
a
fill our
third
country.
worlder?
Someone from a third world country, buddy.
Like what?
Mexico, Haiti.
Okay. All right. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
me
go
too.
ahead and break through to you here. Now, in order to break through to
Through to me,
you,
bro.
I'm gonna
Break
have
through to me,
I'm
bro.
gonna have to put you on mute while I do, because you have a problem with interrupting. It's crazy that I have to treat grown adult men like toddlers. Now, I don't think that it's acceptable to call people third worlders.
They are. They're from a third world country, Dean.
And then you go back to the interruptions, man. Do you have more control than a toddler?
Yeah. Do you?
I do. I don't know if you do. Can you prove that to me and everybody else watching? Give us
Yeah,
some
go
proof by
ahead.
not interrupting me.
You want to flood our country with third worlders? Go.
Okay, so what are we gonna do here, man? I could spam mute you. That's an option to get you to shut the hell up while I
I
speak.
can unmute too.
So if I leave you unmuted, you have to wait until I'm done in order to start talking.
If you're gonna talk bullshit, I'll speak over it. But go ahead, Dean.
I mean, you think everything I say is bullshit, so that's just paradoxical. You'll just interrupt everything I have to say because you're a delusional Trump supporter, an actual child. Okay, so we're gonna do the spam mute game. Don't unmute yourself, and we don't have to play the game. But anyways, I don't think it's acceptable to call immigrants third worlders. It's just more derogatory and dehumanizing language that you're using to refer to people like yourself.
We're third worlders.
There he goes, interrupted again. And then second of all, you understand that immigrants make America stronger, right?
By not paying taxes, you claim they pay taxes. How do they pay taxes if they're undocumented, Dean?
Yeah, with the use of ITINs as W-2 employees. They pay $100 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local level. My source is the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, as well as the Institute on Taxation and Economics, and Trump. So, yeah, there you go. Boom, proven wrong, Dean W.
You believe that?
I mean,
Dude,
Donald
they're
Trump believes it.
undocumented. They're undocumented, bro.
And undocumented
undocumented.
workers pay taxes on ITINs. It's a fact.
Why would you think that they would submit their taxes? They're fucking undocumented.
Why would they submit their
Holy
taxes?
shit.
Because their employers
Yes.
require them to if they're working on a W-2. Just like you
They
and
don't
me.
have- Yeah, they require a W-2. That doesn't mean that they have to submit their taxes to the IRS, you fucking idiot.
Okay, well, you've obviously never had a job in your life, you fucking grown baby. If you did
Yeah,
have
I
a job in your life,
Oh,
and
grown
you have
baby,
worked
look
as a
at
W-2
that.
employee, you know that it is not the individual W-2 employee.
Crazy guys.
If you've ever worked a job in your life, you know it's not the W-2.
Buddy, we don't
Holy
need any
crap.
more military-aged men flooding our country from third
Hey,
world countries.
hey,
America
hey,
doesn't
man,
want it. It's
I
an
mean-
80-20 issue.
Hey, do you understand once again that if you work as a W-2 employee, that your employer takes out the taxes from your income and gives it to the IRS themselves?
Not if they're 1099.
That
They're not all
I
W-2,
said
Dean.
W-2.
They're not all W-2, Dean.
Hey, but
Some are
okay,
1099.
so if you're saying that undocumented immigrants working as a 1099 are less likely to pay
Let's go, baby. 20,000 people. What up? Can we get a 1 in the chat for DJ Road Dog? Let's go, baby.
DJ Road Dog, you literally look like a fucking vermin. I'm sorry. Can we look at this DJ
now
Road
Dean
Dog
goes to
real
the
quick?
personal insults,
What
guys.
are you talking about? Yo, W's for DJ Road Dog, bro. Take a shower. But anyways, I'm gonna get back to what I was saying.
Your
Let me,
hairline's receding. You're paid by the DNC. Let's go, baby.
buddy. You could only make a joke about a hairline receding if you have one yourself.
Who cares? I still fuck your wife. Woo, let's go, baby. DJ Road Dog.
I mean, I bet you'd like try to fuck my wife because you don't have one yourself, but I'm honestly going to go ahead and remove you because I want productive conversations with people with the decency of my family pet and the IQ of my 5-year-old nephew. But just to let you know, you wouldn't be able to get within a 50-mile radius of my partner, and that's not because of what I have to say, that's because of what they'd have to say. Now, let's go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. Try to get somebody that can have a decent conversation. Everyone, just give us a minute. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
You're 19. What year were you born in? All right, well, they were not 19, everybody, so we're going to move on to the next guest at this point. If you're part of the 22,000 people tuning into the live stream, welcome into the mayhem. That last guy was pretty nuts. What's going on, Austin? You MAGA?
Hey, can you still hear me?
I can. Oh, Austin, you came up the other day, right?
Yep.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you, man. I do only try to talk to one guest one time. Appreciate you for coming up, though. Let's move on to the next Trump supporter, everybody. We're just trying to find some Trump supporters to have some conversations with. While we're getting the next guest up, Kyra, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Eli with a 5 as well, and Jamie with a 10. I appreciate that. As well as Grant with a 15 saying these Trump supporters are so stupid, and Stephanie with a $20 to make that last guest jealous. I appreciate you guys for the love. What's up, Blaze? You support Trump?
I do, 100%.
Cool, man. Are you connected to like a Bluetooth mic or anything? Roshi, I appreciate you for the Galaxy. Try to turn off that Bluetooth. We'll have a better conversation. While I was doing that, Sasha, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, calling that last guest a man-child. Couldn't agree with you more, Sasha. As well as W with a 10 and Chauncey with a 10 as well. I appreciate you guys for the love. Now take it away, Blaze. Tell us why you got a crazy echo, man. But it looks like Blaze down here is having some technical issues. In the meantime, guys, make sure we're double tapping on that phone screen. And look at that. The technical issues are fixed. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Back to pretty much going kind of off of what Eric was talking about. I'm fully against the immigration. I don't like illegals coming in my country.
You don't like undocumented immigrants coming in America. So, listen, I offered the same solution to Eric, and he didn't have much of a response for me. The root cause of undocumented entry is slow, neglected, and depraved legal means of entry. We can fix undocumented entry now and in the long term by making the legal means of entry significantly faster for all. Would you support that?
Let me ask you a question.
I want you to answer mine. With all due respect, Blaze, I want you to answer mine.
Okay, repeat your question.
I'll repeat it one more time for you. The root cause of undocumented entry is slow, neglected, and depraved legal means of entry. You fix the legal means of entry, you make them faster for everybody, you don't have any more undocumented entry. Would you support making the legal means of entry into America faster so we could get rid of undocumented entry?
Yes, I would actually support that.
Okay, now tell me one time Donald Trump has stood in front of a microphone and said he supports that at any point in the last 10 years.
I couldn't actually tell you off the top of my head. No, I couldn't.
Right. He has never talked about it because he doesn't talk about solutions. He talks about silly little one-liners in order to rally the support of a bunch of prejudiced white Americans with no education on immigration just to get their vote. And I don't say this to demean you. I say this because it's the reality of the situation. And conversations like this will help get more of these prejudiced Americans a little bit more educated of what's going on and what the true solutions that we need are. Okay? Donald Trump doesn't offer any true solutions.
Okay, well, my question to you is, let's say wherever you live, I don't know where you're from, whatever. Let's say 100 illegals come into your neighborhood or whatever, have nowhere to go. Are you going to offer them somewhere to live?
Am I going to let them stay in my house? I'm not going to let any stranger stay in my house if they're a citizen or undocumented immigrant. Now, let me guess. You think that this is a dunk because if I'm okay with letting them stay in the country, I should be okay with letting them stay in my house, right?
Yeah, I mean, do you not pay tax dollars?
All right, I'm going to show you why that's bad logic. Here, let me ask you a question. Are you okay with an open border between California and Nevada?
Yes, it's the U.S.
So if you lived in Nevada, you'd let any California citizen stay at your house?
No, I mean...
Oh, well, guess what? According to your very silly reasoning, apparently that's hypocritical. I don't know.
Okay, well, like I said, we're all here legally, correct?
I was born in America. You were born in America. Now, how is this relevant to our conversation?
Because legally we're here, and...
Is he leaving? What's he doing? He did. He hit the high road. He just did the same thing that the guest before the last did. He does the thing where I'm here talking about solutions, and they realize that I'm right and that they can't respond to it. So then they do this thing where they run away. Just can't believe it, man. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. If you're in that queue, make sure that means you support Trump. Oh boy, man, let me tell you, these guests today are something else. These guests today are really something else. They're not here to talk solutions at all. Kate, thank you for the $15 donation on Venmo. Kate says, I love you. Thanks for informing and educated the uneducated. Kate, I appreciate you so much. W's for Kate in that chat. Same thing to Connor with the $10 over on Venmo saying, I'm back, baby. Connor, it's been forever. My man, how you doing? Welcome in, Ian. Do you support Trump?
I just want to say one thing. Can I say it?
I mean,
Cookie King Marzio.
I want to say one thing too. Get a job, Ian. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. Just looking for those silly Trump supporters to come up here and have a conversation with me. Welcome in, Mr. Max. Are you MAGA?
Indeed.
How old are you?
22.
What year were you born in?
2002.
Okay, your mic's a little bit quiet. If you want to try to get a little bit closer to it, that'd be sweet. But take it away. Tell us why you support Trump, who is the worst president of your life.
Well, I really disagree with that. Trump is probably one of the best presidents of my life. Other than Obama, I really did like Obama.
Oh, well, can we play a little game real quick?
Yes.
So you say that he was one of the best presidents. I say he was one of the worst. This means you think there's a whole lot of good he's done. That means I think there's a whole lot of bad he's done. So I'm going to name a bad thing he's done, then you name a good thing he's done, and whoever runs out first loses. Are you ready?
Yeah, I guess.
Sure. A terrible thing that he's done is boasted about perving on naked teenagers in Miss Teen USA, raping E. Jean Carroll, sexualizing 10-year-old girls, and hitting on his own daughter. Your turn.
I thought it was going to be one thing.
Well, you're right. I guess I said three. My bad. You could count all three of those as one. It's fine.
Okay. Criminal Justice Reform, the First Step Act in 2018.
Fun fact, the First Step Act was proposed to Congress under Obama's administration, but the Republicans refused to pass it until they had a Republican in the Oval Office, and then when Trump won the election, it was passed through a bipartisan effort. Another fun fact is that he's actually contradicting that First Step Act today. He wants to sentence DRUG dealers to death. Okay, but the death penalty was reformed and abolished in said circumstances by the First Step Act.
So I guess, are we not playing a game anymore, or I thought we were just going to be going back and forth? Or
Oh, that's right. Back to the game. Another terrible thing that Donald Trump has done is he's launched the largest internal attack on the American democracy. In 2020, he literally tried to rig and steal the presidential election from Biden, and then he admitted to it.
He admitted to it.
Yeah, 2 indictments in Congress, 1 appearance in front of the Supreme Court. He said, yeah, I tried to steal the election. I sent those fake electors. I sent the fake ballots to Congress. But guess what? It was an official act of my presidency. And because it was an official act of my presidency, I should have a criminal immunity from all repercussions. Also, for everyone, I understand there's a little bit of lag. I'm seeing that too. I think that is being caused by my computer. I'll check it out here. I'm sorry, everybody. I need a better computer. But take it away, man. It's back to you.
You got leftist net. That's what I call it, leftist net.
What is that?
Leftist net is y'all terrible internet.
Well, I have fiber optic internet. It's pretty fast. It's more so just I need a better CPU. But your turn.
So his pre-COVID was one of the best economies that the American citizens have had in centuries and centuries.
Great. What did he do to make the economy so well?
Well, what I can say, I got the stats. So basically, the 50-year low, 3.5. You know what I'm saying? Job growth was near 3.5% in early 2020.
Right.
The tax cuts passed by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act were truly amazing. That gave the best in that time. Other than the big beautiful bill, it gave the best tax cuts to the middle class ever. And the stock market gains.
I got a question. The very first thing you said there was a very low level of unemployment. Let me ask you a question. Can you tell me exactly what Trump did to cause that low level of unemployment? Or are you
Yes.
just saying it's his fault because it happened while he was president?
Yes, it was the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act directly led to that low unemployment.
Okay, well, that's not true because the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, according to a study done by a financial institute by the names of Brookings, led to no new macro-level business reinvestment, and it would have required new macro-level business reinvestment in order to fund the new jobs that it created. So I'm actually not willing to believe that it created all those new jobs.
Well, so is there a source for that, or is that just your CNN, MSNBC, ABC News?
It's a study done by Brookings. Brookings is a financial institution.
Well, Brookings is brought by the fake news. We already know. About that.
So you just want to call it fake news because it disagrees with what you think? Why are you acting like Trump, sir?
That's not what I want to do at all. I think Fox News is fake news, but Trump.
So let me
Trump
tell
is
you.
doing
So
what
you haven't even read the study and you just already think it's fake. Sir, I want to clarify. I love debating, but I hate quote unquote debating when the person. All right, everybody. Well, listen, I am so surprised. I'm so surprised by these Trump supporters today. Let me tell you something about these Trump supporters today. They're terrible. I mean, we're having these conversations. I'm providing the solutions. We're having these debates. And I mean, just the immediate reaction from every single one of these Trump supporters is to run away, blast music, or start trolling once they lose. Scarlett, appreciate you for that motorcycle. What's up, Tears? Are you MAGA? Tears said goodbye. I actually see Tears in the chat quite a bit. I'm led to believe that Tears is MAGA. I wish I could add a conversation with him. And also, if you're one of the 20,000, wow, that's a lot of people on that TikTok stream. First of all, I appreciate you guys for being here. I love that I can speak my mind to so many people, and that this is my way of pushing our country forward. It makes me so happy that, my words are far-reaching. I really appreciate you guys for being in here. It means the world to me. You guys don't even know. It means so much to me that I have so many people that could hear my ideas. Pound, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Not at all. I just had a question for you, boss.
For sure. Ask a question while I'm loading that next guest up in here.
All right, bet. So why do you think he's freeing all the rappers and all that? What's that about?
Great. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect you and then move on. If I had to take a guess, just trying to just do it for younger Americans to try to get their support. Basically, I mean, I think that was also his angle with the TikTok ban. What's going on, Carbon? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm 16. I just don't know.
All right, you got to be at least 18 to join TikTok Live. If you're looking for a better understanding of politics, I think that you're in the right place, but I just recommend listening in to what we got to say. While we're loading that next guest up, Keaton, thank you for the $10 donation over on Venmo, saying if you debated Trump, it would be embarrassing for a country. It'd be embarrassing for Trump, that's for sure. Jesus Christ, that'd be terrible. As well as Paige with a 5 on Venmo. And Chandra, thank you for the 10. Chandra says, thanks for giving us hope in the younger generation. I appreciate you for that love, Chandra. What's up, JJ? Are you MAGA?
I am.
All right, how old are you?
I'm 19. I was born in 2006.
Cool. JJ, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, this Trump guy, this absolute menace to society.
All right, so basically...
Okay, all right. Well, that's probably the best argument we've heard all damn day long. Wow. Some dude shitting his pants on the mic gives us more intellectual wisdom and insight into the MAGA worldview than every other guest that has been on all day long. That was the most informative and worthwhile conversation in the last 52 minutes of our stream. All right, everybody, we're going to go to get that next guest up here. If you're watching, you're like, hey, this Dean guy's pretty cool, and you want to support me and you want to donate to me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. What's up, Mason? How old are you?
I'm 19, man.
What year were you born in?
06.
06. What time is it?
3:53.
Yeah, what state are you in?
I'm in Tennessee.
Okay, all right, I believe you. What's up, 2,000 Count Army? You MAGA?
Yes, I am.
All right, we're going to go in and do a little bit of a 1v2, okay? All right, let's do a 1v2. Armando, thank you for the galaxy. And Justin, with the $10 over on that YouTube Super Chat. Take it away, you two. Convince me that I should support President Donald J. Trump, who in my mind is the worst president out of all three of our lifetimes combined.
You want me to start or him?
Yeah, you can go ahead and start.
Okay.
Take it away.
Well, I really have why I think this. Why I support.
Okay, all right. Tennessee Central. He lied. I guess it's just you. I had to kick him because he was lying about where he's from. He had a little bit of a British accent there too. He's from over the pond. So 2000 account Army. I'm gonna start with you. I got a question. Are you in the Army? Did you serve in the Army? Are you a veteran?
No, that's just an account name.
Okay, all right. Mr. Stolen Valor, tell us why you support Trump.
Not stolen valor, but
I know, I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I got you. But yeah, no, I support them for all the things that they stand for. Immigration reform, and he's for economy, and I know that some of those principles are valued differently from our party to y'all's party, but obviously there are things you guys would prioritize above those things.
Yeah, let me just ask you a question real quick. I don't think I've ever asked this question before, so this is a new one for the frequent viewers. Now we're getting some new content. Do you think that his immigration reform is good for the economy?
Is immigration reform good for the economy? That's an interesting question. I would say that it will obviously have an impact to some degree. But would I say is overall bad for the economy? I mean, that remains to be seen. I mean, they've been deporting people for a long time, and our economy's been the same for a long time. So,
I think that we could pretty definitively say that mass deportation is bad for the economy. So undocumented immigrants are taxpayers. I mean, when you forcefully remove taxpayers from the market, I mean, the market's weakened. They also contribute $300 billion per year to the GDP. And that's not even touching how forcefully removing millions of individuals from the American labor force will destabilize our manufacturers, weaken our industries, and reduce our overall productive capacity. So, I mean, I think that it's an idea that should be discussed here is that, as mass deportation is really bad for the economy.
You have any figures for that? You have like a study for that?
I do. So undocumented immigrants pay $105 billion per year in taxes on the federal, state, and local levels. I have two sources. The most obvious source is going to be the IRS, and as well as the studies done by the Institute on Tax. Bless me. Bless me. Sorry. I meant to say excuse me. I'm sorry, everybody. Excuse me, not bless me. As well as studies done by the Institute on Taxation and Economics to explain and further justify what the IRS would say.
So I hear what you're saying. I heard you say that they contribute, but I didn't hear the study where it says that, ultimately that people being deported has an effect on the economy.
Oh, wait, you don't need a study to say that. You just need common sense. If they're in the country, they pay $300 billion towards the GDP per year and pay $100 billion in taxes per year. You take them out of the economy, they're not going to pay taxes anymore. They're not going to contribute to the GDP anymore. That's bad.
Yeah, but, we have people reaching working age and getting new jobs all the time as well. So it's not like those people aren't, it's not like someone's not coming and filling that void at some point.
The void isn't filled because at the end of the day, regardless of how many people you have reaching working age and getting a job, you'd still have more people working more jobs, paying more in taxes, and contributing more to the GDP if the undocumented immigrants weren't deported.
Like I said, there have been deportations for a long time. The economy's still going.
That's not a valid argument ever. Maybe if we never did the deportations in the first place, it would have been better for the economy. Our GDP would be much higher than it is now.
Yeah, but then that's a good argument. But then on the other side of that, how would the crime rate look?
Well, the crime rate would actually be lower. Can we agree that a lot of violent crime is consequential of poverty?
Can we agree that violent crime is always...
I didn't say always. I said a lot of violent crime is consequential of poverty.
I would say violent crime is situational, but I would say that in more impoverished areas, yeah, it would be more common, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, are we going to have higher levels of poverty or lower levels of poverty with reduced GDP growth, stagnation in wages, reduced economic productive capacities, and weakened labor forces? We're going to have more poverty. So actually, mass deportation, because it weakens our economy and leads to more poverty, will therefore result in the consequent of higher levels of crime.
I don't know, man. That's a slippery slope. That is a slippery slope.
Tell
That's
me
a
where I went wrong. Point number 1, mass deportation weakens the economy. Point number 2, a weaker economy leads to higher levels of poverty. Point number 3, higher levels of poverty leads to higher levels of crime and violent crime. Conclusion, mass deportation leads to higher levels of crime and violent crime.
So you're saying when you mass deportate people that are not residents of the country, crime goes up?
Deportate. So you deport individuals. You don't deportate individuals. And I mean, yeah, that's what the argument concludes. Where did I go wrong? See, I'm about logic and reason here. I gave you the argument. I broke it down into 4 points and one conclusion. If you disagree with the conclusion, you got to tell me where in my points I went wrong.
Well,
see, I don't know what it is, but I seem to be like pretty sensical here. It seems pretty common sense that I'm right. Leads to a weaker economy. Weaker economy means more poverty. More poverty means more crime.
I don't know that that's a common sense thing, man. About deportating people that aren't from the country would increase the wages of the country and help with the crime rate. I don't necessarily know if I mean, I would just have that. Seeing is believing. I just have to see that for myself. I mean,
but this is now you're just rejecting reason. I feel like that's what a lot of people have to do in order to remain a Trump supporter. Is they got to reject reason, and you even need to be a little bit of a hypocrite because why are you acting like you care about crime, sir? You voted for a criminal.
I don't know, man. That's a slippery slope too. I mean, if a guy,
it's not a slippery slope. It's a fact. He was convicted of 34 felonies and held liable for raping a woman.
That is a slippery slope. I mean, if someone goes 70 years without being charged with a crime, and then all of a sudden they run for president and they get charged with some crimes, that's a little weird.
That shouldn't be weird at all. I mean, we could agree that people in political offices that deportate political offices. Jesus Christ! Now I'm playing into it. People in political offices, they're going to be under more scrutiny, and that's going to be justified because they hold the power. Okay, we should definitely know who's running the country, who holds the power, who's in control. And honestly, I don't think that's strange at all. I think that's something that we should do for every single president. If there's somebody that's running this country and they've committed crimes that we know of that we could prove to be the case, then we should prove it to be the case when they're in that office or running for that office. That makes perfect sense. Now, also, this isn't an argument against shit. And if you think that he's innocent and that the criminal justice system is unreliable as it applies to Trump, who's to say that it's reliable as it applies to undocumented immigrants? How can we truly determine who's here without residency or citizenship through a criminal justice system if it's so bad that it's going to falsely convict our president?
I don't know. I guess it depends on whether or not you feel like that the DOJ has been weaponized at certain points in time.
How about this? Do you think it's been weaponized against Trump, right?
I'm not going to say that it hasn't been.
Right, so you think that it has been. And what are the 34 felonies that he was found guilty of?
I mean, my understanding of it is they're all related to funding things.
Do you know what they are or not? Do you know what they are or do you not know what the 34 felonies are?
I mean, they're all in relation to money. It has something to do with finance.
So you don't know what the felonies are. So they're the falsification of business records with a second step intent to commit another crime. Now, you didn't even know what the felonies were, but you think that he was innocent and you think that the DOJ was weaponized against him. Sir, this is cult-like behavior.
I don't know, man. Like I said, again, if a 70-year-old man...
No, face the facts. Listen to what I'm saying. This is cult-like behavior. You don't even know what he was found guilty of, but you think he's innocent.
I don't know the specific charges because, I mean, I'm not a lawyer.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if you don't think you should know what the specific charges are unless you're a lawyer, then you definitely wouldn't know if he's innocent, even though he was found guilty unless you're a lawyer. But I mean, I guess you hold different standards there, right?
No, not really. Like I said, I mean, you earlier you were referring to a lot of things, saying it's common sense. Is common sense. Well, common sense would tell me if someone has gone 70 years of their life, never been charged with something, and then all of a sudden they're being charged.
That's
with
also
something.
not true. That's still not true. No, he was sued by the Justice Department of the state of New York in the 70s for not renting to black people. He was investigated by the DOJ and the FBI for colluding with the Russian mafia. The state of New York had their DOJ in the 90s find members of the Russian mafia to be hiding in his estates. In the early 2000s, he was sued over 1,000 times. He hasn't gone all of his life without being charged or found guilty of anything. This dude's been breaking the law for as long as we've been alive, and I mean, you just haven't heard about it until he's run for office.
I mean, if he's been breaking the law the whole time he's been alive, how come we've never heard about him being in jail?
How come we never heard about him being in jail? Because guess what? When you're a rich man with money and power, you don't go to jail when you break the law. You pay money.
I don't know, man. It's a slippery slope.
No, it's not a slippery slope. He paid $10 million to the New York Justice Department in the 90s because he was violating the Civil Rights Act and not renting to black tenants. He didn't go to jail for that. He just gave him $10 million.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean,
you don't know. Okay, God, you don't know anything. Let me ask you a question. Do you hold any red lines against Trump?
Red lines? Like stuff that would make me disown him.
Yeah.
Yes, I do.
I don't believe you. Can we test that?
Yeah, we can test it.
Now, let me be clear. This isn't something Trump has done because he's a good guy. Okay, Trump is a very good guy. He would never do this, so this is merely hypothetical. If Donald Trump, hypothetically, once again, he's never done this because he's a great guy. If he hypothetically did this thing that he hasn't done, if he hypothetically perved on naked teenagers and grown adult women while they're getting undressed in their changing rooms and like boasted about how beautiful they looked and thought it was funny and cool, would you still support him?
I feel like you're telling me a statement that he has said before.
No, he seriously hasn't done this. Fine, we'll just replace the hypothetical president with somebody else. If Biden did this, would this be a red line that you'd hold against Biden?
If he did what exactly?
What I just said, boasted about perving on naked teenage girls and grown women while they're getting undressed and naked in their changing rooms, then like boasted about it like it was a cool, good thing.
Now, if he said that, or if he was caught doing that,
he did it and then he talked about it. I mean, said it or caught doing it. I mean, two different sides of the same coin. I don't see any difference.
Well, to me, you know, the legal standard is innocent until proven guilty, right?
So we're assuming that, you know, we know he's done this.
Who's assuming that?
Like in this hypothetical question, if you know he did this with certainty, would you ever support him again?
Oh, like if there was like he was
definitive proof. There is definitive proof.
Oh, I mean, if there was definitive proof, like if they had a smoking gun and they got a video of Donald Trump like hiding behind some stuff, oh yeah, for sure.
You never support him again?
Never.
Under any circumstances.
If I saw like a video clip of something that really convinced me, like a video clip of this guy hiding behind some shit.
Right. If you were really convinced that he actually did this, you would what would you say? What would you say to me right now?
I mean, if I actually saw him doing an action on footage of, or they had proof, they had like stamped like.
What would you say? What would you say to me?
Oh, I would say, holy shit, I'm wrong.
And then you'd say that you no longer support Trump.
I would. I mean, like I said, if like I said, not if there was a recording of him saying something, but if like I said,
if it was just like whatever it would take to give you certain evidence that it happened, right?
Yeah, like if I actually, man, if they really,
and you say I no longer support Trump, right?
Yeah, I mean, like if it was just something, like I said, anything involving children or something.
You worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, you know, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with the vagina. And well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that You're like a everything is doctor. good. You're there. Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
How the hell are you going to wiggle your way out of this one? Let's see.
He says he gets away with seeing beautiful women getting dressed.
So he said that what he'll do is that before a show at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, he'll walk backstage into the women and teenage girls' dressing rooms while they're naked, and he's allowed to do it because he allowed himself to do it since he owns a pageant, and just to look at them while they're naked. And then he talks about how beautiful they look when they're naked without his consent, without their consent, because once again, it's a private women's dressing room. So, I mean, obviously, you like right before I rolled that clip, you said if you knew with certainty this is something he had done, you'd stop supporting him right now. I mean, you definitely now know with certainty it's something that he's done because he's admitted to it. But we all know you're not going to stop supporting him right now, and you're going to try to find some justification or excuse to continue to support him nonetheless, because that's what members of a cult do. So, are you going to absolutely gag me? Absolutely humble Dean Withers by proving me wrong by saying that you no longer support him? I mean, seriously, I'd be gagged. Or are you going to do exactly what I'm saying you will do, which is come up with some trivial, baseless excuse to continue to support him? Take it away. What's your response, man?
Honestly, my response to that is that he's the president for another 3.5 years, and after that, after it's done, or if he's impeached, you won't hear me promoting him.
Oh, well, see, now you're doing what I said you would do. Find some trivial, baseless excuse. No, before I rolled you that clip, you didn't say that you'd support him until the end of his term. You said that you'd stop supporting him right now. So why did things change, Mr. Hypocrite?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I won't support him. I'm saying there's nothing I can do. He's already president.
Oh, what you can do is you could say that you are no longer MAGA. You don't support Trump. He's somebody that shouldn't be the president. You don't support his presidency because he's violated a very clear red line that you've set, and now he's lost your support. You're on the same side as me against Trump.
I would say if that clip is true, I would say I would say morally I can't support someone like that. Yeah, you're right.
Well, I mean, we're making progress here. You're about 50% of your way to absolutely gagging me because I said that you wouldn't stop supporting him. You're about to cook Dean, okay? But we have one more step to take because you said if that clip is true. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is true.
Yeah, I guess at this point in the game, if that's real, then yeah, I really don't have any choice but to not support him.
So so you're saying once again if it's real. So what do I need to do to prove to you that it is? So it goes from if it's real to it is real. I don't support him.
I don't really know. I don't know where it came from. It's my first time hearing it.
Okay, so what I could do is tell you where it came from. It came from the Howard Stern radio show that was recorded live in person on April 11th, 2005. So now do you accept that it's real?
I do accept that it's real.
So you no longer support Trump?
No.
You've gagged me, man. You've absolutely you've gagged me. You've cooked me. I said that you would still continue to support him, and I was wrong. I got cooked. Amen to that. Guess what? Now your grandchildren will not reflect back on their grandpa 50 or 60 years from now and ask you why you were on the wrong side of history, standing against the good. I hope that you mean what you say. It's incredibly meaningful to me, and thousands of other people watching right now that, what you're saying here is true and that you mean it. And I appreciate you for making that concession, and I truly hope you have the best rest of your day possible, and I truly hope you mean what you're telling us.
Yeah, man. Like I said, I came here for a debate, and I wasn't expecting to hear that. So, I really ain't got nothing to say. I guess that's a wrap for Trump.
Now, if you happen to have, some more free time today, I'm going to be live for another 2 hours and 48 minutes. And I'm sure in the next 2 hours and 48 minutes, I'm going to have conversations with Trump supporters about the economy, about immigration, about everything else surrounding his policy. maybe it's worthwhile you hearing me out for something I have to say about that as well. So it's not only an issue of character, but also an issue of policy. Now, have a good rest of your day, bro.
Hey, appreciate it, man.
Of course. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Sin, thank you for the Rainbow Master. Guys, that is what conversations are supposed to look like. That is what conversations are supposed to look like. That is what, that is how a normal person should respond to these facts of Trump. That is how they should respond. And, hopefully, I say this a lot. There's a lot of Trump supporters out there that aren't evil people, but they're just simply ignorant people. Okay? And the ignorant people that support Trump simply just don't know what they should know about him. And of course, you could apply fault on themselves for not doing the research because everybody should have by this point. But when we come across, people that aren't evil and support him, but rather people that are ignorant and support him, those are minds that can be changed, just like his. That was awesome. What's going on, Dribble? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 45.
45, awesome. Well, let's go ahead and hop into our debate. Before we do, Justin, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. I'd also like to thank Edward for the $5 on Venmo for radicalizing you. You got it, Edward. Scott with a $25 over on Venmo. Scott says, educating MAGA is endless. You do an outstanding job. Very entertaining watching you. Thank you for the love, Scott. Shout out to Scott for the 25. Sadra for the 10 and Katrina with the 10. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Take it away, Mr. Dribble. Why do you support Trump?
I'm not your typical Trump supporter.
You might be.
I support Trump because I believe income inequality around the world is the real problem. And the only way to bring light to that is to allow a born millionaire to buy his way into office with all his corporate cronies to show America and the rest of the world just how bad things can get. And I hope things get a lot worse in America.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Dude, this is the best argument I've ever heard. You hate income inequality so much that you want more income inequality. You gotta love it.
Yeah. I want things to...
We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next guest, everybody. I mean, we're just simply not even gonna give that the time of day. He said, yeah. He said he hates it so much that he wants more of it, guys. Wow. So true, guys. So true. What's going on, Braden? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
All right, before we hop. Oh my God! Oh my gosh! Allah! That is ALLA! Thank you so much for the $250 donation on PayPal! What the frick? Dude! Allah says, thank goodness for a young generation like you. That is so incredibly kind of you. Holy shit! Can we please get at least 10,000 Allah W's down below in the chat for the $250 donation. That is seriously so insane. I do not deserve that at all. That is so much goddamn money. That is crazy. Okay, while we're hopping into the next debate with Brandon down here, please show some love to Allah. And Allah, if you're listening, if you're watching right now, that is so incredibly kind. I do not deserve that at all. You are an incredibly kind-hearted person, and just know that I truly appreciate you. Huge shout out to Allah down below in that chat. I'm in a good mood. Holy cow! Thank you, Allah, once again. Let's go and hop into the next debate. Continue to show Alice some love in those comment sections. Mr. Braden, why do you support the Orange Menace?
Before? Is that okay? About recent history?
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007. June.
I don't trust it, everybody. We're going to move on to the next guest. If you happen to be one of the 20.5 thousand people listening in, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, everybody. Let's try to get up to 5 million likes, everybody. We are so close. We're at 2.8 million. Holy cow, and we're only an hour into the stream, as well as Miss Elizabeth with the $50 donation over on PayPal. Elizabeth says, thank you so much for all that you do. Elizabeth, I love you. That is so incredibly kind of you. And I read the rest of your message there. It is so incredibly kind. Let's get 500 Elizabeth W's to accompany the spam of Allah W's down below in that chat. Once again, shout out Allah and Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. Mark, are you MAGA?
Dean, please run for president. Please.
I don't know. Well, first of all, I appreciate you for the love, Mark. I don't know if I'll ever do that. The presidency truly is a really hard job. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I'm cut out for the presidency. I don't know if that's quite me, but it's something I do hear a lot. What's going on, White Heart? Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
That is a child. What about you, Justin? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, of course.
Are you driving?
No, I'm walking to work.
Okay, all right. We got a little bit of background noise, so I'm going to mute you when you aren't talking, but take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president. Yeah.
I just want to get the hard-working family man out this country. I think it'll make everything a lot better.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. A little bit too much background noise there. I would have let you up, but just a little bit too much background noise. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Once again, make sure we're double tapping, sharing out that live, spamming that chat. Go ahead and put a MAGA down below with your age if you do want to come up and debate. What's going on, Corbin? You MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you, man?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
And why the hell do you support the worst president of your life, Donald Jimothy Trump?
Who do you want to win the election?
Who did I want to win the election?
Yeah.
Well, duh, Kamala Harris.
I mean, everybody that runs, I'm not saying they're good people, but everybody's done their fair share of bad stuff.
Okay, so that
You're
means
not
that
gonna
we should
find a
look at
perfect
who's done the smallest amount of bad things, right? It's called the lesser of two
Yeah.
evils.
Yeah.
Would you say that Kamala Harris has done more bad than Trump, and that's why you support him?
No, but I'm just saying, I just feel like he was the better fit.
Okay.
He has experience, so.
Okay, so why do you think he's a better fit? Take it away.
I mean, he was already president, so I mean,
He was
that's
already
another thing.
he was already president. Well, I mean, what did he do this first presidency? He increased income inequities. He didn't push our country further, and he spent $8.6 trillion. I don't know. I didn't want to do it again, but here we are. Oh, not to mention, I almost forgot about January 6th and his fake electorate plot, where he tried to rig and steal the outcome of a presidential election. And his official legal defense was that because he was president when he did it, it shouldn't be illegal.
I mean, what do you think about the border stuff? Because that's, I don't know, I'm kind of...
Is that the pivot to the border stuff? Well, how about before we address the border and immigration?
I mean, I don't
you give me
remember
your
a lot
thoughts on
from
what I
his
just
first
said.
election. I don't remember a lot from his first
Well, I mean, if you
election,
don't
so I'm
remember
not-
a lot from his first term, then maybe you shouldn't be using his first term to justify why you support
Well, I'm
him
just
today.
saying
That's
it's more
only fair, right?
experience. I mean, wouldn't you want somebody experienced, though?
Well, I mean, that means you should have wanted Kamala Harris. She had more experience than Donald Trump.
Not as a president, though.
She served in all three branches of the government. She was more effective as a vice president than he was as the president.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know about that. I mean, she helped pass some of the most
Oh,
monumental legislation we've ever seen in this country. The PACT Act, the Chips and Science Bill, the Infrastructure Bill, okay? The $30 cap on the price of insulin. I mean, the American Rescue Plan. All of these things. I mean, what did Trump do?
In his first election?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm saying I don't remember much, but
Right. Okay. So we see that she did more when she was VP than he did when he was P.
yeah, I guess, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean,
mean-
that sounds like a concession to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I mean, yeah, I can't say you're wrong on that.
Well, that's awesome, man. I appreciate your honesty. Do you have any other reasons why you like the guy?
I like the border policies.
You
I
like-
think that's
Yeah,
I think that's the big thing.
I don't. I hate his border policies because
Wow.
everything he's ever done for immigration has been counterintuitive, has hurt America, and has not served to fix any meaningful issue in the long term.
Why though? Like, I feel like wouldn't you want a closed border?
I want a border that allows for as many individuals to enter into America with a legal means as possible, so
Yeah,
we could
yeah,
eradicate all incentive for undocumented entry now and in the long term. But when has Donald Trump ever talked about fixing the legal means of entry into this country?
I mean, I feel like he's trying to make them come in the right way, and maybe he's not handling it the best.
I reject that he's trying to make them come in the right way, because to try and make them come in the right way would be to make the legal means of entry into America easier. The only reason why so many
Yeah.
individuals don't enter in the right way and instead opt for undocumented means of entry is because the legal means of entry are unattainable as they take so long. Can you give me an example of him ever speaking at a mic saying that he wants the legal means of entry to be easier and more accessible by many?
I mean, I feel like he's doing this because too many have came in the wrong way. Like you
Okay,
can't
so you
even
said that
you
you
can't
feel like
even
he's.
lie.
You said that he feels. You said that you feel like he's doing this. So it should be easy to point to a policy, a mandatorium, an executive order, or at the bare minimum, a time that he's just said that he wants to do this at a microphone. Give me an example of any of those things.
Like where he wants to make it easier for
Yes.
people to come in the legal way.
Yes, 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 yes. Give me.
Well, the first thing we have to do before he does that,
Galaxy, you're not answering the question, man. I don't know what to tell you, but you're definitely not answering
you want me
the
to give
question.
you want me to give you an example of what he said.
I want any evidence that he's doing this, because the only evidence we have is actually evidence that suggests that not only is he not doing it, but he's actively fighting against it. Remember when he torpedoed the bipartisan border bill under the Biden-Harris administration? You know that bill would have further funded courts along the southern border to expedite all claims of legal immigration, citizenship, residency, asylum, and refugee. And he told Republicans to vote against the bill. So the only time we've seen Trump involved with policy that would have made legal immigration easier was him stopping it from being passed.
Yeah. But I also feel like it shouldn't be easier and
Appreciate you for the convo. Thomas, go to unmute that mic for me, man. All right, well, we're getting that next guest going here, everybody. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen.
Hello?
What's up, Thomas?
How you doing?
Thomas,
I'm
I'm
doing
doing
good. How you-
I'm
how you
doing
doing,
all
sir?
right. I'm doing all right, man. Are you MAGA? Do you support that tyrant in DC?
I
Thank you for the
am MAGA.
motorcycle. Cool.
I am MAGA.
Cool. How old are you?
But me and my family recent MAGA. I just turned 19. Trump's the first president that I was able to vote for. But my family and my grandfather had a long history of voting Democratic. My father was in he was served in his town in the Democratic Party.
Okay. All right. Well, let's talk about why you support Trump. And before you
So-
before you tell us why you support Trump, I got to thank Greeny for the $20 super chat over on YouTube. Let's get 200 Greeny W's down below. And oh my lord, Fashion Y, that is how their name is spelled. It's probably pronounced Fashion-y, but it's spelled Fashion Y. Thank you for the $110 donation over on PayPal. Oh my god, Fashion Y. Yo, let's get 1,000 Fashion YWs down below in the comment section for the $100 plus dono. They say, Dean, you educate me and so many people. I'm glad that you're doing this for America. Much love, Dean. Much love to you as well, Fashion Y. I really appreciate that. That is so incredibly kind. Like I said to Ali, I do not deserve that. That is so incredibly kind of you. Huge shout out to Fashion Y in that chat. And also shout out to Scarlett for all the motorcycles. I really appreciate you for the love. Now, take it away. Why do you like the tormented tangerine? Let's hear it.
So I see a lot of people on here saying that they like Trump as a person. I don't believe Trump's that greatest human being that people say he is. I just like some of the stuff he's doing in the country. My main point for Trump was immigration. As you know, the United States have a big homeless crisis of American citizens. So I believe that immigrants in construction and the trades, they uphold our economy. But I believe that my grandparents, my family, other Mexicans and other people from other countries had to come here legally, and that it's unfair that they had to come here legally, but other people can't. They didn't get to be here without having the right paperwork. And
So you
everything
think
else.
that the legal immigrants are being slapped in the face, and that's why you support Trump, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. I am fine with them coming.
Can I
here.
just get a yes or no, man?
From about what?
So the reason you support Trump is because you think that legal immigrants are getting treated unfairly by the undocumented immigrants that are just coming in.
Yeah, I believe it was a slap in the face to the legal immigrants.
Right. Well, I'll agree that legal immigrants are getting slapped in the face, but are you ready for the zinger?
Yeah, let's hear it.
It's not the undocumented immigrants that are slapping them in the face. It's the American Congress that's slapping them in the face. Because it's the American Congress that have neglected the legal means of entry into America since the 90s. It is our government's fault that citizenship could take 10 to 15 years to achieve. It is our government's fault that the immigrants have to wait for years and years and years and years before they could even start the process to file to become a resident or a citizen. Okay, it
I
is
agree.
it is not the fault of the undocumented immigrants. In fact, I even think that undocumented immigrants are being slapped in the face by our government because
No,
the
they are.
only reason they came into this country with the use of undocumented means is because the legal means are so unattainable at the fault of our government. And when they do come into our country with the use of undocumented means, guess what? Our president turns around, says he doesn't know if they have constitutional rights. He's violating them, deporting them without due process, violating withholding orders, treating them like they're subhuman, radicalizing his supporters by identifying them as an enemy, even though they're 2 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 4 times less likely to commit petty and property crimes. But guess what? They're worse than Jeffrey Dahmer. They're going to eat your dogs and cats. They're going to kidnap your wife and rape your children. They're MS-13 gang member pedophiles. They are getting slapped in the face by our government too. Okay? All right? And I'll tell you, I don't think that the Democrats are Jesus 2.0 on immigration policy. I think that there's a lot of progress that has to be made there too. But they're definitely better than Trump and Republicans. So in other words, if you care about immigrants getting slapped in the face, Trump and Republicans, they'd be your very last solution. They'd be your very last pick, your very last choice, the very last people you look to do something about it.
Okay. I agree with you, Stan. I don't believe it should take that long to become a United States citizen. But I believe that closed border leads to lower drugs. And I believe that if we deport the people who aren't legally
That's not true.
supposed to be
That's
here-
not what you just said is not true.
About the drugs?
Yeah.
There is several studies
What
show that
what
drugs
percentage?
are coming through the border.
Yeah, but where are they coming through the border?
They've came through the Mexican border, they came through the
I
Canada
know,
border.
but how are they coming through the border?
On immigrants.
No, citizens. 85 to 95% of the DRUGS that are brought into America over the border are brought in by citizens. Has Donald Trump ever, even once, stood at a mic in front of a podium and said that he wants to crack down on the citizens coming across the border?
No, he is not.
My point.
That's a fair point. That's a valid point. That's why I want to have this conversation with you, because I don't want to lean too far to the right. I want to be able to see through both sides. Now, I'm sure you see what's going on in LA with the protests. Are you aware? Have you seen Beverly Hills and the homeless crisis up there? They're struggling to sell their homes because of
the homeless crisis in Beverly Hills.
That's a little far stretch, but there is
the
huge,
homeless crisis in Beverly Hills. That's a new one.
there is a huge.
Now,
some of the people have.
So you think that we should do something about homeless people in America, right?
So what I'm looking at is a lot of homeless people that I see around where I live in Massachusetts. They're American. Okay.
Name one thing that any Republican has ever done for homeless people, including Trump.
They haven't. I'll agree with you on that. They haven't.
Then so I mean,
But I believe that
why would you be bringing up homeless people to
I'm gonna
support a
get to that
party that doesn't help homeless people?
I'm gonna get to that point in a second.
Okay.
I got you on that.
Okay, I'm
I
really
believe
interested. Yeah.
that if we get rid of those illegal migrants that are holding up the construction and the trades and the economy, if we get rid of them, the economy will go down a little bit. But I believe it will free up more jobs for the homeless Americans who are here legally that can't really do anything because they can't find a job.
That's not true. There's 8 million open job opportunities in America right now. And B, when you deport undocumented immigrants, because you're making the economy worse, as you conceded, there'll be less job opportunities.
Okay.
I mean,
Another main
think
point-
about it. You slow GDP growth by $300 billion per year. You cut the overall pool of consumers that buy goods from American companies. You forcefully expel millions of workers from the labor force, reducing our productive capacities, destabilizing our manufacturers, and you reduce government income so they can't turn around and subsidize our producers. You're going to have less job opportunities.
No, you're absolutely right. Another main point that I see between the Republican and Democrat Party is the Second Amendment. I want to know how you feel about that.
Well, okay. I agree with common sense gun reform, but I also think that gun ownership can be important. I think that if you're a good person, you should be able to own a gun. If you're a bad person, you shouldn't. For that reason, I support common sense gun reform. Now, I'm gonna go and assume that you're pretty pro 2A, right?
I am pro guns, yeah.
What if I told
But
you that Donald Trump passed unconstitutional gun reform in his first administration that infringed upon your Second Amendment rights?
I know about them. I've seen some of them.
Yeah, that was a bump stock ban that he passed. What if I told you that the Biden-Harris administration actually didn't pass any gun regulation at all?
I wouldn't doubt it because I
Right.
didn't see much of
Right,
legislation passed by them.
So it makes sense if you're pro 2A. I don't even need to give you a counter argument here. Donald Trump shouldn't be your guy. You looked at the options. One passed gun control that violated your Second Amendment rights. One didn't. The decision was obvious.
I just want to talk about mainly about the Second Amendment.
I'm
gun bans.
more so interested in discussing like why you support Trump, and I don't really want to detour too far away from those motivations. Now, if you're saying
Okay.
that the Second Amendment is a motivation insofar as why you support Trump, I just simply ask you to respond to my argument there. Okay, he's passed unconstitutional gun reform. Why would any pro 2A American patriot support him?
If they were passed if they're unconstitutional and they were passed, why didn't the Supreme Court do something about it?
They did. They struck it down.
Okay, then why is it relevant? If it got struck down, why
Okay,
is it
well,
relevant?
then why is any unconstitutional gun reform that infringes upon your Second Amendment relevant?
I look at if it's unconstitutional and gets passed, then it's relevant. But if it's unconstitutional, it doesn't get passed, then why do people really care? Yes, they tried to do it, but
then this shouldn't be relevant to why you support Trump at all, because right now we have 6 conservative justices, 3 liberal justices. Any unconstitutional gun reform is going to get shot down like it did under Donald Trump's first administration, and like it would have under Biden, or like it would have under Kamala Harris. So therefore, the Second Amendment should be completely irrelevant to your stance on why you support Trump.
Okay, I'll listen to your argument about that. Okay, so another thing is, how do you feel about the protests in LA and how Trump is handling them?
Yeah, I think it's embarrassing for him. I think it's tyrannical. I think it's forceful. In fact, I think it's illegal, and I think it just shows his true colors, and it affirms everything that I've been saying for the last 7 months. So, A, he illegally deployed the California National Guard. He sent 2,700 of them to go protect government buildings from these protests that are 99% peaceful. Point number 1, he didn't have a legal right to do that, okay? Gavin Newsom is going to be the commander-in-chief of the California National Guard, not Donald Trump. That's why the state of California is now suing the Trump administration. Point number 2, there just simply wasn't any reason, okay? And they're taking away resources that could be delegated elsewhere. I mean, National Guardsmen and women have a job to do, and now what are they doing? Loitering and standing around government buildings, almost 3,000 of them, for why? Right? Point number 3 is just further inciting like riots. Okay, if you want to keep things peaceful, then you probably shouldn't be deploying the National Guards, the Marines, the Army. You shouldn't be fucking going whole on World War III on a bunch of protesters, shooting rubber bullets at journalists, and harming their own cars so it looks like riots. I mean, that's only going to cause riots. That's only going to cause people to go from peaceful to violent. That's only going to cause people to get pissed, get angry, and have something to say about it. And when you have thousands of people that are already pissed off because of the fascist, terrible policy of our president in a small, confined place, and you start shooting rubber bullets at people that are doing nothing but just recording and documenting what's going on, like they're going to get pissed and they're going to start rioting. So it's illegal. It's a waste of California's resources, and it's only going to make what would have been a peaceful protest violent. So I absolutely don't support it at all.
And I'm with you on that part about the documenters, because there is laws in place that prevent that from happening to them, and I think that was absolutely ridiculous that happened. But I want to get back to the point where you said 99% peaceful.
Right.
The police chief even said that they were being overwhelmed in the protests, and that's why he's
Where
not
do you
very
live?
Where I live, Massachusetts.
Right. So maybe you should talk to people from LA. Okay, like the news isn't going to tell you that they're 99% peaceful. The news isn't even going to show you that. They're going to get
I understand
clicks.
that,
They're
but the
going
police
to
chief
they're going to
said
go
in an
viral,
interview.
and they're going to get clicks for showing the riots. They're not going to go viral for showing the peaceful protesters.
No, absolutely. They're not going to show the peaceful protesters, because that's not what's going to get the Trump administration the people to believe what the Trump administration is doing is correct. Which, I don't get me wrong, I do believe there is peaceful protests there, because in every protest there's a peaceful part. But there is interviews of the police chief saying that he was overwhelmed, that they are overwhelmed.
They're going to be overwhelmed with the peaceful protests too. You understand that peaceful protesters are going to be are right now being pushed off the streets. I mean, I had 2 friends that went to the protest last night, and they were just peacefully protesting with a larger group of people, and the police was even pushing them off the streets. So, I mean, they're overwhelmed with peaceful protesters. But, man, I'm going to move on to the next guest. I appreciate you for coming up here.
All right, that's fine. Thank you.
Billion68, I want to talk to you, man. Go ahead and unmute that mic. I sent you an invite to unmute. Hello, Billy.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Are you MAGA?
I'm a conservative. I wouldn't say MAGA, but I mean I support a lot of what Donald Trump does, so I don't know what that concerns me.
So you're a Trump supporter. Well, I mean that's what
I
think.
I would say so. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm really sad to hear that, Billy.
Oh man, I'm bummed out that you're sad.
Why the hell do you support Trump? Lay it on me.
He's better. He was better than Biden for sure in his whole administration.
I completely disagree, but Biden's neither here nor there because he wasn't the other option. The other option
you
was
regret
Kamala Harris.
You don't regret your vote for Biden at all?
Well, I didn't vote for him because I was like 14.
Okay, but you would. I mean, you don't support anything that he did, though, right? I mean,
oh, Jesus Christ. I thought he was one of the best presidents for domestic policy specifically in American history. His domestic policy was awesome.
Is there anything that would make you change your mind on that?
Well, is there anything that would make me change my mind on that?
Yeah, is there any piece of evidence that if you heard that you may question that?
Question the efficacy of his domestic policy?
Yeah, or just Biden in general. Like you posed that question earlier. Like, is there anything that if you heard it, you would say right here in front of your audience that I would not support Biden?
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, so there's nothing that I think like you could say to change my mind in the efficacy of his domestic policy. I mean, unless there's just something about it that I don't know. If there's something about it that I don't know, then sure, that's why I'm here. But maybe about just supporting him as a president. Sure. I mean, I think if you could show him to be like as a person.
Yeah, just like in general, like like you did, like you asked the same question to the other guy.
Like
same thing.
To stop supporting him as a person.
Yeah, because he was like, if you heard,
sure. I mean, I want to clarify that. Like there's a lot that Biden did that I don't support, like funding Israel. I just simply thought that he was the lesser of 2 evils. But I guess
you're talking more as a person.
As a person, I guess I don't really know too much about him as a person. I think that later in life he was a decent person outside of a couple actions. But I mean, I don't think that we should be debating about like Biden's personality. We should probably be debating about why you support Trump.
Well, you mind if I ask you a question and then you can tell me if you still think that you feel the same way as you do right now?
If you could explain its relevancy to the question over my head.
Right. Okay. Here we go. Well, let me just ask you this.
Well, I mean, can you explain its relevancy to the question?
Yeah, I'm going to show you why Trump is a better person ethically than he ever was.
Well, I don't even understand the relevancy there. I mean, that's crazy to say, but it's definitely not relevant. And the reason why I say it's definitely not relevant is because the alternative to Trump wasn't even Biden; it was Kamala Harris.
Well, it was the Biden administration, right? I mean,
no, it wasn't. The alternative was Kamala Harris.
So you won't answer the question about Biden.
I'm just not sure that it's relevant.
Okay, well, let me ask you, and then you can say if it's not relevant or not.
Well, I should refrain myself. I know it's not relevant. A comparison between Donald Trump and Joe Biden is not relevant to why you should support Donald Trump today. I would get its relevance if the alternative to a Trump presidency was a second Biden administration, but that was not the alternative. The alternative was Kamala Harris. Comparing Donald Trump and Joe Biden today is like comparing Donald Trump and Obama today, comparing Donald Trump and Bill today, comparing Donald Trump and Nixon today, comparing Donald Trump and JFK. I mean, could we agree that like a comparison between Donald Trump and JFK is not relevant to why you should support Trump? Could we agree that that's not relevant?
No, we can't agree on that. Let me explain why. We can't agree on that.
We can't agree that a comparison between JFK and Trump isn't relevant?
Well, let me answer you. Let me answer the question.
Sure.
The reason why we can't is because you hold different standards, or the Democrats hold different standards towards Trump than they do their own party. And that's why I was about to ask you a question, which you won't answer because I already know what you're going to say. I would love to read it to you, and I would love to see your face right now as I read it. And let your listeners listen to this. I'm going to read you a quote from Ashley Biden's diary, his daughter, okay? This is what it says. Was I molested? I think so. I remember having schmecks with friends at a young age and showers with my dad that were not appropriate. Now that you know that, that's from his daughter's diary. Let your users know now what you think of Joe Biden.
Okay, I have a question for you. Why do we have Ashley Biden's diary?
Because she left it somewhere and someone got it and it was leaked. I don't know.
I'll tell you more. It's because it was stolen by
Okay,
A.
I don't care about that. Is that not? Are you saying that is not true?
If you don't care about this, then I mean,
Do you
I think
the
that you're
diary
in
is
the
not
wrong
true?
case. I think
So
that the
you're
contents
skating
of,
around the question. Do you think the content is false?
I definitely don't think that the contents of the diary are
Okay, so what do you think about the
confirmed.
content now that you know that?
Well, how about you stop interrupting me so I could speak?
Okay.
So I definitely don't think that the contents of Ashley Biden's diary are confirmed. So the reason why I don't think that the contents of her diary are confirmed are for two reasons. The first reason why I don't think that they're confirmed is because A, it was stolen by Project Veritas, which was a very far alt-right leaning think tank, and which has a track record of manipulating documents in which they began on political opponents.
It wasn't stolen,
And
it was
B,
given to them.
Dude, they literally admitted that it was stolen by somebody in a home that Ashley Biden was living in, and then she turned around and sold it to them. They admitted to criminal activity. And then B, I also think it's relevant to point out that in a letter to the court, written, drafted, and sent to the court by Ashley Biden under deposition, it is the case that she said that there's been false allegations lobbed at her, as well as the people that she cares about, and that the contents of the diary have been severely misinterpreted. Now, what I will say is that if you believe the contents of the diary, an absence of the two facts that I just brought up to demonstrate that they're unverified, you would definitely believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll because the contents of that were verified by a unanimous jury of 9, correct?
False. He was never. In fact, ABC paid how many $1 million fine because they said what you just said. He was never convicted of rape. Are you saying right now that Donald Trump was convicted of rape? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that he was held liable for rape, for sure.
You're saying he was convicted. You just said that. Is that what you're saying right now in front of all your viewers?
So
Donald Trump was convicted of rape.
I actually didn't use the word convicted nor liable. I
Yes, you
literally
did. You just said.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and roll the tape back so I could disprove.
Roll
you.
back and see what you said.
I don't know why people are so disingenuous today.
But why did you say the Quote word? from Ashley Biden's diary? His daughter. Okay. This is what it says. Was I molested?
Do we have Ashley Biden's diary? It's because it was stolen by
Okay, I don't care about that.
in the
It's
wrong
not true.
case. I think that the
You're
contents
skating
of,
around the question. Do you think the content is false?
I definitely don't think that the contents of the diary are
Okay, so
confirmed.
what do you think about the content now
I
that
don't think that the contents of Ashley Biden's diary are confirmed. So the reason why I don't think that the contents of her diary are confirmed are for two reasons. The first reason why I don't think that they're confirmed is because A, it was stolen by Project Veritas, which was a very far alt-right leaning think tank, and which has a track record of manipulating documents in which they began on political opponents.
It wasn't stolen, it was
And
given
B, dude, they literally admitted that it was stolen by somebody in a home that Ashley Biden was living in, and then she turned around and sold it to them. They admitted to criminal activity. And then B, I also think it's relevant to point out that in a letter to the court, written, drafted, and sent to the court by Ashley Biden under deposition, it is the case that she said that there's been false allegations lobbed at her, as well as the people that she cares about, and that the contents of the diary have been severely misinterpreted. Now, what I will say is that if you believe the contents of the diary, an absence of the two facts that I just brought up to demonstrate that they're unverified, you would definitely believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll because the contents of that were verified by a unanimous jury of 9, correct?
false? He was never. In fact, ABC paid how many $1 million fine because they said what you just said. He was never convicted of rape. Are you saying right now that Donald Trump was convicted of rape? That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that he was held liable for rape, for sure.
You're saying he was convicted. You just said that. Is that what you're saying right now in front of all your viewers?
So
Donald Trump was convicted of rape.
I actually didn't use the word convicted nor liable. I
Yes, you
literally
did. You just said.
Sure. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and roll the. Billy, are you hearing shit?
Yeah, it said exactly what I said it did. You said that you said that he was found between the you said that he was found guilty of rape.
You're here? You're doubling down, pal? You're doubling down. Why the hell is he why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? We'll play it again. I don't know. It's funny to dunk on him. Let's do it again.
Yeah, do it again. Dude, let's listen to it. You're saying he was convicted. You just said that. Is that saying what you just said?
Contents of that were verified by a unanimous jury of 9. They're unverified. You would definitely believe that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll because the contents of that were verified by a unanimous jury of 9, correct?
False. He was never. In fact, ABC paid.
So I didn't say the word convicted.
How was rape verified?
Now,
How was rape verified?
We're not going to move on yet. I will tell you, but we're not going to move on yet because before we move on, I think I deserve an apology from you because
you verified rape.
Because
that wasn't
Mr.
never verified.
Oh, now we're going to go ahead and pause here real quick, Billy. You said that I used the word convicted. I told you I didn't. And then you say, yes, you did, Dean. You're lying to your viewers. You just said the word convicted. I said I didn't. You said
Verified
I
is
did.
convicted.
So then I rolled back the clip. I played you the clip, and I didn't use the word convicted. I'm owed an apology.
What's the difference between verified and convicted?
What's the difference between one word and a totally different
Yes,
word?
verified and convicted. Please
Yeah.
explain to your audience what the difference is.
Yeah, for sure. When I use the term verified, what I mean is found to be the case. When I use the term convicted, we mean found to be the case specifically in a criminal court.
Right. So he was never, but if in front of a jury, how
Yeah,
do you
that's true.
verify? How does a jury verify something that they didn't verify? They didn't convict him of rape. So how do you say that?
Yeah, so they did hold him liable for grape. And I'll explain, because when you say that he wasn't held liable for grape, all that you're trying to describe to me is when you look at the jury verdict form, what you see is the first question says, did Mr. Trump grape Miss Carroll? And they selected no, right? And because they selected no, that means they didn't hold him liable for grape. Well, I disagree, and here's why. Because in the state of New York at the time, their legal definition of grape was a penetration of the female member with a male member forcefully. However, they only found sufficient evidence to hold him liable for the penetration of her female member with his fingers forcefully. But like A, we both colloquially understand grape to include the penetration of a woman's female member with a male's fingers forcefully without consent. And B, the legal definition of the term grape has been updated in the state to reflect this understanding alongside 35 other states. And C, E. Jean Carroll called Donald Trump a rapist on live TV following the outcome of the civil suit. And then Donald Trump tried to countersue her, and a judge ruled that her claim that she had been raped by him was found to be substantially true. So yeah, the claim that Donald Trump was found to have raped E. Jean Carroll is absolutely the case, based upon the way that we colloquially use the term, based upon the way that the courts in that state use the term now, and based upon the outcome of
It
a
was not
countersuit
verified
filed
by
by
a
Donald
jury.
Trump.
Your comment that it was verified in front of a jury is false.
What action? What specific action did the jury hold Trump liable for?
What, sexual battery or something? I have to go back and look at it, but it was not rape. In fact, ABC News, why did ABC News pay millions of dollars to Trump for almost saying exactly what you just did?
Okay, I'll answer your question about ABC, but I hate that you won't answer mine. I'm a good guy, I'll answer yours nonetheless. So the reason why they paid him money is because they decided to settle outside of the court. They weren't found guilty, they settled. Now, the reason why I think that they settled was because if that court case were to have gone into discovery, they would have had to leak interpersonal communications between company employees, and I'm guessing they would rather pay money than do that. And honestly, I fucking hate ABC for settling outside of court, even though they were right and he was wrong, because it gives really uneducated Trump supporters like you an argument. But I want you to now go ahead and respond to the question I had asked you. What was the specific action, the very specific action that Donald Trump had done to E. Jean Carroll that the jury held him liable for?
Sexual abuse. And
So what action were they defining as sexual abuse? What did he do to her? Very specifically.
Well, she accused him of, I don't want to use the word.
If you don't know, just tell me and I'll tell you.
No, I'm just saying fingering.
He forcefully inserted his
Fingered her,
fingers
right.
into
Yeah, that's
her
what he
female member against her will without her consent. So, sir, do you define grape to include the penetration of a female member with a man's fingers as
I don't
forcefully
know.
as grape?
Honestly, dude, here's the deal. I know that she had the same accusation against somebody
I
else. of a
want
high
you to
power,
answer
and
my
I also
question.
know that. Listen, I also know
No, Billy. I'm 5 seconds away from muting you because you're deflecting from my question.
Yes, I would say that if I wouldn't say I don't know if it's rape, but I would say that if you are forcefully doing it, I don't know what their situation was. To be honest with you, and either do you. Nobody does. So
You're still deflecting from my question. My
No, I'm
question
not. I'm
was,
not.
my question very specifically was, do you consider the forceful penetration of a woman's female member with a man's fingers against her will and consent to be grape?
I would say, yeah, of course. I mean, if you're forcefully doing that to somebody, of course.
So then you think that the action that the jury held him liable for doing was grape. Thank you for the concession.
No, because they could not, under the term of what rape is, they could not do that.
Based upon what the law said, but both you and me just
so
agreed.
that's where I'm at, dude.
But
I'm like,
both you and me just agreed that we disagreed with what the law said.
Right, but you didn't ask me if I believe her. Why don't you ask me that question?
Well, that's actually a deflection to what we're having a conversation
Oh, no, but
about.
you didn't ask me,
because
but I'm
you've been
saying,
saying
yes,
this
but-
whole time that a jury did not find Donald Trump to have raped E. Jean Carroll. So we agreed that the action that the jury found sufficient evidence of is defined as grape by you, me, and the law in the state today. So in all reality, yeah, I can say that the jury found Donald Trump to have raped E. Jean Carroll. Concede that claim and we can move on. But not if you don't concede that claim or give me
you're saying if I
pushback.
don't agree, if we disagree on that you won't talk to me because I don't agree with you saying.
If
That's what you're
you
saying.
disagree with that, let's stay on topic with the claim that the jury found him to have raped her. Or we'll,
No,
but I'm not willing to allow you to
I'll
deflect.
change subjects, but it's hard for me to.
I'm
agree.
not going to
Yeah,
allow
won't
you
change
to
subjects.
deflect.
I get it. You're not
Either
gonna-
concede or
because
rebuttal.
You don't want to admit what you said, though. That's the problem.
I'm confused. We're literally talking about what I said. I'm trying to keep you on track in a debate without deflection about what I said.
No, you're trying to say something that didn't happen in court.
What happened in court was that the jury held him liable for forcefully penetrating her vagina with his fingers against her will. And then what happened in a countersuit when Donald Trump tried to countersue E. Jean Carroll for calling him a rapist on live TV is that the judge ruled that her claim that he raped her was substantially
Didn't
true.
she go on-
And then
wait,
what
didn't-
happened in all New York courts after that was they updated their legal definition of rape in 2023 to include what Donald Trump did to her. I actually do want to talk about what happened in the court. Now go ahead and respond. This man is short-circuiting. Everybody, I'm going to stop interrupting him now, but instead of me being the arbiter of keeping him on topic, I want everybody watching to be the arbiter of keeping him on topic. If he's not very specifically responding to the things that I'm saying relating to how, yes, they claim that Donald Trump was found to have raped her is true, related to how we colloquially define the term, how we use it, how the courts use it today in the countersuit relating to when Donald Trump lost because a judge ruled her claim was true, I want you guys to start booing him and laughing at him to keep him on
That's
topic.
great. Okay.
So go
All right.
ahead and
I am gonna
respond
keep on
very
topic right
specifically
now.
without deflection.
All right, here's my deflection. I'm going to give you a quote from what she said. From what she said. Okay, here we go.
Here's my deflection, he says.
Yeah, here's my deflection from what she said. It was not sexual. It just hurt. You tell me.
Wow, man. You're trying
She
to
said that
say
on
that a
CNN.
woman wasn't raped because she
She
didn't
said-
think that grape was sexual, but it was rather violent? What could
She
that
said that.
possibly mean?
She said that.
I think I know what that
She
means.
said that.
I'm pretty
I didn't
sure I
say
know
that. She
exactly.
said it.
I'm pretty sure I
She
know.
said it.
Are
She
you
said it.
Okay. Well, I heard you the first time. She did say that in an interview with Anderson Cooper. Can I talk now?
Correct. Yeah, go ahead.
Wow. What could a victim of grape possibly mean when they say that when they got graped, it wasn't sexual, it was violent and painful? Maybe it's that society can sexualize grape. What is CNC? What is fiction books about a kink of grape? What does it mean when she says that in all reality, grape isn't sexual, it shouldn't be sexualized because it's painful, because it hurts, because it's violent? The last thing on her mind is sex or sexuality, but rather a violent, painful attack and intrusion upon her bodily autonomy. It only takes around 5 brain cells and a water drop's worth of decency and empathy to understand exactly what she was saying. And if you deny what I'm saying, you're a part of the problem.
Okay. Can we go to the next subject? Because I got one more we're going to sit here and do this one. I don't want to do this. This is getting played out anyway.
Wow.
I got one more.
Wow. Literally
Okay, yeah,
no response.
Well, I'm saying this,
None.
yeah. If something's violent and not erotic or romantic in any way, yeah, dude, I would imagine that's sexual. I mean, people would find that to be sexual, abuse. But does that mean that someone? I don't know. That's a very complicated line going between something that is not that is violent and it's not erotic or romantic. That's a fine line. That's what she accused him of.
Wait.
Yeah,
When a
go
woman
ahead.
gets raped, you think it's a fine line to say that it wasn't erotic or romantic?
No, you're trying to skew my words. You totally mixed my. What I'm saying is, yes, there are people that really get raped, and that's horrible by all means. And I would accuse. I mean, if someone forcefully does something to someone, yes, I would say that. In her context, though, what she was saying is that what he did was violent. It wasn't erotic, and it wasn't
Grape is
romantic.
violent. Grape isn't
Right?
erotic. Grape
Correct.
isn't romantic.
It's forceful.
And where is the issue? I don't see the issue
My
with what
issue
she
is that-
said. I don't see the issue with what she said. I think what she said
Usually-
was true.
Okay, but usually, grape is done by forceful act, right?
Right, which is violent and which isn't
Right, but
romantic or erotic,
Well, hang on,
making
no,
what
no,
she
no, no,
said
no,
to
no,
be
no.
the case.
There are people that have. If what you're saying is true, that means if you have rough sex, and you're not erotic or romantic, you qualify as being a rapist, a grapist.
What? Wait.
What? That's what you're saying,
Would you
dude.
say that a lack of consent will be necessary in order to qualify sex as rape?
Yeah, but dude, here's the deal.
Okay. Is it
What
possible to
okay,
have?
how-
Is it possible to have rough sex with consent?
Without consent, you mean?
No. I mean with consent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so consensual rough sex doesn't qualify as grape because it was consensual. I honestly, man, a third grader would hopefully be able to tell you this.
Right. Yeah, I know. You're just trying to justify. You're trying to justify.
I mean, we
what you
seriously
said. You're
learn
trying to
about
justify what you
consent.
said,
We
that a-
seriously
that a-
learn
that
about
a jury-
consent in third grade.
You're trying to say that a jury verified that he was a grapist, and I'm telling you that there's no legal form in which they said that. No, I'm not.
okay.
I'm not disagreeing
All
with
right.
that he did something
Well-
violent or erotic or non-romantic. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But what I'm saying is,
Right.
you're using
So
the word
would you
grape, and that
say?
was absolutely
So
denied.
I just want to clarify on your position because when you say that they didn't legally find him to have raped Eugene Carroll, that's right. You're true. That's it.
Okay, good.
You're spot on.
That's all
but
I'm saying.
now I've given you about 1,000,000,001 arguments to say that we shouldn't care that they didn't find him to have raped her, legally speaking, because the action in which they did find him to do is colloquially understood to be grape and defined as grape by New York today. So we shouldn't care that they didn't find him to have raped her, legally speaking. And honestly, we should be happy that they updated their definition because that was very bad that they didn't find to have raped her, legally speaking. Now, let me ask you about your perspective. Do you think that we can only call an action grape if it meets whatever the legal qualifications for grape are when the event occurs?
I'm saying you can't say a jury found him to be a grapist.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm saying you can't say that.
So I can't say that Donald Trump is a rapist. I just want to clarify. Can I
But
say
you did.
that?
But you said that they verified it. I'm saying a jury.
So
can't
I
say
want to
that-
clarify, just very specifically, can I say that Donald Trump is a grapist because a jury unanimously held him liable
Yes.
for an action which we understand to be grape?
You can say that as your point of view. You can say that. But what you can't say is a jury verified him as being a grapist.
Oh, yeah, I can.
That's-
Given that the predication of the definition of grape is how I define it and how the law of New York defines
That's
it
how
today.
you define it. That's not how the jury defined it.
So that's not how the jury defined it.
Nope.
So wait. So I have a question. If it
Yes.
let's just say that there's 9 people in a jury, and for whatever reason, every single person on that jury doesn't speak English, but rather speaks Spanish. What is the Spanish word for murder? Murder in Spanish. So murder in Spanish is this. Asesinato. Okay. So of a unanimous jury of 9, they are all Spanish speakers. They do not speak English. They all unanimously find an intruder to have committed asesinato, right? So because the jury found the person to have committed asesinato, is it therefore unfair for me to say that the jury found them to committed murder?
Listen, I'm talking. You're trying to take the English language and like skew it to be something that's not just black and white. It's
Do you
black
understand?
and white.
But my point here is that just because they used a different word, it doesn't mean that that action wasn't grape, and I can't say that they found him to have graped her. The same way of a Spanish-speaking jury finds a violent felon to have asesinated somebody, they're using a different word than murder, but because that word entails an action in which I define as murder, I could still say that they found him guilty of murder.
Yeah. So let me just give you. I just typed this in while you were doing this. I just typed to ChatGTP. Like simple question: Was Trump verified as being a rapist by a jury? And this is what ChatGPT says. Can I read it to you?
Trust the AI overlords, right?
Oh, so we're not. You don't want to treat. Okay.
I'm
Yeah.
just saying it's just like a really weak.
Says, a civil
counter-argument.
jury found him liable for sexual abuse and defamation, which both me and you agree, in the case of Jean Carroll.
Right.
The
They held
jury
him-
did not find Trump liable for rape under the New York's definition. So there, that's it. That's what we can.
And
can we
what
agree
was
on
what
that?
was the very first thing that I said under the
Right, we
definition
can
of
agree
grape
on
in
that.
the state
Okay,
of New
that's
York
all we
at
can
the
agree on.
time? He didn't meet the qualifications, but that's not how we use the term grape. That's not how
wasn't
that's
liable
not
for
how the
that.
state uses the term anymore. And there's a
was not-
judge in a follow-up suit that ruled that the claim that E. Jean Carroll was raped by Trump is substantially true. And you're not even responding to my counter-arguments. Listen, I'm just going to go ahead and cut to the chase, and I'm going to be very clear what this guest is doing to everybody that is listening in. The reason
Okay.
he doesn't want to say that Donald Trump is a grapist is because he knows that the word grape holds more societal impact and negative implications than the term sexual assault. He is willing to do anything and everything in his power and will to reduce the quote unquote level of badness that can be attributed to Trump interpersonally and societally speaking. So I could give this man every single argument in the book. I could run him in circles all day long. And because I'm so good at arguing this point, he will lose, and just
your mind.
reduce himself down to this trivial position of trying to argue words because he understands that words hold weight. And guess what? The reason why I'm so hell-bent on calling him a grapist is for that reason. Words hold weight. And all the weight, the gravity, and the implications that are implied by the term rape deserve to be applied to Donald J. Trump for every single reason I have granted you.
We agreed on the. We agreed on that statement that was laid out in front of us. So there's no sense of even talking about it. We agreed on what that said. All right, we just got to. Can we go to one more subject before we go? Because I know you probably want to go.
Yeah, you got more to Mr. Billy Badass down here. Is
Okay,
more to
so
talk about.
I know I'm not a badass. I mean, you want good debates, and here it is, and now you're upset that you got one.
I'm not upset,
So let me
man.
ask you a question. Yeah, you are. I can see it. You've been pretty cool with all your other guests. This one, you kind of flamed out, dude.
Listen,
let me ask you this-
I
let me
guess
ask
I
you
should
one question.
rephrase. Like, yeah, of course, I'm upset at like a shitty dude perpetuating grape culture. In fact, I'd say that
Right,
everyone
okay.
should be a little upset with that. Okay, and I think
Right,
that
you got
we
a good
exploit
debate. There you go. You
human
got a good debate
emotion
on it.
in response to a shitty dude upholding grape culture. A, doesn't invalidate my points, and B, just shows me to have a little bit more empathy than you.
Okay, good. All right, so let's talk about immigration. Do you mind? Because I know you were talking about your other guests with that. Can you tell your viewers or your guests what party holds the immigration record or deportation record?
I'm unaware. I think in modern American history, definitely the Dems.
Yeah, the Democrats hold it. Do you know specifically who holds it?
Obama, right?
Right. Do you know how he achieved it?
Do I know like what? No, I was a kid when Obama was president.
Okay, can I explain? Can I give it to you real quick?
Sure.
In 1996, Bill Clinton created the Immigration Reform Act. Within that act, there was something called expedited removal.
Yeah, expedited removal. Yep.
Right. What this allowed Obama to do, Obama took it to the full tilt. What it allowed them to do is remove all due process from all immigrants coming across the border within 100 miles in 14 days. There was no jury, there was no courts, there was no attorneys. The border agent was the judge and jury, in which they turned everybody away. And then for the small amount of people that they did allow come in from asylum to claim asylum, Obama expanded the detention centers and expedited everybody through very fast. Very few were able to stay here. The rest were taken out almost within a week or two. So when I hear the Democrats talk about, oh, what about due process? Obama's record, which if you look at it now, Trump is removing about 1,000 people a week, right? Or 1,000 people a week right now. If you calculate that out, if we have 352, you'd have 350,000 people deported in a year. Obama was over 425. So there is no way that anybody is ever going to break the Democrats' deportation record, Obama's deportation record, and that is because they had removed the due process and they weren't getting fought along the way. And that's why even Trump will never beat the Democrats' deportation record. And you know what? No Democrats were crying. There was no protests in the street. In fact, he went and gave his State of the Union. And you know what the Democrats did? They all stood up and applauded.
Great.
Where's your history?
Okay, well, I mean, I think we need to get history right. From a legal perspective, you're saying that expedited removal does not grant due process. SCOTUS upheld in 2020 that, yes, it does grant limited due process. So legally speaking, you were factually incorrect. I just want to point that one out. Legally speaking, you were wrong. Okay, but point number two here, you're not going to expect this. But unlike you, I'm not a partisan hack. I don't agree with everything that the Democrats do. And in fact, my views on immigration are actually significantly, a little bit further left than the Democrat Party. I disagree with expedited removal. I disagree with mass deportation. And I disagree with the immigration policy of both Democrats and Republicans. I just think that Republicans are significantly worse. Look at that. Wow, look at that. Dean disagreeing with the Dems on something? Wow,
But
I mean,
did
this
they-
is just this is insane. Whoa,
Did the
whoa,
economy-
whoa, whoa, whoa. So now you're gonna, well, Dean, when Bill Clinton passed Bill 96 adding due process, did you support that because he was a Democrat? No, I didn't. I don't support expedited removal. Wow.
Right, but here's the question: why didn't
Gagged.
Where were the
What do you have to
where
say
were the
now?
protests? Where were the protests?
Oh,
Where
oh
were the
my God.
riots?
Oh my God. Oh my God. So now
what-
Dean has demonstrated that he doesn't disagree with everything that the Democrat
but I'm
Party
saying,
does.
where were the why weren't the Democrats
and now is Dean about to critique
It's
some
not about
Democrats
you.
at large? Where
It's
were
not
the
about you.
protests? It's because there's a lot of Democrats that do just basically co-sign themselves to anything that the party does. So there probably was probably less protests because it flew under a lot of Democrats' radars because they were consuming partisan news that didn't inform them about it, and B, it was the Democrats doing it, so they're less likely to care, and C, they probably agreed with it because it was a Dem doing it. So wow, isn't this crazy? So Dean has gone from just critiquing the Democratic Party to now critiquing some Democrats? Holy shit! Where do we go from here?
Right. So why? Let me ask you. I agree. You're on the right path to disagree with that, but you're on the wrong path because you won't admit that your party picks and chooses what they think is good and bad, and a lot of it is because Trump is doing it now, and nobody cared when Obama. In fact, they cheered Obama. Do you know what Obama's nickname was?
Okay, so I mean, you're now saying that I want. Okay, you have to be reading off of a script. I literally just
reading a
said.
script.
I literally just said that this is like, like a lot of Democrats do basically consign themselves to anything that the Democratic Party does and follow
Right.
them in totality, and they're less likely to like see like the negative things that Democrats can do, such as advocating for expedited removal, and see it because it's a Democrat doing that, they're less likely to be outraged. Like I don't know if like you're understanding what I'm saying here. But like I am definitely critiquing Democrats when I say this. It's funny that you're not listening to me. But
I'm
I mean,
listening.
it's also like worth it to point out that Donald Trump has set forth an unprecedented issue in America as it relates to upholding the American Constitution with his mass deportations. I mean, shit. Okay, at least Obama wasn't violating the constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants when he was deporting them. At least Obama placed a preface on trying to identify and deport individuals with criminal records, not not the moms and the grandmoms and the grandmas that have been in the country for 30 to 40 years attending their children's birthday parties at work a job and pay taxes.
They're not deporting those people. I mean, they may get caught up.
Donald Trump ran on
people
that.
They're going after. They're going after
Donald
the
Trump
criminals.
ran on that.
No, they're deporting the criminals right now.
Donald
right
Trump
now,
wants
and
to
the
deport
media's trying to
every
make it look
single
like they're going
undocumented
after-
immigrant in this country. Abrigo Garcia was deported. Abrigo Garcia does not have a criminal record.
He was a human trafficker.
Show
Verified.
show me. Okay, if it was verified, that means
They
the court
verified
determined
it. The
it.
Department of
Show me
Justice
show me
verified
the
it.
criminal record,
We're
please.
gonna have to go to the DOJ and look at it because they have it listed. He was totally. In fact, they're bringing him back to convict him. They're bringing him back to charge him for human trafficking.
Oh, so he hasn't even been charged with a crime yet you believe that it's happened, but then when Donald Trump is held liable for something, you don't believe that it's
A
happened?
grand jury has looked at it. Yeah.
That's pretty. I think it's quite funny.
So
that
you're
you have
saying
such
that
a
he's not a
different-
human trafficker? So you're saying he's not a human
Wait,
trafficker?
wait,
That's what
wait,
you're
wait,
saying?
wait. I said in accordance with what the definition of a criminal is. He literally wasn't a criminal. Like you're saying that they're
He's a
only
human
going after.
trafficker.
Wait. When you say criminal, you're going after individuals with criminal records. You're saying that the Donald Trump administration is going for undocumented immigrants with criminal records, right?
Yeah, the grand jury.
No, I have a
back
question.
here
I have
to
a question.
convict him.
When Abrigo Garcia was brought in and deported, violating his constitutional rights, did he have a criminal record?
Yes.
How much are you willing to bet?
He had. Let me see. He had a domestic abuse restraining order from his wife. He had multiple. In fact, in that case, there was also a statement said that.
No. I'm asking you a question.
Why do you support?
How much money are you willing to bet that he had a criminal record?
Why do you support?
No.
women
You're deflecting. Why do you? What the? Okay, we'll get there. That'll be fun to talk about. Because you're such a fucking hypocrite, you piece of shit. But before we get there, how much money are you willing to bet that Abrigo Garcia didn't have a criminal record?
I'm saying he had restraining order from his wife.
How much are you willing to bet? How much money are you willing to bet that Abrigo Garcia did not have a criminal record?
Are you saying that he did not beat his wife?
You're not answering my question. Billy, I'm going to give you one last opportunity to answer my question. You said that Abrigo Garcia had a criminal record. I asked you if you did, and you said yes. How much money are you willing to bet? The deflections are going crazy, Mr. Billy. Billy in 68. Bet it all, Billy. Give me a number. Feel free to unmute your mic.
I can only say what she had. He had an additional protective order against him.
Okay, so are you going to answer my question? Okay, Billy.
Punching and scratching her.
Billy,
and ripping
Billy,
her shirt
Billy,
off.
I'm sick of your shit. Are you going to answer my question or not?
I just gave it to you. Yeah.
So you are willing to bet money that he had a criminal record?
No, I'm not betting money, dude. You want to bet money that he didn't beat his wife? You want to bet money that he didn't beat his wife?
We'll talk about the domestic restraining order filed against him by his wife
No, I'm
after
not-
you were done talking about this. You're trying to bring in another subject into a debate that you're losing to obfuscate, muddy the water, pivot, and deflect. So stop obfuscating, stop muddying the water, stop pivoting, and stop deflecting. We can go one topic at a time. Right now, we're talking about how you said that the Trump administration is only deporting individuals with criminal records. Okay, I'm telling you that when he was deported, he had no criminal record. He had not been found guilty of any crimes. Okay, and this is confirmed by SCOTUS, and their ruling that his removal was unconstitutional on April 10th. Okay, and now you're trying to intertwine a second subject about him beating his wife insofar as the claim that he had no criminal record at the time of his deportation. Now, the reason why the question of him beating his wife is not relevant to the idea that he didn't have a criminal record is because A, there was no civil protective order that was officially filed because his wife stopped showing up at the hearings because they were able to work it out in between themselves outside of the courts. B, she's gone on record saying that he never touched her and that she only begun to file that out of an abundance of precaution because her ex had abused her. And C, that was in a civil court. Civil processes do not equate to a criminal record, and we're talking about a criminal record. So there are the 4 reasons why this pivot and deflection to his wife are not relevant in the conversation of did Abrigo Garcia have a criminal record when deported?
Okay. I'm telling you that as far as he goes, he had a restraining order. Now you're saying now she wanted her husband back, so she's going to go on the record and say, I didn't say that.
What is the last thing I said?
I'm saying that right. You think they're going in right now and they just round up normal people. That's what they're
Look
really
at
going
the pivot. Yes! Yes, I do. I do think that. Yeah, bro. I actually do think that. Absolutely. You know, I watched a video of a 56-year-old mother self-deporting at the request of the DOJ this morning, and her daughter's taking her to the airport to drop her off while they were bawling in her arms. And I do not get this new argument from MAGA that the Trump administration is not going after undocumented immigrants that don't have this violent criminal history. And the reason I don't get your argument at all is because Donald Trump ran on a mass deportation of every single undocumented immigrant in America. He didn't run on the idea. Now listen, he didn't run on the idea of just deporting undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses. No, he's been strict, stern, and explicitly clear about his intentions to rid America of undocumented immigrants in which he believes to be poisoning the blood of this country and deport every single last one of them. Now, the reason, while we'll see the Trump administration deporting more individuals with criminal records at the start is because they're easier to identify. They're going to take the path of least resistance. It is significantly easier to identify undocumented immigrants that have been arrested for crimes compared to those that haven't because they're in the system already. They know who they are and they know where they live. So your claim that the Trump administration is just going after people with criminal records is not true, and this has been disproven by Donald Trump's own agenda.
Why do you think the majority of the country supports Donald Trump's immigration policy?
Because I think that the majority of the country is incredibly uneducated and misled, just like you.
Oh, okay. That's working out good for the Democrats, right? That's going to work out so good for you guys. I love it.
So are you telling me that I can't call out the facts for what they are because it'll hurt the Democratic Party?
I'm saying that you can call out whatever you want. I posed the I posed earlier. The Democrats don't care when they do it, when they hold the record for deportations. Yes, it wasn't covered, micromanaged because the media hates Trump.
And once
So,
again,
this is-
pivoting back to the Democrats, I thought that this
Right.
was a debate live where we're
No, but I'm
supposed to
telling
talk
you,
about things
this-
that we
this fake
disagree.
outrage-
Billy,
this fake-
I thought that that we're supposed to talk about things that we are supposed to disagree on because this is a debate live. Didn't you hear me earlier when I told you that I actually agree that the Democrat Party does not run on immigration policy that I'm a fan of, and they're simply the lesser of two evils? And honestly, I truly hope that Donald Trump's mass deportation and tyrannical lead in policy today will finally be what it takes to wake the Dems up to running on better immigration policy. But because we agree on that, there's no debate there. So let's talk about something that we disagree on.
Right. So all I can say is that the majority of the country supports what Donald Trump's doing. Where if you want to take the minority, that's all fine. If you want to say the majority of the country is not very smart, that's fine too. But I can tell you that's probably not
and you're
not a
ending
winning
the
hand.
debate with an appeal to ad populum, sir. Are you a
Right. And I
Christian?
have, you know what? There's going to be a lot of
No,
people that come
Billy. I
back
have a
on this
question.
and
Are
try
you a
to-
Christian?
I believe in God.
Are you a Christian? Is Jesus God?
I believe in God. I mean, I have a personal relationship with God.
Is
I'll leave it
Jesus
there.
God?
I don't go to an organized church.
Why do you follow the Bible? Is Jesus God?
I
Yes or
follow
no?
some of the Bible. I find to be
I'm
I
just trying to determine if you think Jesus is God. This could be answered with a yes, or this could be answered with a no.
Yeah, I believe Jesus is. Yeah, I do.
you-
And you want
okay.
to tell you why? Let me
So,
tell you why. Let me,
I
let me
actually,
explain why.
I'm not interested.
You're going to try to get me. No,
I'm
you're
not
gonna try to give me
interested.
some kind of like biblical.
I'm not interested in you telling us why you think Jesus is God. But the reason I asked you if you do is because, well, when Jesus was organizing his ministry at the start, there was only 12 people that believed him. Everybody else was a disbeliever. So you're trying to tell me that I can't take on a view just because a minority of the country holds it to be the case. But guess what? You're taking on a view that was only taken on by 12 people at the time. And, I mean, we see this all throughout time as well. What about 600 years ago when 90% of people alive thought the earth was flat? Would you have told all of the great astronomers of 500 years ago that were able to identify that we lived in a heliocentric solar system on a spherical shaped Earth, that they were all naysayers that were wrong and didn't know the truth because they only accounted for a minority of the populace?
Here's what I think. I think that
Right.
you're construing two things that have nothing to do. So let me ask this question, just because it's the question. How many people should we allow into the United States? Just give me a number.
How many people should we allow into the United States? I don't
No,
know.
just give me a number.
So
Look
I
at the
would,
infrastructure.
I would dictate like what the cap of allowance for individuals coming into America on an annual basis. I think that cap should simply demonstrate an empirical fact of when immigration starts hurting the country. I don't think that we've ever reached that point, and I don't think that we're anywhere near it. So I don't know what that point would be. But I can tell you we haven't reached it, and we're nowhere near it.
Okay, so let me give you an example. So right now, the Trump administration's deporting we talked about this, right? 1,000 people a week, right? In order for them to catch up, to get back to where we were before when Biden took office, they would have to deport 8,000 people a week.
Okay, so you're trying to argue just because he's kind of hurting the country and not deporting too many people that I shouldn't care?
I'm saying that's not. Is
What?
that enough people? Is that enough people? Like you saw how many people. let in.
I disagree with the totality of the mass deportation.
Okay, but I'm just saying though, you think it's mass deportation right now? 1,000 people being sent out a week when 8,000 people a week were coming in?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's where we disagree.
Okay.
Anyway,
well, I mean, you
all right,
understand
kid,
that you
I was able
disagree.
to-
You
hey,
disagree
I'm
with
gonna let-
Trump.
I'm gonna go, dude.
Wait. Donald Trump calls it mass deportation.
Okay, we'll call it whatever you want. I'm just saying, Democrats hold the all-time deportation record, and
Yeah, I appreciate you for the conversation, Billy. Get educated, little bro. We're gonna move on to the next guest. Here we go. We got Colin loading up into the box for the nine.
Hey, Dean.
What's going on, Colin? You MAGA?
Yo. Okay. So I love your content. Hold up. Can I screen record this real quick?
Of course, but Colin, I
Yeah.
do just want to put it out there. I'm only looking to talk to Trump supporters. Are you a Trump supporter?
I saw Charlie Kirk in person. So, okay, I wanted to debate him, right? I wanted to debate him that day, right? It was like 5 weeks ago. No. It was like 5 months ago. It was him and Bryce Hall. It was him and Bryce Hall.
Oh Jesus
Right?
Christ! What
Yeah,
a
yeah.
hell combo. But Colin, I'm so sorry, man. Are you a Trump supporter?
No, nope, not at all.
I'm gonna
No, I
kick
want.
you. But before I do kick
Look,
you, if you want to say a
Can I
sentence
say
or
something
two,
quick?
yes,
Can I say something quick?
yeah.
I want to debate Charlie this year when he comes to Arizona. But I know he's gonna cut me off. He's gonna say I'm playing the victim. I know the words he's going to say to me as a black person. I know he's gonna say that shit to me,
You're right.
and I'm looking forward for him to come.
Colin, you're gonna fuck him up. You're gonna absolutely destroy him. When he starts pulling that shit on you, make a point out of it. I see way too many people debate Charlie Kirk, and they just let him say whatever he wants, and they let him make his baseless points. And I want you, when you're debating him, call him out on that shit. You know, he is 99% rhetoric, 1% substance. And if you could catch him in that and make it explicitly clear what he's doing, he'll fall into bits and pieces and he'll start dodging you like he's dodging me. But we are going to move on to the next guest because we are just looking to debate Trump supporters. But Colin, man, seriously, good luck. What's going on, MAGA man? You support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you?
18.
Okay, man, you are a little bit too far away from your microphone. I'm going to remove you, dude. I do apologize for the 19.4 thousand people hanging out with us in here for the day. Y'all make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box as we speak. And while we do, I got a handful of people to thank. I really appreciate everyone so much for the love. Let's go to get that next guest loaded into the box. What's going on? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 15. But like, no, I want to talk about women's sport.
I cannot do that with you. You are underage. Please don't be MAGA. Please, 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 please change your mind. Seek truth. Do not be a Trump supporter. Dear Lordy Lord. We're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. What is going on this week? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Cool. Before we hop into our debate, Dana, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Spencer with a 10 on Venmo. Darian with a 5. And oh my God, Wayne, I'm so sorry I didn't see this. Wayne, thank you so much for the $100 over on Venmo, bro. And Tatiana with $100 as well. Yo, Mr. Bruce Wayne says, I tremendously admire what you do and don't give in to the hate, Wayne. You know I love you. We all love you here. Let's get 1,000 Wayne W's down below in that chat. And 1,000 Tatiana W's as well. Tatiana says, thank you for being here. Thanks for educating. We need more young adults like you. Thank you. Tatiana, that is so fucking incredibly kind of you. I appreciate you more than you will ever know. Oh, holy crap, guys. Show some love to Tatiana and Wayne down below in that comment section. And there's a handful of other people, but I want to go ahead and just start the debate. But once again, show some love to Tatiana and Wayne down below. The sweetest, take it away while we're showing some love to Tatiana and Wayne. Why do you support Trump?
I got a question. Wait, can I ask you a question? I was going to ask about what's going on. The riots are going on in LA. What's your opinion on that?
The protests? Yeah, my opinion is that A, 99% of the protests that we see in LA are peaceful. B, Donald Trump has illegally deployed 2,700 of the National Guardsmen from the state to protect federal buildings. That's wrong because it's a misallocation of the state's resources. They have a job to do, and obviously that job shouldn't be sending a third of them to loiter in front of government buildings in front of 99% peaceful protesters. And C, it's not even in Donald Trump's legal right to do so because the commander-in-chief of California's National Guardsmen and Women is going to be Governor Newsom. Sorry, Governor Newsom, not Donald Trump. That's why they're suing the administration. And then D, I think that it's so obviously the case that when you shoot rubber bullets at reporters and tear gas peaceful protesters, that you're going to start riots. You already have a large collection of people in a space giving the middle finger to the big man, and when that big man then sends his little cronies to shoot at you and tear gas you when you're just waving around a flag, guess what? You're going to see riots. So I actually think that the Trump administration, as I already pointed out, has been engaged in illegal actions and incited the riots just as he did on January 6th. His angle on January 6th was that, well, I didn't tell them to do it even though they were my supporters. I'm not responsible. And his angle on California today is, well, they're just all criminals and they're angry, crazy communist Democrats. Well, okay, well, they wouldn't be so angry and crazy if you weren't shooting and tear gassing them.
All right. Well, what I was going to say was, well, if you're saying that 90% of the people that are rioting it's riots, it's not protests. Protests they don't have cars on fire during protests.
I have a question. Where are you from?
I'm in Tampa, Florida.
Tampa,
using
Tampa,
Florida.
Tampa,
Have you seen-
Florida.
wait, have
So
you
I have a question.
yeah,
How the hell would you know what's going on in LA right now? Just the news, right?
Oh, I've been watching you. I've been watching it real time.
Right,
all
real time on the
helicopters,
news, right?
Yeah, real time.
So I have a question. What is the news going to show you? The 99% of the people there that are
show
peacefully
literally
protesting?
Not a single camera.
I wish that
not
you'd
a
let me
sing-
speak here. The 99% of the people that are peacefully protesting, or the 1% of the people that are being violent?
Listen to me, okay? I gotta say, what do you mean? What they're showing? You literally click on a live stream like last night, last 2 days. It's helicopter views of people going nuts.
I had friends on the ground, bro.
I know. There's people on the ground you see there. Nick, Nick Shirley.
I don't know who Nick Shirley is.
He was on the ground. He was basically getting assaulted by a guy.
So assault is bad?
He was just asking questions for people.
Oh, really? So when we had the cops, the Marines and the National Guardsmen assaulting like news anchors and media by shooting rubber bullets in their legs and heads, that was also bad, right?
I don't know, but I just gotta use it. Wait, hold on.
Right.
There's actually also actual protests of what you.
Can you answer my question?
Wait, what was your question again? Answer it.
Because you said that assault was bad. Okay. Well, was it bad when we had the cops and the National Guardsmen shooting rubber bullets to the legs and foreheads of media?
Reporter, right? The Australian reporter that got shot.
It wasn't just the Australian reporter. There's also a reporter with New York Times standing over a medium with a camera. A fucking cop looks straight at him, takes his gun, pulls the trigger, and hits him in the head with a rubber bullet. Was that bad?
They have the they have the 100% right to sue that, right? Okay, right.
So we could agree that's bad.
Yeah, I agree with that. But these are, I'm saying right now, those are not protests, because you look at there's been protests in Tampa today. I'm pretty sure today and yesterday.
Okay. Why do you support Trump? We've exhausted the conversation about the protests. I've told you the facts. You didn't even respond to half of them. Like, you didn't respond to how he illegally deployed the National Guard. You didn't respond to the fact that it is the National Guard and the cops and their actions by shooting people and tear gas and peaceful
because I
protesters
came
that is
on
turning
here to
stuff
see if
violent.
we're going to justify the justification of them, what the people are doing.
Listen,
there.
ultimately speaking, I disagree with violence. I disagree with burning cars. I disagree with rioting. I disagree with it. Listen to what I had to say. I disagree with it. Okay, but I think that you're just being willfully ignorant if you can't call it out for what it is, and the fact that the Trump administration has incited a lot of it. You could disagree with an action and then also be able to align yourself with reality and point out that the Trump administration is culpable for inciting a lot of the action. Now, tell us why you support Trump, sir.
Well, I came on here to debate about the protests because
I'm guessing that you also support Trump. Answer the question on top of my head. Why do you support Trump?
Again, you were talking. Oh yeah, you were talking about immigration with the last guy, Billy Badass, whatever. What do you? I disagree with you, and you think that, and he was arguing, oh yeah, we should deport everybody, and Trump was saying he's doing mass deportations on everybody, not just the illegal immigrants.
So without referencing Billy Badass, I want you to tell us why you support Trump.
I know I support Trump. I'm giving you an example of the I agree with his mass deportations. I agree with how he handles immigration. I'm just going to use that for you because that's what I mainly want to debate on this live stream. I don't want to move on to like sexual assault.
I have a question. Do you think that mass deportation is good for the American economy?
I think it's good for the American people and the American lives. It makes it safer.
Safer.
I'd rather have safety over economics. I'd rather have safety for the people.
Okay, well, I actually think it makes it less safer for the people. The reason why I say that is because it's bad for the economy. Okay, so it slows GDP growth by upwards of $300 billion. What's that?
What about their lives and their safety? About the illegal immigrants who came here and raped?
I don't know if you were listening to me, but I said I think it's bad for the safety of Americans, and I was about to give you an argument why I think that, and you interrupted me.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Sorry.
So I think that mass deportation will lead to higher levels of crime and will lead to higher levels of violent crime, and here's why. Point number one, mass deportation makes the economy worse. Okay, it forcefully removes millions of people from the American labor force, which weakens our industries. It reduces the productivity of our manufacturers. It decreases the overall consumer base to buy the products from the companies. It slows GDP growth by over $300 billion per year, and it defunds our government from $100 billion per year in revenue. This all creates a weakened economy. With a weakened economy comes higher levels of violent crime. Okay, sorry. Well. With a weakened economy comes more poverty. With more poverty comes more crime and violent crime. So all in all, we do see that, yeah, mass deportation will lead to higher crime rates.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I agree with all that, but
tell me which part of it you reject.
No. I meant to say I don't know if that's all true.
Okay, tell me which part of it you reject.
I was going to say that don't you agree that you should know whether, even if they're not doing anything, shouldn't you know what every single person in the United States?
I want you to tell me what part of my argument you reject.
About the economics, I don't know because I don't know too much about economics. But
what specifically are you unsure of? What claim did I?
Economics. I'm not too. I'm
okay.
not
Also,
too
how old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2005.
What month?
August. I turned 20 this year.
Why are people in the chat saying that you're 17?
17?
Yeah.
I'm not 17.
I mean, I don't see anything that makes it evidently clear on his page that he's 17. Chat, if you have any reason why you say he's 17 down below, let me know. But I don't see like anything. Wait, what month did you say you were born in 05?
August. And I'm 2005. I turned 20 this year.
Yeah, you would be turning 20. He would be turning 20 in August, everybody. I think he's 19. I don't know why the chat is spamming that you're 17. But I guess I'll go back to what I was saying. So the reason why it leads to a weakened economy is for the reasons that I pointed out. So undocumented immigrants contribute $300 billion to the GDP per year. Okay, and they pay $100 billion per year in taxes. You remove them from the country, you deport them, they'll obviously no longer be contributing that.
What if you moved, but if you say that does take a loss, maybe that does take a loss, but what if another thing that Trump does makes it go up and restores that money back to where it was. So you're basically feeding money into that. So you're not losing actually anything, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, in that hypothetical scenario, you'd break even. But on the flip side, his economic policy, such as the big, beautiful bill, is set up to spend $4 trillion to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. So it's funny that you make this argument because not only is he weakening the economy with his mass deportation, but he's also spending $4 trillion to make you make less. So it's a double whammy. He's weakening the economy with a mass deportation. He's weakening the economy with a big, beautiful bill. He's weakening the economy with his reckless spending. He's weakening the economy with his tariffs. This dude is fucking up the economy. So thank you for making my argument stronger. Okay, we won't only experience higher crime rates because of mass deportation. We'll also experience higher crime rates because of the big, beautiful bill, reckless government expenditure, and his tariffs. Honestly, common sense would have told you 5 months ago that electing a criminal to reduce crime probably wouldn't have worked out.
I say like 3 words or 3 sentences, and then you spiel like a whole paragraph, and I get muted when I wasn't finished. But what do you? I have, like you said, you have some problems with your party, right? I have some certain things I have a problem with this administration of. I really main thing. I really don't like how Mike Johnson is. I wish we can get a new Speaker of the House.
I'm sorry, man. Mike Johnson isn't relevant to my argument. You said that you support Donald Trump's policy. No. You said that you support Donald Trump's policy because you want to make it safer for the American people. I just told you how all of his policy will make it incredibly less safe for the American people, and I was able to explain to you exactly why it's the case. If you can't engage with the argument, I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I will happily give you one last opportunity to engage with the argument. Once again, the argument is that Donald Trump will make America less safe for the American people because his policy, mass deportation, the big beautiful bill, and his tariffs all serve to aid and abet in a weaker economy for the reasons I've listed, and with a weaker economy, economy comes higher levels of poverty. A consequent of higher levels of poverty is more crime and violent crime. So for that reason, Donald Trump will actively make this country less for everybody in it, because higher crime rates and higher violent crime rates will follow from weakening the economy and the three policies I pointed out. That, sir, is the argument that I want you to respond to.
You realize I'm trying to debate you on some topics I have for you. You're giving me, you have people come on panel and you have like a list of things you want to debate people about, or am I debating you? And like when people go up on Charlie Kirk, they come to him and he goes, why don't you
This is the topic that you brought up. I asked you why you support Trump. You said mass deportation. I asked you why you support mass deportation. You said it's because it'll make America safer for the people in it. Your topic that you brought up was making America safer for the people in it, meaning you support mass deportation. The reason I'm asking you to respond to my argument is because I've now demonstrated to you how not only mass deportation, but his other policy actively makes America less safe for the people in it. This is me directly refuting the reason you gave me why you support President Trump. This isn't me making an argument of my own. This isn't me bringing up my point. This is me responding to your point, and I hope that's clear now, so please respond to it.
When I said play safer for the American life, I didn't mean by economics, Dean. I meant in the sense of, like, example, like in Laken Riley. I'm talking about the actual lives of people dying and the criminals. Why do you just shrug? You acting like
because
Laken
economics plays a massive role in making any country safer.
If it benefits, listen to me. If it benefits the economics of this country, right, and the economy, right, if it benefits that, then I guess that's just we're gonna sacrifice these girls and getting raped by illegal migrants.
Bro, when we have a better economy and less poverty, there's less violent crime. There's less women getting raped. There's less sexual abuse. There's less murder. There's less kidnapping. Like, there's lower levels of crime with a better economy because you have less poverty. That's my whole point, is that the economy is directly related to the levels of crime. That's my whole goddamn point here, little bro. So respond to it. You can't just say that you're just going to ignore the argument.
If that was true, then we would have seen that the last 4 years before this administration. We would have seen that. We would have seen Laken Riley, if your point was so true.
So you deny the point. So do you think that individuals in poverty are more likely to commit crimes than individuals who aren't in poverty? Unmute and respond. Click on your profile picture. Click the icon on the microphone. So, I mean, I think that we need to have a conversation about that. Can we agree that there's more crime in more impoverished communities, more impoverished areas in America? If the less money you make, the lower income you possess, the higher the violent crime rate is? Okay, he left. Hello, Carson. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how do you?
Is that really important?
It is, because you've got to be at least 18, and I'm going to guess because you said it's not important that you're not 18. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Everybody hanging out with us in here today, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, spamming MAGA down below in that chat, accompanied by your age, and we'll pull you up here. We have a handful of people to thank. First and foremost, Veronica, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. They say you're such an angel for being willing to debate with these people. I love what I do. I appreciate you for the $15, Veronica. As well as Carrie, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Show some love to Veronica and Carrie down below in that comment section while we get that next Trump supporter loaded into the stream right away, everybody. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the stream right away. What is going on, Dustin? Do you support Trump?
Yes. Hey, Dean.
What's up?
It's been a while since I had... I'm 35.
Okay. Have we talked before?
Yes, sir. We have. Yeah, we had a conversation a couple of months ago, and I just wanted to actually ask a quick question on your opinion. Aside from presidential candidates, because you have a lot of great opinions on things, I'm curious to hear how you would fix number one, how you'd fix the constant debt that America is continually increasing every single year, it feels like. Even prior to Trump, like the national debt. Yes, sir. The national debt.
Yeah, for
how
sure.
How would you go about fixing it? Because obviously, I feel like both sides have
don't worry, I'll tell you.
Okay.
Cut the military budget in half. We'll still be funding our military an additional $100 billion per year compared to the next leading country. Yeah, and I'd also make sure that our social safety nets are up to par. Okay, because the more social safety nets a country has, the greater economic mobility. The greater economic mobility its citizens have, meaning it's easier to go from making less to making more. But appreciate you for your question. We are just looking for debates. What's going on, GER and Matthew? Are you guys MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, what about you, Matthew? Okay, it doesn't look like Matthew's here, so it's just you.
Question.
What's up? Oh, Matthew, are you MAGA?
Yes, and I was born in 2002, 23 years old.
Great. Let's go ahead and do a 1v2, everybody. Now, before we hop into it, I got to thank Karen for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Karen. Karen says Billy is a pathetic beta male. Yo, so real, Karen. I want to see 1,000 Karen W's down below in the chat for the cook. Hell yeah, Karen. As well as Ginger, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. And Miko, thank you for the $40 as well. Miko says, I love what you do. Enjoy supporting you. Rock on Ukrainian flag. Shout out to you, Miko. You're in here all the time, and I appreciate you for the $40. Show some love to Karen and Miko and Ginger down below in that chat, as well as Gino. Thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal for changing your view on politics. I'm really happy that they can be changed. I appreciate you guys so much. If you're watching, you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy. I want to support him. My Venmo, my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of all the proceeds over on the platforms. And then one more shout out before we hop into the 1v2 here. Hey, Zeus, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal, Jesus says, for debating and educating people regardless of them not listening or understanding. I appreciate you for the love, Jesus. Take it away, you two. Tell us why you support Trump.
Matthew, you want to go first? Or you want me to?
You can go ahead.
I mean, I support Trump. I mean, many different things, but the reason I wanted to debate with you is with the riots.
Oh, no.
I mean, you say that Trump caused all these raids to happen.
I think that their actions are definitely culpable for a lot of the outcome we've observed.
I've been listening to you for a while. You cut people off all the time, man. Just like, couldn't you just let someone talk and then, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
Like when you want to talk, I'll
listen. That's fair. That's fair. I'm sorry for cutting you off.
No worries. So I mean, like, he deployed, the military after things happened, like after it wasn't peaceful. Like it's not just like out of nowhere. He just deployed military. There was riots already starting. They were ready for this, and Gavin Newsom didn't do anything to prevent it. They wanted this to happen. They wanted this big spectacle, and they wanted this riot to go on. Another thing is,
what makes you say that?
Burning the American flag.
That's the thing, is that if it continued on, it would have been like the purge.
Wait, okay. Now I'm actually more curious in the second thing that you have to say here. Go ahead. What are you're talking about burning the American flag? I want your take on this.
Yeah, people burning their American flag and then holding up another country's flag is just insanity.
Okay, so would you say if somebody burned the American flag then run for president that you'd support them, or would you not support them because they're so anti-American?
Ask that again. I'm sorry.
Would you ever support a presidential candidate that is notoriously known for burning the American flag and not giving a shit, or would you call them insane and not support them because they're anti-American?
I would not support them. Yeah.
What would you say is more anti-American? Burning the American flag, or explicitly calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Both, I would say.
What is more anti-American?
Both.
Would you call me crazy if I said that explicitly calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles found in the Constitution is slightly more anti-American than burning a piece of fabric?
No, I would not.
So would you agree with me?
I would agree with you on that.
Go ahead and read this for me. Out loud. Whole thing. Take it away.
So with the revelation of massive and widespread fraud and deception, and working closely with big tech companies and DNC, Democrat Party, do you throw the...
No, he got raptured. No,
and
Jess.
declare the rightful winner?
Sorry, you got raptured for a second. Go ahead. Fuck. The FBI is getting to his internet. Yo,
Yeah, sorry, my Wi-Fi is kind of cutting out.
yeah, the Trump admin can't take this loss. They're interfering with a connection. Anyways, so this is a screenshot of Donald J. Trump explicitly calling for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So would you say that it's fair for me to call you a hypocrite? Because on one hand, you're like, burning the American flag is insanity, and you never support a presidential candidate that is notoriously known for burning the American flag and not giving a fuck because they're so anti-American, and then you calling for the termination of the Constitution even more anti-American, yet you still support Donald Trump, even though he's notoriously known for explicitly calling for its termination and not giving a fuck.
Okay, I didn't read the whole thing because my Wi-Fi was cutting out, so like it kind of froze on me.
Oh, don't worry, I'll bring it back. Let's read that last sentence. A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Our great founders did not want and would not condone false and fraudulent elections. That is Donald J. Trump explicitly calling for the termination of rules, articles, and provisions found in the American Constitution in which you called more anti-American than burning the American flag. So if you never support a presidential candidate for burning the American flag, why do you support a president even though they called for the termination of the Constitution?
That's a valid point. That's a valid point. You know, Trump.
And his internet is cutting out.
Agree with that at all.
Say it one more time for me, man. That internet connection cut out again.
Did you hear me?
It's that damn MAGA mobile.
I said Donald Trump has done and said stupid things. I will not disagree with that at all.
Okay, so you don't support him? Because the conclusion of their
No, I
argument
do
isn't just that
support
you.
him.
This is.
support
But
him.
you said that you wouldn't
Yes,
support a president if they burn the
he has
American
done
flag.
some things. So is Democratic. You're gonna say Biden didn't do anything stupid or Kamala didn't do anything stupid? What do you like? People have made mistakes in the past. Yes.
Wait. Actually, give me an example of one anti-American thing that Kamala Harris has done.
One anti-American thing that.
Yeah. Actually, in this context, I don't think so.
You're putting me on the spot right now. And I don't have this like in my.
Yeah, it's like funny that you make this point because sure, like in a lot of respects, like we could point out like Kamala Harris's flaws, but I actually don't think that one of her flaws is like being anti-American. I can't think of like one like obviously anti-American thing that she's done.
Okay, so all right, so are we going on the January 6th thing? Is that what we're talking about right now?
Well, I know we were talking about him explicitly calling for the termination of the Constitution, but if you want to go there, we definitely can. I mean, he only tried to launch the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War when he tried to rig and steal the election from Biden.
Nancy Pelosi didn't have anything to do with that?
No, Nancy Pelosi had nothing to do with Donald Trump's fake electorate plot, where he sent 7 fake slates of electorates to 7 key swing states that Biden won, and he sent them with fake certificates of ascertainment that said that Donald Trump won, and then sent them back to Congress and tried to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real.
All right, as a Republican, I do not condone what happened on January 6th, but Nancy Pelosi did not allow military action to be taking place.
Wait, I thought that the president controls the National Guard. Isn't that what he did for California? So why couldn't he do that for D.C.?
Well, technically, he's not supposed to, but
isn't that true?
I mean, but Gavin Newsom wasn't going to do anything. Someone has to do something about it.
Wait. If you think that he did it because Gavin Newsom wasn't going to do anything and he was justified in doing it, you therefore would have also been justified in deploying the National Guard on January 6th because apparently Nancy Pelosi wasn't going to do anything about it.
Okay, Nancy Pelosi wasn't going to do anything about it because she wanted the riot.
Just like Gavin Newsom, it's always the liberals' fault. Everybody, if they're a Democrat, they're Satan 2.0, and we blame it all on them. Why should we blame Donald Trump? Literally sending slates of fake electorates to listen. I want you to hear me out. I want you to hear me out for what I have to say.
Okay, I'll listen.
Donald Trump sent 7 fake slates of electorates to 7 key swing states in the 2020 election, and he sent them with fake votes from those states that say he won the vote and Biden lost the vote, even though in all 7 of them, Biden won the vote and Trump lost the vote. He then instructed those fake slates of electorates to turn around, send those fake votes for him back to Congress, and then he tried to pressure Mike Pence into certifying them as real, and he's admitted to all of this, and he's called it an official act of his presidency. This is literally Donald Trump trying to rig the outcome of a presidential election, marking the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. Now, without talking about Biden, without talking about Nancy Pelosi, without talking or referencing any Democrat, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I asked you a question about what was going on today. You want to bring that up? I think it was horrible what happened January 6th. But I mean, that's what you're just coming back to January 6th. Like you're not talking about what's going on today.
And you failed, Jer. You literally brought January 6th up. Have a good day, bruh. I'm sorry. My patience is being tested. I made a very clear statement and asked him for a very clear response. He didn't want to give it. Kick rocks, pal. Matthew, last man standing, take it away. Why do you support the orange tyrant?
Well, I don't necessarily think he's a tyrant, Dean, but why I support, of course, the Orange Man, of course. Well, I mean, multitude of things, you know. I know, of course, the LA riots entirely are going on right now, and that's unfortunate how it's being handled, but I am kind of interested to see where, of course, all this moves on and see how the situation gets eradicated.
So why do you support him? Well, so the protests.
Well, the reason I support him, one of the major things is that I don't know if you've seen one of the interviews with Elon, where he is short-circuiting the tax filing process. For example, the United Arabic Emirates, whatever that place is called.
UAE?
Yeah, UAE. It only takes about 12 hours to e-file with their government, whereas in the U.S., let's see here, filing.
What the fuck? What is your, so why do you, in a sentence or less, why do you support Trump?
Because, you know, I pay taxes to him, and yeah, because I have to.
Wait.
And I live in the United States.
Ah, no, Matthew, don't do the meme. Don't do the meme. I hate it. I hate it when Trump supporters do the meme. You're doing that thing where you don't have a legitimate argument, so you say that you have to support him because he's your president. No, you don't. You don't have to support your president. That is not patriotism. Patriotism isn't merely supporting the country, but wanting to make the country better. Right? And that would imply that when we have a president that's not making the country better, but making it worse, you don't support them. True patriots do not support bad presidents.
And I think, you know, you're right about that. I do not support, of course, him pushing more of a nationalist agenda.
Well, I want to know why you do
putting
support
patriotism and more of an aggressive force.
I just want to know why you do support him.
Well, I think, you know, if you make a mistake, you got to fix it. And I think, you know, President Trump is trying to fix the mistake, you know. Not a lot of people are able to do that.
What mistake?
Especially
What
within, like, the LA
mistake is he going to fix that you support?
Well, back to some other person's point, within the LA riots, right? Which, I mean, I don't support rioting. I support more protesting. The protesting's fine, but when,
realistically,
people are burning down cars or
but this
whatnot,
doesn't tell me
and
why you
Gavin
support Trump. I'm
Newsom,
so sorry,
not
man. This
necessarily-
doesn't tell me why you support Trump. It just doesn't. It doesn't tell me.
Because he's the one who put in martial law to, you know, move out people rioting in the streets of LA.
Okay, so you don't.
Gavin Newsom didn't do shit.
So you don't support people doing things that are illegal?
No.
Okay, it was illegal for him to deploy California's National Guard in the streets of California. He even recognized this in 2020. He said that the president does not possess the power or legal ability to deploy a state's National Guard within that state. And then when asked about the fact that that is something that he had said 2 days ago, he said, well, he did it because he was incompetent. He didn't say, I did it because it was legal. So if you don't support people doing illegal things, then you shouldn't support Donald Trump deploying the National Guard in the state.
Well, do you also agree that, you know, burning down vehicles and, You know,
Okay, bro, if you're gonna come up here and it's gonna take you like literally 5 lifetimes, like holy shit, since you started trying to give me a single reason why you support Trump, I was like married and remarried 3 times with 5 kids. Okay, they already have grandkids. I'm like in hospice, right? Like, and then when you finally are able to identify a reason why you support him and I respond to it, and oh, you better respond to what I have to say without pivoting. Listen, chat, I understand that maybe it's not so much fun for like you guys when we'll have guests in and out of here pretty quickly because I kick them for like these reasons. But I just want to let you guys know, if I don't kick them for these reasons, like I will lose my shit. Like I will not have a fun day. My cortisol levels will be to the fucking moon. And I will like end these streams very exhausted and I'll be less likely to do this for longer. Like I have to be able to have like some sense of control over the productivity of the dialogue, or like these conversations are useless. And I'll be bald by 23. Hello, Danny. Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am MAGA.
Okay. Oh, it's you again. It's been a while since you've tried to get back up here.
What do you mean?
You're always trying to get up here under a new name, but you just have a very distinctive voice.
I'm sick. What's your definition of murder?
What's up, Joel? You support Trump?
Hey, how's it going? I just don't appreciate you using the J word. In the future, I'd really like you to censor it or provide a trigger warning.
I have a J-O-B.
But please, I really don't appreciate that. Okay.
Get the fuck out. Get the hell out. Get the hell out of here, buddy. We're going to go to move on to the next guest, y'all. We are just looking for Trump supporters to come up here and have a dialogue with us, y'all. What's up, you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Ooh, how old are you?
I'm 21.
What year were you born in?
2003.
2003, 21, what month?
October.
Checks out. You'd be 21. Now let me thank Timothy for the $40 donation over on Venmo. Timothy says, why would Pelosi want rights to stop the certification of the election when she's a Democrat and a Dem won the election? I don't know. That guy was just fucking crazy. But thank you for the $40, Timothy and Gabrielle with a 10. Show some love to Timothy and Gabrielle down below in that chat. Literally right the hell now. As well as Julia. Thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal, saying the patience that you have to debate these idiots is profound. Time to time, it definitely can be. I appreciate you so much for the love, Julia and Timothy. You guys are base, as well as Alexa with the $5 over on that PayPal stream as well. Guys, thank you so much for the love. Take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life? Donald Jimothy Trump, orange menace, fascist tyrant, rapist, fraudster, felon, POS.
Thank you so much for that. I'm actually just wanted to come up here, and I'm not a MAGA support. I'm actually come to say something here because I know there's a lot of MAGA people here that before they start throwing shit to the immigrants, just think about that this is not about because they're immigrants. This is just about the white supremacy. I definitely believe that because they're just targeting people just because they look Mexicans and stuff like that. So it's really frustrating to see all these people that make no sense of what they say. And just like from my part, I say that if you don't know how a fucking immigration process works, don't talk shit about it. Because if you're not an immigrant and you don't know how the fuck people get to this country, you shouldn't talk about illegal process, because a lot of people are here legally and you don't know how the fuck to do a visa to come to a country. The US is one of the countries that is so fucking hard to get a visa, and you, like the MAGA people, judging the immigrants like, oh, you're coming here illegally. Bro, you don't know how the fuck to do a visa because you don't require visa for like most of the countries in the world. And actually, I do believe the US citizens should get like visas for a lot of countries, because for my part, I know in my country a lot of Americans are going and they're destroying my culture, doing a lot of prostitution and taking advantage of a lot of the girls in my country and doing a lot of drugs. And that's what you guys don't see. So you see all the immigrants, but you also immigrants in other countries, but also that's not bad because you're just white and you're Americans. And so it counts for you guys. But for the immigrants, it's like we all the bad ones. But you also do a lot of bad shit in other countries. So think first in what the things that you do instead of other countries. Fix your country first, and then you can talk about other countries. honestly.
Natty, I'm going to move on to the Trump supporters. Honestly, I was going to kick you if you said anything that I didn't fucking agree with. And you cooked that whole time, Natty. You cooked that whole damn time. We love you here. You cooked that whole damn time. I was like, I'm going to kick her, though. You know, she says anything that I don't agree with, I'm going to kick her. You know, I have a rule. We only debate Trump supporters. I'm going to move on. She's a liberal. She's not a Trump supporter. She lied to me. She said that she was MAGA, and she wasn't MAGA. But that whole time you were speaking, you were fucking cooking. Everything you said was absolutely true. I appreciate you for your perspective, Natty. What's going on, Danielle? Do you support Trump? Danielle?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 29, turning 30.
And Jesus Christ, Danielle, why do you support Trump?
I support him on all the immigration stuff. My mom and dad are both from out of the country. My mom's Filipino from the Philippines, and my dad's from Mexico.
Okay, I have a question. Are your parents violent gang members?
No.
Okay. You know that Donald Trump likes to call all immigrants violent gang members?
I don't think so. I think that he's trying to get rid of all the violent gang members, and he's not just deporting Mexicans that everyone thinks he is. He's also deporting like that famous guy on TikTok. He went back to England or France.
So yeah, it's funny that you bring up what is his
forget his
name?
name.
He's
I
the
don't
most
know it.
followed. He's the most followed TikToker. So, somebody in here has to know it. I don't know why I'm brain
Yeah,
farting on it
I
so
don't
hard.
remember.
No. Kaby Lame. So you told me that he's only deporting violent gang members, and then you went on to tell me that he deported
No, I didn't
Kaby
say
Lane.
only
So let me ask
I
you a
didn't say
question: Is
only
Kaby Lane a violent gang member?
He voluntarily left the country.
Then why did you say Trump deported him?
I didn't say I meant he voluntarily left the country. Yeah, he voluntarily left the country.
I have a question. If he's deporting violent gang members, he should deport himself. I think that he's a violent gang member. His gang is MAGA. That's his cult. He's a leader. Nobody disputes anything he says. There's no red lines because he's in charge, and he's violent. He's admitting to perving on naked teenagers when they're getting undressed, held liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, hit on little kids. We should deport him. Well, quite a violent gang member, gang leader even.
Yeah, I just my parents went through the right way to get their immigration status here. And I don't agree illegal immigrants coming here where my parents waited years for their visa and to be here legally. So I do not agree the way that people are coming into the United States.
You have a right to feel hurt. You have a right to feel slapped in the face, but not by undocumented immigrants. I think it's the government's fault for making the legal means of entry into America so expensive, taxing, and unattainable that we see so many individuals coming into America with the use of undocumented means. RPS, thank you so much for the cool disco gift. It's their fault, man. It's their fucking fault. No, it is 110% our government's fault that there's millions of undocumented immigrants in this country today. Okay? It's because think about it here. Let's just apply a little bit of critical thought. Who wants to be an undocumented immigrant?
Nobody.
Nobody. For so many reasons. Can't buy a house, can't get a loan to buy a house, can't open a bank account in a lot of scenarios, can't legally drive a car, can't file for a tax return when they're a W-2 employee. There's about 1,000,000,001 reasons, okay? And that's just scraping the top. Nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant. So why is there so many? Why is there so many? It's because they can't enter in legally because it takes 10 to 15 years. You're waiting in line for years before you're even allowed to fill out the paperwork. Significantly unattainable, very expensive. So when we see the idea of your parents doing it legally, good for them, we shouldn't blame that on the people that it's unattainable to. We should blame it on the government for causing it to be unattainable to those people.
Yeah, but I mean, that's a broken system right there. But I just don't think that people coming into the US illegally, I think that they should be sent back to the country that they were from.
Tell me how that benefits our country. If you could convince me that benefits America in any enumerated way, you'll change my mind.
The work, I think there's more work for actual American citizens compared to illegal immigrants.
That's not going to convince me. Could I tell you why?
Well, I just gave you an example. You asked me to give you an example, and I gave you one.
I know, but I don't think that is true. I don't think that undocumented immigrants take jobs away from Americans. I think they actually give Americans more jobs. Would you like to know why?
Sure.
Yeah, because they create a stronger, more efficient, and productive economy. Okay, I say this because they contribute $100 billion per year in taxes. I say this because they contribute $300 billion per year to the GDP. I say this because they account for a large a large sect of American industries and American manufacturing. They're the ones producing the goods that are then turned around and sold. And they also account for a large demographic of the consumers that spend their goods on the American producers' productions. So when you force millions of people out of the American labor force, when you tell them pack up and leave, there's nothing you could do about it. You're reducing the productive capacities of our industries. Less goods are being produced, and they're being produced at a lower level of efficiency. There's less people buying those goods. $300 billion per year from the GDP goes bye-bye, and our government has less money to subsidize those producers to allow them to create more jobs because we're taking $100 billion per year out of government revenue. So if anything, I actually think that sending them all home makes the economy worse, reduces average qualities of lives for American citizens and legal immigrants such as your parents, and reduces overall job opportunities because the economy's weakened, less productive, and less goods are being sold and produced.
Yeah, but the illegal immigrants that are coming here, I don't think their work, yes, they can find work like you're saying, but I don't think that they can even get the proper health care because they don't have the abilities to have health care. So that are really being taken care of. Like, I just don't think that it's benefiting anybody for them to come here if they're not.
Oh, I cut you off. Continue what you're saying. I don't want to do that.
No, I mean, that was it.
Okay, fair. So the first point, the first half of what you said was true. The second half of what you said was insane. So you're right. Undocumented immigrants face unequal, unfair, and exploitative treatment. All right, lower wages on average, no Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, no Section 8, no EBT, no food stamps, no social services or benefits, 110%. Okay, but the way to resolve that isn't to send them back to the country that they were trying so hard to escape that they were willing to become an undocumented immigrants and accept those disadvantages from in the first place. The way to resolve that is to offer them mass amnesty and give them a pathway to residency or citizenship so they do qualify for those things.
Okay. I mean, I didn't know that.
You see where I'm coming from? You see how that's a good solution here?
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that takes time and everything. And I think that Donald Trump's trying to do a lot in his position the years that he has. And I think that was the big thing why people voted for him was to get the illegal immigrants here. So I think that is step one of his election year.
Question. So you said that maybe an issue with mass amnesty offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship is the fact that it takes time. I have a question. What book is going to take more time to read? One that isn't too hard to read, maybe like it's typical for third graders, or like an original Old English Bible that is incredibly difficult and you'll face a lot of resistance trying to word your way through it?
The first one.
Okay, and that one's going to take less time to read because you're going to face less resistance when reading it, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if our government has two options, offer undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship, which will make their life better, or deport all undocumented immigrants, which will make their life worse, under which two of these options would the government face less resistance?
I don't know.
Well, think about it. Millions of people, are they going to be more apt to be able to qualify for loans to buy houses, file for tax returns, and receive social benefits, or be forcefully deported, ripped from their family, and sent back over the border?
The first one.
Our government would face less resistance doing mass amnesty compared to mass deportation. You know what that implies? It would take less time.
Yeah. Well, thank you for letting me come in. I just wanted to give my reasons why I voted for Trump.
Do you have any pushback, though?
No, I mean, I still think what I think.
Oh.
I don't think I'm really going to change my mind. Sorry.
Why? Listen, no, I put me in your head. Put us all in your head. Okay, you made a point. I was able to answer to every single question you had. I was able to explain why you're wrong and what's better to a point where you had nothing to say? Why does that not trigger like a little light bulb in your prefrontal cortex saying, maybe I'm wrong and he's right?
I mean, that light bulb hasn't hit.
Great. Is there any other
Sorry.
reasons why you support Trump?
That was the biggest one.
Yeah, okay. Appreciate you for the conversation. Moving on to the next guest. I'm giving the solution. I'm telling you exactly, like, I'm giving you such, like, a significantly better take on immigration policy, border control, and mass deportation. I'm justifying it. I'm giving reason, explanation, justification, and nobody's here for it. Kylie, what's up? You MAGA?
I am not. I am not a Trump supporter. I am 18 years old though. But please, I have family who is.
You're already kicked. No, hop back in. Wait. You had family that is immigrated. I feel like you were about to say something important, but I kicked you, and then the mic continued for around 6 seconds after I kicked you, and it removed them. Just to clarify for everybody listening in, I kicked them, and I clicked the button to kick them as soon as they said they're not a Trump supporter. And then he followed it up with what he had to say. Okay. Join. Okay, the easiest way to get a hold of me. Join my Discord. Send me a DM. I'll read it. And if I had heard what you'd said before I kicked you, I would have let you finish out your breath there. I kicked you as soon as you said that you weren't a Trump supporter. My apologies. What is going on, Oliver? Are you MAGA?
You said I could come back after a week, and it's been a week.
I don't even know who you are. Why did I tell you could come back after a week?
Yeah, you know who it is.
Oh,
You said I could come back after a week.
You could come back
You
after another week. How about that? Veteran! Thank you for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. They say this boomer is grateful for your dedication to the education of the uneducated. Remember that the overexposure to MAGA can be hazardous to your health. Don't forget to breathe and keep fighting the good fight, sir. Veteran, I love you. Show some love to Veteran down below in the chat. I want to grow up and be just like you, Veteran. 500 Veteran W's. And I mean that seriously. What's up, Brady? You MAGA?
I wouldn't say I'm MAGA.
Would you say you're a Trump supporter?
I do support, I guess, kind of the main thing I support him on is immigration.
Okay, we've been talking about immigration all day. I don't really have an issue about talking about immigration further, but it's just literally been 3 hours of immigration talk. Maybe we could switch it up for like 20 minutes. Is there any other reasons why you support Trump?
I don't know, because I'm 19 now. So before I could vote, I'd say I supported him on a lot more than I do now. And I did vote for Trump just because I was
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you support mass deportation?
I do.
Did you listen to the conversation I had with the last guest?
No.
Okay, just because I've repeated why I think, I don't know, chat. Should I just like re-engage in the same conversation that I just had, everybody, or like should I maybe move on to a guest just like right now for an intermission of having a discussion with somebody about maybe something that isn't related to immigration?
Unless I guess I don't know. Do you want to? You can bring up another topic, I guess, and I can.
How about we make this quick? So we'll have one small little conversation here. Why do you support Trump on immigration?
I guess like the main thing that I just can't wrap my brain around is like if they came here illegally, I don't care if they're one of the worst human beings that you could imagine, a rapist, whatever. They come in and they do all this crazy stuff. Or if they're like a really nice guy that works hard. If they came here illegally, I guess I can't understand why would we not send them back to their country. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day,
this is actually new substance. Okay, yeah. Listen, great. I'm happy I allowed you to stay up here. If they came in here illegally, regardless of how good or bad they are as a person, why shouldn't we follow the laws that are on the book and deport them? That's a question that you're asking, right?
Right.
Okay. Would you agree that it's the obligation of a government of a state to draft, enforce, and ensure that there's legislation on the books, and the purpose of the legislation on the books is to make the lives of the people in the country better?
Yes, I would say yes.
Okay, would you say that the inverse of this is another obligation of a state would be to get rid of and eradicate legislation on the books that makes the lives of the people in the country worse?
Yes.
Okay, so if I could demonstrate to you that the laws of mass deportation makes the lives of the people in the country worse, you would agree that the state would have an obligation to get rid of it.
Well, I guess it depends, because if they're here illegally, and we have to get them out, there's certain ways that you have to do it. I guess I don't understand why are there so many.
What is the answer to my question? Would it be a yes or a no? Okay, we agreed that it's the obligation of the state to put legislation on the books that makes the lives of the people in the country better. We then agreed that the opposite of this would be a secondary obligation of the state, which would be to eradicate and get rid of legislation on the books in which makes the lives of the people in the country worse. So the obvious logical implication would be here, if I could demonstrate to you that mass deportation, which is a law that's on the books, makes the lives of people in the country worse, we should get rid of it, right? That's just the logical implication.
I guess yes. I could say yes.
Okay. Mass deportation makes the lives of not only the immigrants that are getting deported worse. You don't care about that, though. So we're not going to talk about that. I think you're crazy for not caring about that, but I need to meet you where you're at. The law of mass deportation makes the lives of the people that are in the country worse by making the economy less sound, by reducing overall GDP growth by $300 billion per year, by stripping our government away from $100 billion per year that the state could use to turn around and sit on social safety nets, by forcefully removing millions of people from the labor force, weakening our industries, downsizing our consumer base, meaning less products are bought and less products are produced, which overall would reduce the average quality of lives in this country by promoting suboptimal economic conditions.
Okay, and I see where you're coming from, because I have buddies that lay concrete out in New Hampshire, and a lot of people that they work for and work with are work with are illegal immigrants who work their absolute balls off. I'm not denying that illegal immigrants definitely do help the economy.
Now, do you deny that do you deny or affirm that I was just able to demonstrate to you that the law of mass deportation makes the qualities of life in this country worse? Because I just gave you 5 reasons why it makes it worse. Do you affirm or deny my claim that the law on the books, mass deportation, makes the qualities of life in this country worse?
I mean, I guess you could say that, yeah, but at the same time, it's like they're here illegally.
Oh, you just conceded, sir, because earlier you agreed that the state would have an obligation to eradicate and abolish legislation that would make the qualities of life in the country worse. You've now also agreed that mass deportation is one of those laws. The conclusion would be that our state, the United States of America, and our government has an obligation to abolish legislation and reforms surrounding mass deportation.
Okay, Dean, but they're here illegally, though. Like I said, I mean,
it doesn't matter. We have to find something else to do with individuals who are here illegally, because we just agreed that the solution to mass deportation is a law that the state has an obligation to abolish.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I think we can make becoming a U.S. citizen a lot easier. I think that's part of it.
Could you just affirm what I just said? It doesn't matter that they're here illegally. We have to find something else to do, because mass deportation is something that the state has an obligation to abolish.
Well, I don't think we have to find something else to do. I think we could get them out and then make it easier for them to come back.
Okay, now you're contradicting yourself, though. Do you know what a contradiction is?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
but
could you admit that you're contradicting yourself? Because you agree that we have an obligation to abolish legislation that makes lives worse. You agree that mass deportation is one of those policies. This would lead to the conclusion that the state has an obligation to abolish mass deportation, but you're now affirming that the state has an obligation to uphold mass deportation. That is a contradiction. Can you admit to that?
Yes, absolutely. So yes, I contradicted myself, which is where it's a tough topic, because you can't just let everybody in when they're here illegally. You know what I mean? Like, if you do something illegal, you break the law, you deal with the consequences of your actions. And they're here illegally, whether whether they murdered someone or whether they are a hard worker, they're here illegally.
Okay, so in other words, you admit that the only way to defend the proposition of mass deportation is to defend a logical contradiction. Logical contradictions are illogical by definition. So in other words, the only arguments you possess for mass deportation are definitionally speaking and self-admitted to be illogical.
Yeah, Dean, you're pretty darn good at this. I got to give it to you.
Well, I mean,
You're
listen,
good at
man,
backing.
we're
You're good
just-
at backing people in a corner. So I'm almost like I'm confused with what I'm saying myself. But at the same time, it just doesn't click in my head that there's people here illegally. Why would we not get them out of our country? That's just what
all right. I'm going to give you the answer, and then I'm going to move on to the next guest. We've been talking about immigration for 3.5 hours now. So, yeah, the really quick answer, the really easy answer is simple, okay? It's because the reason why they're here illegally is ultimately the responsibility and fault of our government. Nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant, but the only reason that there's millions of people who are is because they want a better life, just like everybody alive wants a better life, and the legal means of entry were unattainable. That's right. And the reason why the legal means of entry were unattainable is because our Congress has neglected them since the goddamn 90s, and they take 10 to 15 years just to become a citizen. You wait years in line just to fill out the starting paperwork to kick the process off. It's the fault of our government that there's millions of people in here illegally. So why would we punish those? Why would we punish the immigrants? Okay. So I say that
I'm not arguing with you there. I think
fix
it's
the
tough to
issue
become a
that our government has created of undocumented immigrants in America illegally by A, reducing the incentive that more individuals have from undocumented entry by making the legal means of entry into America better, and B, offering undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship unless they've committed prior violent offenses. That is the solution. You just have to break through the Republican propaganda, you have to break through the MAGA talking points, and you have to break through the arguments that you've admitted are illogical and contradictory in order to recognize and comprehend this fact, okay? And something that can help you break through this fact is just to simply acknowledge that a lot of the rhetoric, the shit that has been spewed out of the mouths of right-wingers isn't related to law and order, isn't related to punishing people because they committed a crime, but is completely related to bigotry, xenophobia, and racism.
So you think we should keep them here until they can get citizenship instead of sending them back and making it easier for them to re-enter our country legally?
Yeah, no fucking shit. I'm going to answer that in one word. It's significant. Well, I'm going to answer that in one phrase. It's significantly more productive.
Okay.
I'm like, seriously, like imagine that you're a business owner and you have an employee that generates you $300 billion in revenue a year. Okay, but you figure out that this employee incorrectly filled out their W-2 and they accidentally mixed up one of the numbers in the SSN on the W-2. Would you fire them and make them fill out a new W-2, or would you just make them correct the W-2 that they already have?
I'd probably make them correct the W-2 that they already have.
Why? Because it's more efficient, right?
Yeah, it's easier.
It's easier and it's more efficient. There you go. That's mass amnesty in a nutshell. And keep in mind, I've been able to argue this all without referencing ethical concerns or legitimate humanitarian fucking abysmal shitholes in this whole conversation. We haven't even gotten around to that. Like, there's totally a way to justify mass amnesty and to condemn a mass deportation without even referencing the material conditions of undocumented immigrants in this country and the humanitarian and ethical concerns in which they face when deported. Okay, because I got to recognize that for whatever reason, right-wingers are so propagandized to the extent of not giving a shit about those.
Right. I wouldn't like call myself a hardcore right-winger. This was my first election I voted in, so I honestly voted for Trump just because Kamala and Tim kind of scared the shit out of me a little bit. But
I think that the rapist should scare you more than the prosecutor.
I know. I disagree with a lot of the shit that comes out of Trump's mouth and like saying grab women by the you know what and shit like that. But it's something about Kamala, like when they asked about the economy and she's saying, I grew up in a middle-class family repeatedly, all that stuff. I guess I just couldn't see it, so I voted for Trump. But yeah, I guess the immigration thing, I kind of still stand firm on it.
You know that her economic policy was great, but like, dude, you're acting as if when Donald Trump has been asked questions about his policy, he's responded intelligently.
No.
Are you looking to make some money? Do you want to make some money?
Dude,
I'll give you a job. Let me employ you. I will give you $100 right now over Venmo or PayPal if you could play us a single clip of Donald Trump speaking fluently and intelligently about any policy in the last 10 years.
Oh, fucking A.
Like,
All right.
like, what a ridiculous thing to say. You understand, Donald Trump literally ran on abolishing inflation, not like reducing it, not getting it to a sustainable level. He wanted to abolish inflation. like you go to his Instagram. This was one of the 14 points of his agenda that he ran on. Like, dude,
Right.
it's like this is like just cocoa melon for drooly toddlers. Like, don't even get me started. I'm gonna have a migraine.
With the inflation thing though, it was like in my head, Kamala, I had I guess I attached her to the Joe Biden, obviously, and then she ran by herself. But with the rate of inflation over the last 4 years with Biden and me hoping to buy a house in the next 3 years, I'm thinking something's got to change. You know what I mean?
You're going to make me rip my heart out of my chest. You're going to make me take my head and bang it 5 times into this table right here in front of me.
I'm sorry, Dean.
Listen, I'm gonna pull my hair out, okay? I'm right now on live, 4K. You want to know why?
Why?
Because Kamala Harris wanted to give you $25,000 to buy a house.
Okay, but who's going to pay for that, though? I understand that. Who's paying for it?
Oh, you want to talk about who's paying for it? That would have cost $1.2 trillion in totality, which, by the way, is the precise amount of money that the Treasury had estimated would have been raised by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% in the next 10 years. So it actually would have paid for itself over the next 10 years. But why don't you ask these questions about Trump? You know that BBB, that big, beautiful bill, dude? CBO says it'll cost $4 trillion. That is near twice as much as every penny spent under the Biden-Harris administration on non-COVID related expenditures in one goddamn bill. Okay? And it's not just the fact that it costs more, but its effect is negative. It's going to reduce the after-tax income for 80% of Americans. Okay, Kamala Harris, $1.2 trillion policy that will pay for itself.
The after-tax income? What do you mean? What?
Yeah,
I haven't even looked at it, Dean. I'll be honest.
Yeah, the Center on Budget and
And
Policy
I already voted for him. Hey, I already voted for him, so we can't.
I'm not trying to change your vote. This isn't why did you vote for Trump. This is why do you support him. I'm trying to get you to stop supporting him right now, bro.
Explain that. Can you explain that to me real fast? I know you need more guests, but.
So the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, the CBPP, their website cbpp.org, that'll be relevant in a minute, has done a study on all 831 pages of the big beautiful bill. Okay, and their conclusion, looking at the total net impact of all the adjustments, provisions, and accessories in these 831 pages, is that it will reduce the after-tax income for the bottom 80% of income earners in America. Not just that, but it will do so regressively, negatively impacting you more the less you make, right? So the bottom 20% of income earners will lose $2,200 in their after-tax income because of the BBB. Now the top 1% of earners will actually gain $25,550 in their after-tax income.
So what's the cutoff? Like, what amount of income do you have to make in order to not lose your money? Do we know?
Yeah, we do. Let's see. What is the income cut off?
Because I'll be honest, Dean, if I fucking lose more money to taxes because of him, I'll fucking freak out. I swear.
Okay.
That's one thing that would make me fucking actually get pissed off.
Wow, I'm actually surprised. So it's $130,000.
You have to make over 130 to not, or
yeah, you have to make over 130 just to kind of break even. So top 20% of income earners on average are going to save an additional $550 in after-tax income. Keep in mind that's including top 1% earners, which is incredibly staggered. So if you're right there making 130, 150, you're actually not you'll just probably break even. There won't be much of a change for you. But now you make more than that, 200, 300, 400K range, all of a sudden you're saving thousands, and you make less than that, you're losing money. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, fucking A. Dean, can we be honest? Question. Did you actually think that, I know Joe Biden's old news now. I get it, because he wasn't in the last election. But did you think that Kamala was actually good? Or did you think that she was just the better candidate?
Because I feel like in some regards I thought that she was just a better candidate, but in other regards I thought that she was actually good. Her economic policy excelled. She wanted she offered tax cuts for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. So she wanted to fight for the average American, Like that's good. We need that,
Okay.
especially
Yeah.
after the pandemic, ushering in levels of income inequity in America that are equivalent to France before the French Revolution. We need that right now. The average American needs that. And also, she ran on codifying federal protections for every single woman and girl's right to choose. We also need that because right now there's 66 million American women that don't have access to elective abortions. I view that as a human rights violation. 60 great victims that got pregnant as a result of their great per dare denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states. That's a human rights atrocity. And because now it's on the state level, we see states like Georgia now having the ability to impose insane legislation such as the heartbeat ban, which has led to women such as I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm stuttering in the middle of my speech. I want to make sure that I get her name right. If you would just provide me 1 second here, ladies and
Not a problem.
gentlemen.
I'm patient. It's my day off. We have
Adriana
time.
Smith. There we go. I don't know why I was blanking on her name. And that's why we have women such as Adriana Smith, who got pregnant, had a brain injury, became brain dead with a 9-week-old non-viable fetus in their uterus, and is now being treated as a literal human incubator just to sustain the life of this fetus, in which we now have medical reasoning to believe is a non-viable life.
Yeah, this was tough for me, like I guess I still do, I guess some of the shit he says, I think I'm like, wow, you know what, Donnie, that was pretty good. And then a lot of the stuff that he says, I'm like, you know what, dude, you're a fucking idiot. Tough thing is that I'm just kind of getting into politics. I guess it's hard when you're 16, 17, 18, 19 years old to really just go for it and fucking get into it. My dad and my mom are really into it, but
When
I've
I was 16, I was pro-Trump. It's I get it, but it's
when I was 16, I was fucking ride or die Trump, just because.
Me too. Me too. I was too.
I guess that's but I don't think I'd ever go. I don't think I'd ever go far left. I think if anything, you just because like my dad said, my dad is fucking funny, and you would love him because he is like very right down the pipe. So he's whoever he thinks genuinely has the better policies, whatever, he'll vote for him. But he fucking hates Trump to his fucking core. And it is one of the funniest things ever. Like my dad is on Facebook fucking bashing Trump, and he's a business owner. I'm like, Dad, you can't be doing that shit. That's probably not good for your business.
No, your dad's an absolute G. Okay,
He doesn't give a fuck, dude.
Your dad is Bruce fucking Wayne. Buy him a medal. Father's Day is coming up. Buy him a yacht. Okay,
dude, I would have get him a good gift, but like it's funny because we live in a small town, especially where everyone knows pretty much everyone, and my dad will go on Facebook and just fucking bashing, and I'm like, Dad, you can't be doing that shit for business. He's like, I don't give a fuck Trump.
Dude, your dad is where it's at. You need to listen to him, man.
But it's just, I guess, like, I don't know. It's just, it was just a tough, I feel like the way we're going, it's just, at this point, people, I feel like just vote for who they think is better because neither of them are good. You know what I mean? And that's just not, I feel like that's scary. Because I feel like no one, I feel like I can't trust fucking anybody. I just don't understand.
I actually disagree. I think that right now, America's been presented with a unique opportunity where one of the candidates, Donald J. Trump, our current president, I think it'd be difficult to find somebody that would be worse at the job of the presidency than him.
Really?
It'd be very difficult. The only demographic of people that I could say with some level of confidence would be worse at the job than him are proud, extroverted, white supremacists, white nationalists, Christian nationalists. That's the only demographic of people that I could think of that would be worse at the job than him.
Fucking A. I feel like no one cares about no one cares about us. You know what I mean? I feel like Donald Trump don't give a fuck about Brady Galetto and I feel like Kamala doesn't either though. I feel like Kamala doesn't care about.
She predicted everything that's happening right now and told you to your face before the election. I would say that demonstrates a level of care. But Brady, listen, man, I appreciate you for coming up and having a decent conversation with me. I really hope that I'm able to change your mind.
Okay, didn't fully change my mind, Dean, but you definitely got me, I guess, thinking a little bit.
That's what I want, man. I don't expect you to throw your life upside down in a 30-minute conversation. I just want to, maybe maybe open some avenues for further thought. I appreciate you for your time. I'll take that as a success. I appreciate you for the good conversation. We're going to move on to the next guest, everyone. Give us a minute to get that next Trump supporter loaded into the live right now. Also, make sure that we're double tapping away in that phone screen, sharing this live out with a handful of friends. Oh, I feel like I need to sneeze, but I can't sneeze. Oh, that's a terrible feeling, let me tell you. Let's see here. Oh my God. Yo, Skylar, thank you for the 100 Canadian dollars over on YouTube Super Chat. Skylar didn't attach a message, but Skylar, just know that I love you. That is so incredibly kind of you. And thank you for the love, guys. Let's get 1,000 Skylar W's down below. As well as everybody over on YouTube. Don't worry, I haven't neglected you. Labeza, thank you for the $10 Super Chat. Rodney with a 10. Jane with a 10. Rose with a 10. Assassin with a 5. Bubba with a 5. Mel with a 5. And Cass with a 2. And just know that although I'm not reading your messages out loud, I definitely am reading them to myself, and I appreciate you guys so much for the love, and I'm sorry for not getting around to them sooner, but guys, I do really appreciate y'all so much for the love. Zach, what's going on, man? Are you MAGA? Okay, Zach isn't here. Let's go and get that next guest up while we do. Macy, I would really like to thank you for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Macy, I really appreciate you for the love there. Macy says, thank you for educating MAGA supporters to the point where you leave them speechless. Got to bring you to my next family function so you could educate my family next. Bring him on the live, Macy. I appreciate you for the $20 donation. Shout out to you. As well as Megan with a 10. I really appreciate you so much for the love, Megan. And Ashlyn with the 1. Oh, Dakota James. Hello.
What's up, dude?
What's up? You MAGA?
Hello?
You MAGA?
Almost.
We got a little bit of an echo there. I'm sorry, man. I got to cut you. Guys, we want the next Trump supporter of the day right now. Quite frankly, that's the truth. Holy shit. Could I just say something crazy right now? Could I say something crazy? Chat, how many people are in the live? Over 15,000. How many people are in the guest requests? 30. 30 people out of 15,000. That's ridiculous. 30 is not the maximum, chat. 100 is the maximum. That's ridiculous. Dustin, what's up? You MAGA?
Oh, yes, sir.
Dustin, no! Why do you support this vile POS, dude? Lay it on us.
All right, so I'm in between on both, more MAGA than not. I've been in the military for the last, 7, 8 years now.
I could change your mind.
I've seen a difference under his administration than I have the other ones, and it comes from the bottom. You can't make change at the bottom; it comes from the top, and that's been one of the biggest things I've noticed a difference in. The leadership has just been completely different under him than it has everybody else.
I could change your mind if you're a good faith actor with one question.
All right, let's hear it.
Before I give it to you, I got to thank Santiago for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Andreas with a 2. William with a 5. As well as Journey. Thank you so much for the $55 over on PayPal. Chat, show some love to Journey. That is Jernie, they say. Hi, Dean. You're such a big inspiration. Thank you all for all that you do. Not only are you educating MAGA, I feel like I also learn a lot from you. Best wishes. Oh, I appreciate you for the love, Journey. And thank you so much for the $50 donation. Seriously, that's a shit ton of money. Shout out to Journey down below. As well as Savian. Thank you for the $11. And Sarah with a 5. You guys are so incredibly kind. Now, passing the mic back to you, Dustin. I said I could change your mind with one question. If you're good faith, let's take it away. You took an oath when you joined the military. Did that oath that you took basically command you to uphold and protect the American Constitution?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that this reasonably implies that you would never support anything or anybody that serves as a threat to the Constitution?
I do not believe that Trump is serving a threat to the Constitution. Now, I can tell you why I think that.
We'll get there, but we got to work down like the train of logic. We got to work down the train of logic first. We'll get there, but before we get there, I just want to clarify that this oath would imply, like, reasonably, that you wouldn't support anything or anybody that does serve as a threat to the Constitution, right?
Correct.
All right. Now is when we talk about why Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution. So you said that you don't think he's a threat, and you could prove why. Typically at this point, I'll just tell you why I do think he's a threat. But honestly, I want to start with you. Tell us why you don't think he's a threat.
So, like I say, I don't agree with everything he says. Now, I got to watch what I say because he is my boss. But I do support a lot of things when it comes to when he was in office the first time. It was just there was no issues. I mean, there was there's always going to be issues somewhere, so there'll be one or two, but the atmosphere was a lot less. Now we're dealing with stuff that happened under the Biden administration with Russia and Ukraine. Things are always going to pop off. That's not going to change. That's inevitable. You're not going to eliminate those
I just want to clarify that the question that you should be answering right now, or more so the argument that you should be giving, is why you do not think that Donald Trump is a threat to the American Constitution. I mean, hopefully the answer to this question wouldn't imply any relevance of any Democrat. So why? So you said that you have an argument for it. We want to hear you out. Why do you not think that Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution?
I think he's very backing up the Constitution right now. If you look at what's going on in LA, if you look at certain aspects, he is going off of what is going on, right? So there's a difference between peaceful things and unpeaceful things, and when things become unpeaceful, right? And everybody throws up January 6th as a big fact, but what had happened was it became unpeaceful. National Guard ended up showing up, but at some point you have to understand that this is not being peaceful protest in LA. So at the end of the day, the Constitution says if you're illegal, well, you came here illegally, you have to go back. I do agree that it shouldn't be that hard for people to come into the United States. I do agree with that. I've worked several times with multiple different people from all different backgrounds, and I don't agree with how hard it is for people to get to America. But at the same token, they had to go the right way to get here. And it's not fair to them, and it's not fair to anybody else that people are just walking across the border and calling it a day.
Okay, great. Wow, there's a whole lot that you said there. So first, you said that the Constitution says if you're here like illegally that you got to be deported. That's not true. I don't know where you got that from. If that was true, then the drafters of the Constitution would have had to deport themselves. I don't know. But something else that you said there was that you feel like he's backing up the Constitution. And the reason you think that he's backing up the Constitution as, like Law and Order in California, funny thing, he's actually breaking the law deploying like California's National Guard in the state. Only the governor has the ability to do that, and the president only has the ability to do that with the consent of the governor. It is not wrong, and even Donald Trump himself has acknowledged this. He said in an interview in 2020 that he cannot deploy the National Guard in states without the consent and say-so of the governor, as that is illegal. And when asked about this yesterday, he did not say that what he's doing is illegal. He rather pivoted, deflected, and said that he's doing it because the governor of the state is incompetent. And this is why now we see the governor's office of the state suing the Trump administration. But that didn't really answer the question to why you don't think he's a threat to the Constitution. I think it was more so just kind of like you driving the conversation away from him being a threat to the Constitution into a conversation about immigration, mass deportation, etc. Now, here's my thing. I want to talk about that first point before we move on to immigration. So talking about that first point of being a threat to the American Constitution, would you say that Donald Trump or any other president, I'm going to phrase this question a little bit differently. If there was an illegal immigrant in America that was able to gain a cult-like following, right, and then they use this power from possessing... You got some yappy dogs back there. Do you mind if I mute you? Dustin, are you still listening, man?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute because of your yappy dogs, okay?
Yep.
So would you say if there was an illegal alien gang member that was able to gain a cult-like following of millions in this country, and then he left? Why did he leave? I'm so sad that he left. That was gonna kill him. That argument was a zinger. Holy fuck. Let me lay the argument on you. Let me lay the argument on y'all real quick. Okay? If there's an illegal alien gang member in America, we'll do this while I'm pulling up the next guest, that was able to get a cult-like following of millions, and then they use that to call for the termination of the Constitution explicitly, would they be a threat to the Constitution? The answer would be yes. And then that's like when I say that this is something Trump has done, and I pull up this, wrong graph. And then I pull up this picture. Nope, wrong one. I pull up this, nope, wrong one. That one, and it shows where Donald Trump himself has explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution. That's the zinger. That's the zinger. Oh, what's going on, man? You support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
15.
Appreciate your honesty, little bro. Gotta be at least 18 to be in that live. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Betty, what's up? You MAGA?
I'm not. Actually, I'm the now Hispanic MAGA, and that is something you might be curious about what that means.
So you are Hispanic MAGA.
That means that they will never get us out, translated in English. I like your smile. Thank you.
It was great. It was great. Hell yeah. I'm pretty sure, like, she wasn't actually a Trump supporter. I wanted to clarify that. It was just like a token of resistance. I didn't follow it too well, but she was definitely proposing it as like a token of resistance. All right, guys. Let's try to get that last guest up of the night. Lauren, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Lauren says, thank you for the education that you provide. You speak with patience and intelligence and always have a good laugh. Don't give up on Texas just yet. Dude, I think that Texas could go blue in the next election. Call me crazy. Thank you for the 25, Lauren. Show some love to Lauren down below in that comment section. Let's get 250 Lauren W's. And then also, if you're watching and you're like, hey, this Dean guy's cool, and you want to support me, you want to support the stream, so we can continue to do this for 4 to 5 hours every single day, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Get 100% of all the proceeds over on those platforms. It goes straight to me. Nobody else gets a cut except for the tax man, Mr. Uncle Sam, every year. As well as you get a notification at the top of my phone screen. I could give you a shout out. Thank you for your support. Morgan, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you MAGA?
I just got one thing to say, one argument.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I live in Texas, and I see manly men all the time claiming they're a Trump supporter. And I got 3 daughters, and I don't know how anyone supports a guy that is accused and proven of raping a woman. 100% should be the only argument that needs to be out there. Case in point. If you have daughters, if you love women, those same men will say they'll do whatever they can to take that person off the street and get rid of them, but they'll support this motherfucker. That's it. Thank you, Dean. Love the lives.
That was a magical experience we just had there. Have you ever asked yourself what a real man looks like? That's what a real man looks like. If you ever want to ask yourself what a good father looks like, that's what a good father looks like. We're going to go and get that next guest, Jude, up in that box. What's up, Jude? You support Trump?
Dean, I did vote for Trump in the past election.
But you don't support him anymore.
Yes.
Beast! W him! W him! What's up, Anthony? You MAGA?
Like that?
Oh. Anthony, you here? Nope, they're gone. What's up, Fish? You MAGA?
Right there. That's me.
Fish, you MAGA?
We're next.
Yes.
Oh, hi. Okay. All right. Well, let's have a little bit of a conversation here. So I'm not MAGA. You are MAGA. Why do you support Trump? Did your daughter...
Well, I support Trump for all the reasons that he's...
Oh, sorry, go ahead, sir. I didn't
I'm
mean
sorry,
to cut
go
you
ahead.
off. I didn't mean to cut you off. Take it away. I'm pretty sure we got a parent on the line, everybody. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I am a parent actually, but the reason why I support Trump is for all the good things he's done for the country. Not necessarily who he is as a person, but what he's done for the country, or what he's doing for the country.
Wow. Like what?
Oh, let's see, making our military stronger, cutting taxes for everybody, making our economy stronger, things like that.
Okay. So for your first point about making the military stronger, he actually hasn't taken
Yes.
any action to make our military stronger.
Oh, he didn't in his first term?
Yeah, no, not really. I mean, what did he do?
How so?
What did he do to make
Well, he
the
created
military
the
stronger?
Space Force. He did increase the budget
That
a
actually
little
made
bit.
that actually
He-
made our military weaker because he just reallocated funds away from the Navy to the Space Force.
Well, it's actually partially from all of them, not just the Navy, but
So we made all the branches a little bit weaker. Now, related to your second point, what was your second point? He's cutting taxes for everybody.
Yeah.
So actually, no. The Center and Budget and Policy Priorities tells us that the totality of the impact of his tax cuts, the big beautiful bill, will raise taxes on 80% of everybody. Boom. What?
it'll raise taxes on 80% of everybody. How is that? Can you go into specifics?
If you want specifics, I would honestly just recommend you read the study straight from the
Have
CBP.
you read it, the study? 'Cause if you had, you'd know to the specifics you're citing to everybody here. You just
Yeah.
keep referring
So
to this thing that nobody's read but you.
I've like read through the study, but like once again,
you haven't read it either, I guess.
I have read through this study, but once again, it's like I would rather like not do like a pissing contest of like me describing the details to you, but I'd rather direct you to CBP. If you allow me to finish.
Go ahead.
And I'd rather
Sorry.
direct you to cbpp.org to click the first link on their website, so you could read it yourself. Like the reason why I think that's a good thing that you should do is because they'll be able to go through the very niche specifics of like why they indicate this to be the case. But I mean, like in a more vague sense, what I can describe to you is like accounting for like adjustments and like the tax brackets alongside other incentives granted, such as no tax on tips, some overtime, etc., and the cuts included in the bill to Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security. That overall we will see 80% of Americans reap a lower after-tax income. And once again, I just highly implore you to go to cbpp.org to read the specifics.
Okay,
for
hold
yourself
on now,
because
hold
you'll
on
be able
now.
to get more detail.
How do you think most Americans work overtime?
No.
You don't think they do? Well, the ones that do, okay, let's say work overtime. Let's say maybe it's not the majority, but a lot of us do. How's that going to make it less money for us if they cuts the taxes to overtime?
Because not all the cuts in the bill are good. In fact, they're harmful, right? So although there's some parts of the bill that you could point out that may benefit you, in totality, the 831 pages of the bill will serve to your net disinterests.
Okay, well, I disagree with that. I disagree with the people that are actually analyzing this bill for that.
Do you mind if I ask you a
because
question?
CBO says similar things. Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, it sounds like you're like a daughter that put you on the mic, right? Are you a father? Do you have a daughter?
I do have two daughters, actually.
You have two daughters. As a father, I'm actually going to kind of play off of what the last guest came up here to say and ask you a question. I
Okay.
mean, Donald Trump has admitted to perving on naked teenagers while they're getting undressed in their changing rooms. Why don't you, as a father of two daughters, like recognize this as an indefensible action in which we should outcast regardless of all else, revoking your support from Trump?
We're talking about him as a politician or a person? Because I just wanted to say, I thought we were talking
Well,
about politics.
I think that how he is as a person directly impacts who he is as a
Nah,
politician.
you know how many politicians are scum? Most of them.
Wait, I'm so
You start
sorry.
talking about him as
I'm so
people.
sorry. Did
Then
Kamala
it's
Harris just
ridiculous.
openly boast about perving on naked teenage girls and held liable for raping a woman?
Yeah, well, that's ridiculous.
No, she didn't. Right?
Has
It is
she done
ridiculous
things that
to
are
say that.
unethical? Of course. What? I mean, you can't say politicians are great people.
Yeah.
They're not.
So you're brushing
That's why
this
most
one
people
off.
don't like him.
So you're brushing this one off pretty quickly. If he was an adjudicated child
Yeah.
rapist, would you still have supported him?
He's not a child rapist.
If he was if he was an adjudicated, self-admitted child rapist, would you still have voted for him?
What is he with Jeffrey Epstein now too?
Let's assume that he was, and that was found guilty in a criminal court, and he admitted to it. Would you still support
He
him?
was he was a found criminal in criminal court to be with Jeffrey Epstein.
I'm saying if he was, and he admitted
Come on
to it.
now. No, let's just talk. Keep it to politics, man.
you
That way
understand-
it's easier, more simple.
Sir,
because that's what we're talking about.
mental
Right?
brain rot. If Donald Trump was an adjudicated, definitive child rapist, would you still support him?
As a politician, yes.
If he raped your daughter, you still would have put his
He
name
raped
on the
my daughter. Oh my
ballot.
God.
You're
See,
a member of a cult.
This is such a ridiculous argument because, of course, anybody that would say that would say no to that. That doesn't make your argument better. It
You
just means that you don't have
understand?
anything
You
else to
understand
say
that all
politically,
children
so you
are
go on
other
a group on
people's.
this.
You understand that all children are other people's daughters, other people's sons.
What children did he
other
rape?
people's
What children did he
children.
rape? Let's go with that.
No.
Did he rape somebody?
You just said if you knew for a certain fact that he raped the child, you would still have voted for him and you'd still support him today. Like honestly, I'm just gonna go and roll you this clip. I want to see what your takeaway is. I genuinely want to see what your takeaway is from this. You're gonna see a pop up on your stream inviting you to unmute. Just click the button. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to figure out the unmute. Fuck. Oh. Yeah, he's not going to be able to figure out the unmute. Whatever. We'll just get him gone. Can't believe he said that. If he's an adjudicated child rapist, he still would support him. Bro, that shit just like kills me. That shit just kills me, bro. I feel bad for this kid. This kid passed him the phone, probably heard that. What's up? You support Trump, Ray?
I don't, but can I ask you a really quick question, please?
How old are you?
I am 19, June 16th, 2006.
Yeah, for sure. You could ask a quick question.
I'm doing fan art review. What is your favorite color? I can't decide what to make the background.
My favorite color is forest green. All right. We got Caleb loading up into that box, everybody. Very important question right there. Yeah. Favorite color is forest green. Kalista, thank you for the money, and I appreciate you for the love. As well as, let's see, Sarah, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Asking, where's my 7-minute monologue about why Trump is terrible? I think it's my 4th most recent repost. And then Deirdre with the $6.66 saying, hell Satan. Wow. Too far, Deirdre. Keep that satanic bullshit away from me. Okay? All right? Keep it away from me. What's going on, Kayla? You MAGA?
So my family is.
Sorry, Kaylee. I'm sorry. Just looking for one last Trump supporter. This guy's name is Kentucky Joe. I'm a little bit taken out of it from that last guess. I'm not gonna lie. What's up, Kentucky Joe? You MAGA?
I am in the untenable position of being a MAGA, but having to defend Donald Trump's personal life. So, yes, I like the idea. Donald Trump is a person. I think he's a dirtbag, just like every other politician.
Okay.
There's something inherently wrong.
I don't think he's just like every other politician.
No, and true enough, he's not. But anybody that wants to be in charge, that is so ego driven, that they rise to this level.
I don't
there's something
think
inherently wrong
I don't
with
think
him.
that the biggest issue with him is his ego either. That's the last on the list. I could agree that being a politician can be ego driven for many. Okay, right, and that is going to be like something that we see in American politics today. But if I had to like calculate the reasons why I do not like him, the fact that he's ego driven is probably going to be around like maybe 99th.
Well, I voted for the guy. I like the guy for his politics.
1 second,
for
Java
what he's
314. You
doing.
should come up into the stream. Okay, yeah, sure. What's your favorite thing that Donald Trump has done?
I'm going to say as a Zionist, he moved the embassy to Jerusalem.
Java, what's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, are you driving?
Yeah.
Fuck. I invited you up. Sorry, I was gonna talk to Java instead. If you guys can't tell, I'm kind of getting towards the end of my stream. I'm getting a little tired. I just kind of like reactionary kick that guy. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. You know, Zionist, if you want to re-request and have a debate, go for it. I'll let you back up, Zionist. I need to lock in. I need to lock in everybody. What's up, Billy? You MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Dude, ew! Fuck you, Billy.
Fuck you. No, I'm kidding.
Me too. How old are you?
I'm 18. I was
Wait,
born
you were born in
2006, August 21st.
Okay, why did that, okay, not kidding this time. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think, well, first of all, I'm not going to lie. The first reason is probably because of the way I was raised. I was born in Wyoming. Just everyone down there was a Trump supporter. You were an outcast where I lived if you weren't, if you didn't. If you weren't a Republican.
So were liberals where I grew up. You know, that's a big motivation why I was MAGA in my youth. But I guess I'm more so asking for like good reasons. I think we could agree that's a bad one.
Yes, I agree that that's not a very good reason. This is not my main point, but I want to ask you this. If the people in the LA protests, LA riots, they are holding their country's flags, why do they not want to go back to that country?
He's in high school. I'll answer your question nonetheless. Just because you take pride in your heritage doesn't mean that, you know, you want to go back to said country. For instance, think about all of like the Palestinian Americans that take pride in the fact that they're from Palestine. Does this imply that if they had the means available to go back to Palestine that they would? Right now? No. Let's go to load up Micah. He had high school in his bio, so he was at our age. He was a lot about his age. What's going on, Micah? Do you support Trump?
Nah, I'm taking a shit.
Okay. It was really weird to announce to the class. Imagine hopping on in front of a hot mic in front of, what are we at on YouTube? What are we at on YouTube here? We're at 3,200. Imagine hopping on a hot mic in front of close to 19,000 people and saying that you're taking a shit. What a weirdo. What's up, the home? Do you support Trump?
No, but I got a quick question.
Honestly, if you want to ask a question, feel free to DM it to me or join my Discord. I'd love to take it, but I'm kind of nearing the end of my stream here, so I guess I'm trying to lock in on like one last Trump supporter. What's up? You support Trump?
I'll be honest, I'm just a fan. I wanted to say hi. I'll leave you.
I appreciate you for the kindness. What's up, 2:15 in the morning? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, bro.
Okay, what time is it?
What time is it? 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah. Oh, we're only talking to people from America. I haven't repeated that for a minute, so it's not your fault. We're only looking to debate individuals from America that are at least 18 and support Trump. Yo. What's going on, Prime? You support Trump? Okay, Prime is not here. Goodbye, Prime Jamie. Goodbye, Prime Jamie. Everybody looking for that last guest of the stream. Here we go. Oh my God. Holy cow. Very difficult. Hello, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 18, 2006, September 4th.
Is that a sketch of the Unabomber? Is your profile picture?
It is.
That's interesting. When did you say you were born?
September 4th, 2006. Hold on, I gotta fix my audio.
Okay, you'd be 18. What an interesting... Why? I just have to ask before we debate. Like, what led you to choosing the Unabomber as your PFP?
Well, I read his book, and I thought it was... I mean, I agree with a lot of things in there. Industrial society and its future.
Oh, so you're like
honestly,
a fan
that's
of the
pretty
Unabomber.
mischaracteristic of a right winger to like the Unabomber. I mean, I'm surely he has a lot of things you align with.
You like the Unabomber?
I like his. He's very intelligent. I mean, okay, I'm not saying I condone murdering people,
He's
but
very intelligent. He is very intelligent. He's so smart. He killed how many people?
I think it was 2 or 3.
So we probably shouldn't support serial killers?
Okay, well, admittedly, yes, one of those guys was totally innocent. It was a computer science professor, but one of them was a lumber executive. And I mean, those guys are assholes. Come on. I forgot who the third was.
Okay, we'll talk about Trump, but I just want everybody to kind of compartmentalize this guy's support for a literal serial killer and draw a comparison between the motivations that exist there. And
I just thought it was interesting.
Why
I
he
like
might
true
support
crime.
Trump. Also, you said you're 18, right?
Yeah.
So you're still kind of young. If there happens to be anybody from a government agency watching, put them on a list.
Dude, okay.
Sorry, Max.
Hey, I don't condone terrorism or murder.
I'm being real. I'm being real. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being real.
Bro. So many people. How many people do you know that were like glazing Jeffrey Dahmer and genuinely saying he's attractive?
I would put them on a list too.
I'm not to be compared to those
Wait,
people, bro.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'd put them on a list too. Are you kidding
I
me?
would.
Yeah,
And
if
I'm
there's
not
like
on
some,
that level. I
if
just
there's
read
like
his
some
book.
young like 18-year-old dude like glazing the fuck out of Dahmer on the list right beside your name.
I don't condone, bro. It's not like that. I would never encourage someone to follow. I would never personally follow in the footsteps of the Unabomber. I never encourage anyone to. I
He's
just
literally
like
your
enjoyed researching
profile
him a
picture.
lot. I enjoyed researching him a lot.
Oh, how okay? How do you feel when you see neo-Nazis on the internet and Hitler's their profile picture? What's the first emotional reaction you have to that?
I am disgusted, but I would never compare Hitler to the Unabomber
Why are you disgusted?
because Hitler
Did a lot
killed
of
6
bad
million Jewish
things.
people and gay people and black people.
So if you have a profile picture of a bad guy that's done bad things, you have an adverse reaction to that.
I'm telling you, I don't
See
think it's
my
fair
point?
at all to compare Hitler to the Unabomber.
The comparison that I'm drawing up, although the levels of harms committed are significantly different.
Wait, wouldn't you
is
say
like
the Unabomber
still
was
there's
totally
like
anti-fascist?
some like level of harm that is perpetuated by the Unabomber?
Would you not say that the Unabomber is totally anti-fascist?
I don't
regardless?
know enough about him to say that.
You don't know, bro. Read the book.
I'm probably not going to read the Unabomber's book. Now, I just want you to kind of
Oh my
compartmentalize
God.
this alongside why you support Trump. Also, chat, I mean, I don't see any evidence that he's underage. His provided birth date lines up with how old he said he would be. Do we have any
Dean,
evidence that
he
he's
is not
underage?
18. He changed his birth rate. These actual, all right.
Do you have any evidence that he's underage, chat?
I literally provided my card and my license. I couldn't join the stream. It wanted me to verify my age. I
He
did.
changed his birthday. Guys, are you positive that he changed his birthday?
I had to verify my age to join the fucking live or to request.
I don't remember him changing his birthday. I just heard him say September, but I'll trust you guys. Whatever. Not a big deal. Not like he wasn't crazy anyways. What's up, Caitlin? You support Trump?
Actually, yes, I do.
Caitlin, why do you support Trump?
Well, years ago I was more on the left side.
Oh, I should
and
ask. How
up
old are you?
until-
I need to confirm.
I'm
What's your age?
24.
24. Perfect. Born in what year?
2000.
Perfect. So take it away. Why do you support Trump?
But recently this election I did swing, or I guess the past couple of elections. And that's just because my brother, he has just provided me with a bunch of like evidence that made me more lenient. I'm not far right, but I'm also not far left.
Okay, well, I mean, let's have a chat about it. What makes honestly, do you mind if I ask you a question like that's specifically like geared towards the fact that you're a woman?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I mean, like historically, I think that we've seen a trend set forth by Trump that he doesn't give a fuck about women. Okay, like starting in the 90s, saying that he's dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, sexualizing a kid. Later in the 90s, early aughts, talking about how you just perv on naked teenagers and grown adult women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Also in the 90s, 94, when he graped E. Jean Carroll. Later in the aughts, referencing... You know, like the fact that he, like the quote unquote locker room talk about grabbing women by the P word and stuff like that. Later overturning Roe v. Wade, rescinding a woman's right to choose back down to the state, resulting in the material consequence of pregnant victims of rape getting denied access to abortion. Adriana Smith treating women as literal legal incubators. He's obviously demonstrated that he doesn't give a shit about the desires, the thoughts, the beliefs of women or girls. So why do you think he would be able to provide for the desires, the thoughts, the beliefs, and the positions of women and girls as the president of this country?
I'm gonna be honest. I haven't looked too much into all of that. I've just mostly been looking into like his bills of what he wants to pass for this election. I'm not too good with researching all of what his personal life has been at.
Okay, well, I think that, you know, the right needs to stop giving us this false idea that there's a separation between the character or quote unquote personal life and the life of the president.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, like the character, like, you know, influences the policy. And this is why we saw him overturn Roe v. Wade, for instance.
Yeah, off of what my what I do remember, I only looked really into the immigration and the tax laws.
Okay.
So I know you talked so much about it earlier. I know you really didn't want to talk.
What do you want?
I honestly
What do you want to
wasn't.
debate about?
I didn't really want to so far debate. I want to hear what you think about. I just want to know because my ex-girlfriend, she was terrified of the immigrant and
Wait, when you say
immigration
ex-girlfriend, are you like bi or lesbian?
lesbian, yes.
Okay, so
But her family, she's Mexican, and they all came legally, but they're all terrified of getting deported. And I never understood that, even though they were here legally.
oh, okay, yeah, because Donald Trump is deporting undocumented immigrants without due process. I mean, if they're not granted due process, how do we ever even know if they're here legally or not? So, I mean, I would say that those concerns of even legal immigrants are incredibly valid, incredibly sound, and well warranted. Now, what do you want to talk about? Why do you support Trump? Honestly, let's start there. Why do you support the man?
Oh boy. Honestly, I wasn't even thinking I'd actually get into this. So I'm gonna have to go. I was not. I know.
You didn't think about an answer to the question above my head?
No, it's just all of his. I'm really excited for the no tax on overtime, just because I work 50 hours a week and all that.
I mean, you'll still end up getting hurt. The total impact of the 831 pages serves as a net detriment to you, given that you make under $130,000 per year.
Yes.
Right. So that's according to the CBPP, the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. The total net impact of all of the adjustments of the bill hurt you. Also, Charlotte, I read your donation message over on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the $5, and I'm really happy that you're here. Thank you, Charlotte.
I guess I just don't understand how it would be if my overtime. Sorry, you might have to word it a little bit differently. If the
because
overtime,
although you'll be able to file for a return on the tax paid on overtime at the end of the year, you're going to lose on particular benefits via cuts to Medicaid, Medicare, and benefits in the future, such as Social Security, as well as there's going to be changes like insofar as the benefits that you may receive if you're a mom, a parent, other tax reductions, the standard deduction, and then even just marginal tax rates. I mean, that's why I'd reference you to like the cbpp.org. Which is a pretty cohesive study done on all 831 pages of the bills, which demonstrates why the after-tax income for 80% of Americans goes down.
Okay. You said that's from the CBPP?
Yeah, cbpp.org, first thing on their website.
Okay. I'll have to look into that.
All right, you do that. Have a good rest of your day. All right, everybody, if you can tell, I am quite tired. It's already been 4 hours. Wow, I'm really surprised it's already been 4 hours. Today's stream has flown by. It's really just flown by. I usually only stream for 4 hours, but I'll do another guest. But I only have time for one more because I have a family dinner with my girlfriend's family at 6. And right now it's 5:13. Parents' house is maybe a 15-minute drive away. I'll need a little bit to get ready. Want to be there early. Be a good boyfriend. So I'll probably only have time for like one more little short discussion, but let's go and do it. And if you're watching and you enjoyed the stream today, you've enjoyed these conversations, and you'd like to support me and support the studio, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. You know what? Honestly, I'll just put them on screen. I usually keep them hidden because I think that it reduces the push of the live, like TikTok shadow bans it. But it's our last conversation. What the hell? I appreciate you guys for the love today. All right, let's go to get that next guest up here right now, y'all. This is going to be the very last debate of the day, everyone. Let's go to get Christopher loaded in. Manny, thank you for the $5 over on YouTube Super Chat. I have a coworker whose husband worked on measles in Texas, and they were deporting green card holders because Trump is anti-measles research. Donald Trump is like anti anything to do with like intellectualism or pushing the country forward. What's going on, Christopher? Do you support Trump? Okay, Christopher's not here. Sage with a $10 over on Venmo says, I've agoraphobia, and I listen to you every day, and you've helped me so much with my mental health. I love you and Parker so much. Thank you for everything that you do, Sage. That makes me so incredibly happy. Thank you so much for the love, y'all. Show some love to Sage down below in the comment section for the $10 donation, as well as Ruth with the $10 as well, saying I completely support everything that you stand for. I appreciate that. It's incredible. I appreciate you for the love, Ruth. And Ruth, I would let you up, but I'm about to end. What's up, Cars34? Do you support Trump?
Dean, let me fuck that ass.
Valid. Thank you for the whale diving. Imagine going in front of over 15,000 people and saying that. Like, imagine that. Imagine that, everybody. What's up, Monica? You support Trump?
Dean, I need to know your sun, moon, and rising. Please, please.
Oh, I know I'm a Virgo, but sun, moon, and rising, no fucking clue.
Oh my God.
No fucking clue. Let me tell you, no goddamn diddly darn clue. Okay. Like what the hell is a sun? I don't know. What's that? Be you MAGA?
Yeah, definitely.
Ah, dude. Okay, I have time for you to give us one argument about one thing. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
I like how he's centralizing the government. I think the president should probably have a little bit more.
Yeah, by getting more
in the
power.
military and yeah, exactly.
So you just like the fact that he doesn't really like the Constitution. That's what that claim means.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, I know that we hold the Constitution in like almost a religious type of sense, but there
I have
are
a question.
situations that require a little
I have
bit
a
more
question. Are dictatorships really centralized governments?
Yeah.
How do you feel about dictatorships?
Depends on the times.
Depends. What about like right now? If Trump was like, I kind of want to be dictator, how would that make you feel?
I think if that would help with the illegal immigration problem, if that would help with all the massive economic problems, then yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
Oh my god. Give me 1 second. I have a flag that you should buy. I think it'd look nice hanging up in your room. Give me a second here. Give me a second. I can't even believe that you just said that. Holy shit. Is this like a masochistic kink or something? Come up here and get embarrassed? Embarrass yourself? I don't even know. Here, give me... there we go. We got
no counterpoints?
No, I do. Here's my counterpoint. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
It just has to load because I'm going to add an image. Andrew, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love, Andrew. That is incredibly kind of you. Shout out.
Don't get banned.
I'm not going to
I
get
know what
banned.
flag you're about to pull up.
There it is. It's loading in now.
Facts.
You should buy this and hang it up in your room.
I've already got one, bro.
You've already got one? You got the Tread on Me Daddy flag?
That's right.
Right. So my counter argument is that dictatorship is bad. Donald Trump is making the material conditions worse, not only for Americans, but non-Americans, not just in the country, but on the global stage. And giving him more power is probably the worst thing we could do because God, do we need some checks and balances against him. And if we didn't have checks and balances against him, he would be in complete disrespect of civil, electoral, and human rights. And if he was a dictator, he would have been successful in stealing the election from Biden in 2020, as he tried. The only thing that stopped him is the fact that America is not a dictatorship, and his vice president upheld the Constitution. And he would just simply be Putin 2.0.
Sure. I think one of the things that's holding Trump back from making more beneficial policies is that he has to negate so much of his power to some of the donors. I'm not a huge fan of, some of his tax policies, but without some of these proposals in the pipeline, there's just not enough money to fund his campaign.
Boom! Goodbye. Also, Sid, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Go ahead and type in the YouTube chat. I would like to point out that I actually banned him and he made a new account. As well as Itzel with the $5. Thank you so much. Marilyn with the 5 as well. What a last weird conversation of the day. Jason, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. Kari, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate that. Andrew with the 10. I appreciate that. And Carmen, thank you for the 5. You guys are awesome. And then let's see here. I think that we have one last donation, and then we'll probably start heading towards the end of the stream. Layla with the $10 over on PayPal. No attached message. Just thought I'd let you know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Layla. All right, everybody. At this point, oh, actually, Tiersha with the $15 over on Venmo. Tiersha, that is Tiersha. Tiersha says, thank you for communicating truth in an easy to understand way. You've opened my eyes to how horrible Trump truly is. I'm trying to do that. I think sometimes I could still use like rather complex language, and I need to break it down and make it even easier to consume. Brooke, appreciate you the $2 over on Venmo. All right, everybody. I am going to go to end the live stream for the evening. I am very, very tired. Looking at the people who are online, okay. I'm going to send you guys on a raid to one of my longest time friends in this space. Her name is Adrian. I was friends with her before I started building a platform. She's a feminist debater, and she is awesome. She is so awesome. She takes these debates so goddamn seriously that when she's debating, she has a notepad that she's always writing down on so she could respond to everything that her guests say. And she's been a very long time friend of myself. Very long time friend of myself. Her let's see here, is at adrian.jpg. Adrian.jpg. Can you guys type that in the chat? ADRIEN.jpg. I'm going to send you guys on a raid. I want as many people as possible to head over and show her some love. If you guys like my content, I could tell you you will like hers, and she deserves the love. She deserves the attention. That is adrian.jpg on TikTok, everybody. Once again, that is adrian.jpg on TikTok. Please go show her some love and go send her a raid. As well as Alana, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Alana says, just sent you a message on Discord. Hopefully you could give it a read and give a response to me privately on a live. Alana, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Phenomenal. Anyways, go raid Adrian. Shoot her a big old Dean raid. We'll listen to her live stream right now. We got her.
What's going on? Thank you. Dean fucking raided me, bro.
Right. Oh, we already
Sent everyone over here, and now they're all here.
we got her up from like 100 viewers. We got her up from like 100 viewers to 1.4K. Let's keep going.
I'm gonna keep going eventually, but right now I'm a little bit overwhelmed. I'm so sorry. I'm used to like maybe 100 people at most. Hi, my name is Adrian. For all the people who just came in, usually we debate this exact topic up here. If you disagree, definitely feel free to.
Her topic is women do not need men to lead them. Okay, we're at 2K over there. Keep it going, everybody. I'm gonna repin that as adrian.jpg. ADRIAN.jpg. Okay, everybody, head over there. I'm gonna go ahead and end this stream. I'm hoping when I end this stream that like the remaining 9K people on TikTok and 2.5K on YouTube are gonna head over there. Please go show her some love if you enjoy my content. Please do this for me. Adrian.jpg. It's in the pinned comment. I'm going to go to an end. Please go show some love to Adrian, and I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, everybody. Go ahead over to Adrian. Let's try to get her up to like 4K viewers, okay? The moment I end, I expect like at least 2,000-3,000 of you guys to head over to Adrian. Once again, pin message at adrian.jpg. I'm going to see you guys there. Bye, everybody. I love you.